one-day international with Prunell and Sobrayan out of the team as well. Australia has Bartlett playing for Dwarshuis, and we'll see the X-Man from the broadcast end.
The X-Man, he's a Queenslander, isn't he? So you like the X-Man, don't you? I can just tell. The way you said his name there, it was the excitement.
My son loves him. He's a big cricket fan, my son, and we go to the Brisbane Heat whenever he can. So he loves Big X.
You don't have a lot of it. There was Xavier Doherty. Now there's Xavier Bartlett.
Well, there's Little X and Big X. So the difference between Doherty and Bartlett, yes.
So the challenge for him is that Xavier Doherty traditionally or generally bowls out swingers away from the right-hander.
Aidan Markram's on straight, and Bartlett has him defending on the offside.
But he will struggle to do that with this breeze that's blowing from his left to right. So as he's running in, the breeze is blowing across towards the Great Barrier Reef arena, which means that outswing is going to be a little bit more difficult for him to bowl.
So 4 for 17 on debut against the at the MCG against the West Indies, and then 4 for 21 at Manuka in that really short game 18 months or so ago now. So 2 starts, 8 wickets in one-day international cricket for Xavier Bartlett. It's been an easy caper for him so far. Markram defends almost off a bat that was going to be left out of the line of the ball. Ball hit bat more than the other way around.
Yeah, and you can see, just looking at the replay, ball starting to shape away, but it's, it's good bowling. The challenge for Xavier will be, he's used to bowling with the wind, right? So Hazelwood's premier fast bowler, senior statesman. He's going to come from the end he wants, and then Bartlett and co will have to make their way. I don't think that he'll bowl many overs in this spell. I think you'll find he'll bowl only 2 or 3, and then they'll swap him over and get him downwind, down breeze, and that breeze in his best shape.
Right arm over to the skipper. Punched off the back foot by Markram, but it doesn't beat the infield. Well fielded by Aaron Hardy at cover point.
He's a big, tall man, Markram. He reminds me a little bit of Kevin Peterson, who he stands up on the ball. I don't know if you remember, used to really get on top of the ball, try and hit the ball hard through the offside. He's a big man.
That bottom hand, the way he plays that punch, that's very KP.
It was very KP. Yeah. It's just where he did that then.
So it's his 16th time captaining his country in one-day international cricket. Done it quite a bit, although Bavuma is the regular skipper. Markram works the ball off his pad straight to mid-wicket, and Markram is out for a duck. Travis Head takes the catch, not far from the square leg umpire, and Xavier Bartlett, in 50 over international cricket, just keeps taking wickets. Here he is in Mackay with the breakthrough in the second over. Markram gone for a duck, and South Africa 1 for 2.
Well, that ball didn't really come onto the bat, but that bottom hand came through. As we talked about, that bottom hand just pushed at the ball and it chipped it up. Travis Head, I don't know if Travis Head was actually watching then, and he almost slipped over as he caught it, but it was a very simple catch in the end. Unfortunately for the South Africans, they've lost their first wicket in the second over. The danger man, Markram, is dismissed, and they'll be disappointed. He'll be disappointed. He's actually got one of the slower walk-offs in world cricket. Is Aidan Markram. He's taking a long time to get off the ground with disappointment, but he's been dismissed.
Not quite Inzi-esque, but...
No, he's not that slow, but he's in the slower category of walker-offers.
Inzamam ul Haq, probably the world champion in that regard.
He absolutely was.
The great Pakistani. So, elevated to captain today, and I think just not trusting the nature of this pitch. And you're right, Travis Head sort of tumbled to his right for a catch that shouldn't have probably troubled him all that much. He made it in the end, but 1 for 2, and now Tony de Zorzi comes to the crease. The left-hander who is more so known for longer form cricket. He hasn't played a 20-over international, but this is his 15th one-day international. Averages 37, strikes at about 96, so not too bad. Has the 1 ton. That was back in December of 2023, made 119 not out against India at the old Port Elizabeth. Berha, the new name for that part of the world. So he's got the Chris Gales about him.
He certainly does got the Chris Gales, and I think the hair in particular.
Left-handed, yep.
The dreadlocks flowing.
Dreads out the back. 2 slips as well. As Bartlett runs in, full, misses on the inside edge. He was trying to drive that through cover, and it beat him between bat and pad.
It was a audacious first up ball. It was full. He tried to flash it away through the offside. It was probably there to hit. Umpire was just talking to Xavier about running on the wicket. They're very touchy about that, the umpires. They don't like you going anywhere near the danger zone in international cricket. So that's something you'll have to work on. But he's very upright, is Xavier Bartlett, and going to struggle. He's got to work on that, getting himself off the pitch.
Richard Ellingsworth and Donovan Kosh are the umpires today. DeZorzi, the left-hander, bat raised, 2 slips behind him. Defends off his pads into mid-wicket, where Head does the fielding. So that's the end of the over for Xavier Bartlett. Boy,
Geez, he gets some wickets.
His numbers in one-day cricket, what, 2 and a bit games and 9 wickets already. South Africa winning the toss, electing to bat 1 for 2.
He's got an outstanding record. Just finds a way to, well, get a wicket, take wickets. That game in Canberra that we talked about.
We did that game together.
Well, I got down there that afternoon. I went home that night after the game, and the game was over. He just destroyed the top order, and
it was against the West Indies.
Fraser McGurk came out and whacked him in the second half of the game, which was really just the second half of the first half of the game.
Off the top of my head, I think the game lasted about 43 overs.
Yeah, it was not very
in total. Hazelwood, third over of the innings, bowling to Rickleton, defending into the offside. 1 for 2 the score.
Big job for Rickleton now. He's been he looked the goods up in Cairns, but eventually got himself a little bit bogged down, and then unfortunately found a way to get out. Technically, he looks pretty good, and he doesn't want to. You don't want to expose that middle order for South Africa. They're all very dynamic players, but take a little bit of the hardness out of the ball before they have to see the middle. That's when they're going to be at their most effective.
Bit of cloud about, but generally a gorgeous day with some breeze as well, which is welcomed by the locals. Mid-20s, Hazelwood full, inside edge onto pad. Rickleton looking to drive, but missed times, and Marnus comes in from the gully to pick up. He was bubbly when we saw him earlier today. Boy, he knows that there's a fair bit of pressure on him. He'd love nothing more than to get back into the Test team.
Well, Marnus, it's been spoken about so much, and there's been so much scrutiny around his international future that I still think they'll pick him for the Test match. Just looking at that last one, he got it to swing, which is not what you associate with Josh Hades. He's not particularly a swing bowler, but the breeze helped that ball shape back into the left-hander.
Hazelwood approaches. Rickleton up on his toes, defending off the splice of the bat into the covers.
Sort of guessing a bit uneven bounce. It just seems to be the odd one that's taking off.
There's a mixture of live grass and bald patches on the pitch. So the curator here is Pete Kazakov, a guy that I've known for a long time because he is one of the main deputies for Kevin Mitchell Jr. at the Gabba.
Right.
Lovely guy, and has basically taken on the job as the head curator here. So he's a disciple of the great.
But Kevin's no longer at the Gabba, is he?
No, he's retired, has been for about 5 or 6 years now. Hazelwood delivers, and Rickleton gets a run. Pokes it to mid-on. Slight misfield from Carey. He'll get 2 runs. He was only going to get 1, but Carey going to his right at mid-on. And they're cheekily coming back for a 3rd. That is excellent running. And a little bit flabby in the field from Alex Carey. Australia conceding 3 there. South Africa 1 for 5 in the 3rd over.
Can you get angry at Alex Carey for missing that, really? What does anyone? Can you really go, oh, come on, mate, seriously? You can't. What do you say? You just missed it.
Yeah, he missed it.
He'll be disappointed.
I don't know whether angry is the right word. Would you be disappointed?
He'll be disappointed.
I'm the father of teenagers. There's a difference between anger and disappointment. You know that.
Remember the old days? So am I. Remember the old days, though, when someone would drop a catch and people just yell at them? Oh, think about all the players over the years. I can think of a few that didn't like a misfield or a drop catch off them. Me and Dizzy were only talking about it the other night.
So a second slip coming in for DeZorzi. So Bartlett at first slip, Green at second slip.
Is he a slipper too, X-Man?
Well, he must be. He's standing at first slip at the moment. Hazelwood delivers down the leg side, tugged off the hip by DeZorzi. Think he got some glove on that. They'll get runs, whether he's credited or not. We wait to see. Zampa comes around to field at fine leg. It's 2 for the score and 2 for DeZorzi as well. Must have been some glove or bat in that. South Africa 1 for 7 in the 3rd over.
He's got it all, big Xavier. He's straight into the goal wing lounge.
Oh, you saw him there, did you?
No, I saw him warming up. He's the guy. That's the technical term for standing in the slips, right?
So you're envious that a fast bowler gets to stand at first slip.
Yeah, I'd always wanted to, but I couldn't catch, so it was problematic.
Dazorzi left-handed, waits for Hazelwood, drives on the up, mistimed, and rolls to Head, who does the fielding. So South Africa winning the toss, electing to bat. New captain today, and he's come and gone. He lasted only 4 balls, Aidan Markram, before turning Bartlett to Head at mid-wicket. He was out in the second over, having not scored. Wicket falling with the score on 2. Dazorzi is 2, Rickleton's 5, 147. It's Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. The Traralgon Tiger, regular fan of ours. Nice to hear from you. Q and Stu, you may have 23 degrees up in Mackay, but southern Victoria has a balmy 18 right now.
Is it?
I'm in transit on the train in these perfect conditions to watch the mighty Melbourne Storm tonight.
Go the Storm.
And your call's the perfect company for the next 2 hours. So huge Friday night in the league.
They're playing the Bulldogs, aren't they?
Yep.
They're not?
Preceding in Mudgee, it's Penrith versus Canberra. Isn't regional Australia in the spotlight for sport today?
Certainly is. Regional Australia copying the all the internet, all the high quality sport, and so it should be. We need more games out the region. We talk about that at Cricket New South Wales all the time, trying to get games out of the Sydney. There's one of our board members, Paul, is very pro the country. He's from Newcastle.
Bartlett to Rickleton, defended on the onside, started the 4th over, 1 for 7.
Paul Marjorie Banks, who's a very big proponent of country sport. And a lot of it used to happen back in the day because, well, facilities, with all these rules and regulations, you've got to have a certain amount of change rooms and, you know, areas for this and areas for that.
I'll never forget being a kid in Wagga, going to Robertson Oval and seeing a teenage Sachin Tendulkar play New South Wales country at Robertson Oval. Kapil Dev was in that team as well. So.
There you go. So that's there's a bit of romance about that whole, you know, this is how we do it.
Bartlett running into Rickleton with a slip behind, wide outside the off stump, flashed and missed, through to keeper Inglis. So I mentioned that we've got not only that NRL doubleheader, but another of those AFL doubleheaders tonight. 2 games in the AFL. Collingwood taking on Melbourne and Port Adelaide taking on the Gold Coast Suns. So if it gets to that point where your service that you're listening to goes off to the footy and you still want to be across the cricket, head to the ABC Listen app. That's the place you can hear all the cricket, not only today but also on Sunday. You can hear all the footy there too. As Bartlett bowls with some widths, driven off an inside edge by Rickleton to mid-on, and no run.
Very bottom handy, isn't he? Just that bottom hand coming through, pushing at the ball. So he's just sort of gone and walked away to square leg and just thinking about hit the ball with my top hand, hit the ball with my top hand, because at the moment he just cannot get any timing on it at the moment.
This is a part of a big precinct. There's sporting grounds all around here. Cricket, AFL, rugby league, it's basically a big reserve for sport in this part of the world. Rickleton off an outside edge. It's just fine of the gully. Down towards deep third man. Zampa does the fielding. Rickleton gets a streaky single and moves to 6. South Africa 1 for 8 in the 4th over.
Yeah, and just playing at that ball. Would have gone straight to where gully was. Obviously in one-day cricket we don't have a lot of gully fieldsmen unless it's a real green top and 3 for 4 and 3 for 5 type stuff. Bartlett, he's a genuine wicket taker, isn't he? He just seems to find a way to get guys out. Pitch bowls a nice full length, I think. Got a little bit to do with it. He may go for a few, but he's always inducing that drive at the ball where guys will nick the ball.
And they're keeping those 2 slips behind Dazorzi. So they've obviously highlighted that. Bartlett over the wicket full. Dazorzi drives brilliantly. Times it well, and it races along the rope. Along the ground to the rope at long off for 4. That's the first boundary of South Africa's innings. The Proteas 1 for 12 as Dazorzi moves to 6 at a runner ball.
Lovely shot that. As I said, he likes to pitch the ball up, trying to get that outside edge, but that time there, 2 full, it was a genuine half volley, and Dazorzi just punching it down the ground. I don't know if he timed it completely, but timed it well enough to go all the way and crash into the Toblerone around the edge.
Does Bartlett try again with that length? Bit shorter, and back of a length defended by Dazorzi into the covers. So if you are just tuning in, no Temba Bavuma today for South Africa. He's being managed with a hamstring issue. He's due to play on Sunday, though, in the 3rd game, so that's why Markram's captaining today. Dazorzi is playing, and the left-arm spinner, Sunaran Muthusamy, comes into the team with Pranellan Subrayan having had his action reported on Tuesday. He is eligible and allowed to play this game, but he's been through a lot in that regard. So the South African management deciding not to play him in the next 2 games. After this series, he'll head to the National Cricket Centre in Brisbane for all those tests.
I was interested to Thorpe talk before that, you know, it's the whole thing with, you know, should he have got this far without having it fixed? There's a question that's probably got to be asked, right?
Hazelwood to start the 5th over. Rickleton defends and takes a single just to the left of Marsh at mid-off. The big bison tracks a couple of metres to his left to pick up. 1 for 13.
You know what the challenge is with some of these, you know, we're talking about regional grounds and having teams out there, is one of the challenges is the amount of support staff these teams now carry. Because if you look around at both teams, not just the Australians, also, there'd be more, actually, there's probably more support staff than, because you got, I noticed, you know, the physios and security and analysts, and I noticed the doctors with them as well, like Dr. John Orchard, who you would have heard of or seen across. He's with the team. Like, are there no doctors in Mackay that are any good, or
they all travel? 2 slips still for De Zorzi, drives on the up, punches through point, beats Marnus, rolling out towards the rope, but Ellis coming around from deep third. He tracks the ball, picks it up a metre from the rope. Nice return into Inglis as well. And a couple of runs for Tony De Zorzi. South Africa 1 for 15 at the start of the 5th over. De Zorzi ticking along at a runner ball. He's now 8.
He's looked pretty good, hasn't he? Coming into the team, just punched one down the ground before that time there, just opened the face and off the back foot this time through just backward of point slightly.
Yeah, if you put a red playing strip on him, there'd be people in the fans saying, look at the universe boss. That's a short ball from Hazelwood. De Zorzi, he try and pull. He sort of swiveled in the motion of pulling that delivery, but didn't whack it away. Yeah, left-handed, got the hair out the back, and he's of similar frame to Chris Gale as well.
He is. I don't know if he's as big as Chris. Chris was...
Well, no one's as big as Chris.
Chris was, you know, Chris was as big as the, you know, your Courtney Walshes and people like that. He was that size, and he was built fairly strongly. He could have easily played in the back row of a scrum or something like that, because he'd be 6'4", 6'5".
Similar bat preparation though. He's just got that prep as he now whacks through the covers. Bit of width off it from Hazelwood. No great timing though. He'll get a couple, at least 2. Marsh reels it in, prevents it going for 4, and 2's enough as De Zorzi moves. Again, he's 10 off 10 and 1 for 17 the score. 2 balls left in the 5th over.
Yeah, he's looked good. Lovely drive. That again. Watch them. No one's quite timed one perfectly yet, so it means the bounce is just a little bit uneven at the moment. You can cue end or getting a bit early on it. Hasn't quite got the measure of the bowling, and maybe that's got to do with the hardness of the ball as well. Once the hardness comes out of it.
Good hum around at Harrop Park. Hazelwood short and punch. Better timing this time from De Zorzi. Races past Labuschagne at backward point, and it pounds into the boundary triangle for 4. And this has been a very positive start from Tony De Zorzi coming in for Temba Bavuma. He's 14 off 11 deliveries. South Africa 1 for 21.
That was a lovely shot, that. Very minimal foot movement and just punched it. That time got some timing on it as well, and it raced off the bat. Likes to open that face, doesn't he? Just likes to open the face through the gap, open the face through the gap. Hazelwood will be... well, interesting. He's going around the wicket, trying to take that angle away from him. See if that'll bring the slip into play.
Last ball of the over, changing it up, and it's into the ribs and defended comfortably on the offside. So Josh Hazelwood completes his 3rd over, has none for 16. South Africa through 5 overs, 1 for 21. Tony De Zorzi 14 off 12 balls. Ryan Rickleton 7 off 14. With the stand-in skipper Aidan Markram dismissed in the 2nd over, caught by Travis Head at mid-wicket off the bowling of Xavier Bartlett. He faced 4 balls, didn't score a run. 1 for 2, the score when Markram departed. On the SMS, the number to get in touch, by the way, is 0467 920 222. Well, speaking about Xavier Bartlett before, my young fella loves him. And Claire says, is there a teenage boy in Brisbane filthy that his dad got a weekend watching his hero? Enjoy your time in Mackay. Yes, Ethan's at school today, but I did bring him up here for those women's T20s last year. So, yeah, he knows the scene in Mackay. Bartlett to Rickleton, full, driven, without great timing, but a single to Ellis at mid-off. 1 for 22, Rickleton to 8.
Does he play? Is he?
Yeah, he does.
What does he do?
Stuart Clark.
He's not a bowler. He's a batter. No, bowler.
No, he bowls and doesn't bat very well.
Oh, that's a bit rude.
Am I inaccurate?
No, you're spot on. It's just slightly offensive. That's right.
I thought I was trying to be kind by wrapping you up. You know, yeah, he's a Stuart Clark kind of cricketer.
Okay, good. I like him
wholesome, hearty.
Tries hard.
Yeah.
Bit of a battler.
Runs in hard and bowls good fast stuff. Bartlett, wide of the off stump. Dazorzi mistimes the drive. No run.
Good to see a battler doing well. I like it already. Yeah. So,
yeah.
I thought, he's obviously not a big guy.
No.
You're not a...
no.
I thought he might be a little bit of an opening batter, just sort of nick a nudge.
No.
Bit dour, boring. Ed Cowan style. I know he does a podcast on this show.
That was his dad when his dad was playing cricket, boring. But bowls like his dad too. Right arm angry. I was never fast.
What, have you been on the lip?
Oh, you got to be. Well,
right.
No, he's actually a lot more.
You get fined for that.
He's
sort of
a lot
stuff.
more demure than his dad. I grew up in watching Steve Waugh and the like. Bartlett outside the off stump. Dazorzi crashes it. Well stopped by Ellis. Going to his right at mid off. Had he not stopped it, it would have gone for 4. They get a single anyway. And Dazorzi, he's showing a real liking to this back foot through the offside. He moves to 15, 1 for 23. Yeah, no. See, I grew up idolising AB and Steve Waugh, and that was the time when, Captain Grumpy and mental disintegration. The new era doesn't have that, does it?
You're not allowed to. You get in trouble.
Well, you can't drop an F-bomb near the stump, Mike, or you get fined like Adam Zampa did in Cairns. Bartlett to Rickleton, edges Cairns. Bartlett to Rickleton, edges caught brilliantly. Inglis going to his left. He almost took it out of first slip's hands. Such was the nature of Josh Inglis's acrobatic take to his left, and Rickleton falls for 8. South Africa loses its second wicket. The Proteas 2 for 23, and Bartlett, the X-Man, just keeps getting one-day international wickets. He's got 2 for 7.
Well, Rickleton just flying at a ball, not really sure why. It just sort of away and across him, and it was sort of dying down, and good catch, Inglis diving away to his left. It just has not looked like he's found a way, Rickleton, at the moment. He just looked a little bit uncomfortable that whole innings. He got 30-odd in Cairns, but didn't quite go on with it, and didn't look comfortable. And Bartlett, as you said, he's a one-day specialist. He's a one-day wicket taker. He's a destroyer. And he's destroying the top order of the South Africans here today. 2 for 23. Rickleton on his way back. Good catch, Josh Inglis. Matthew Bretsky makes his way to the middle. He looked a quality player up in Cairns. He had a lot of time, played some nice shots, a bit innovative too. He'll play different little ramps and reverses and whatnot, but yeah, he looks like a good player.
So Markram, Nort and Rickleton out for 8. Rickleton making those 8 runs from 16 deliveries. And Matthew Bretska, who made 57 from 56 deliveries in that first game in Cairns, and he's only early in his one-day international career as well. This is just his 4th game. But started, as you were talking about in Cairns, he started it really well in the Champions Trophy, 150 against New Zealand, 83 against Pakistan, into 57 in Cairns. Like, doesn't get much better than that for your first 3, does it?
He hasn't had a failure yet in terms of run scoring. So he's a quality player, and I'm surprised he wasn't in the T20 team as well. We've got Pretoria sitting on the sideline at the moment, not playing in the one-day format, but he looked like a quality player. So there's some middle-order players for South Africa at the moment that are coming through.
Well, and particularly off the back of the fact that Bretska's been very good for Northants in the T20 Blast. Like, he strikes at 152 and averaged 37 in that competition, and has scored 4 50s in that English T20 competition. So he's got go about him.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks a good player. He's got plenty of time on it. And with all the retirements of their middle order, people like David Miller, people like that, all not playing for South Africa anymore, that there are huge opportunities for these young guys. And listening to them talk this morning, and listening to Thorpe, very much about rebuilding and going towards that. Mulder said to the World Cup, they're building towards that World Cup in 2 years' time.
So Bretska on strike, 2 slips behind him, works the ball off his pads and immediately off the mark. He'll take 1 down to Zampa, who comes in off the deep fine leg rope to field. And I was interested too, listening through the early parts of the series. You know, Neil's been coming here for 17 years, and it's always been Neil or Manners, but now you've
Thorpe.
No, you've changed it.
Thorpe.
It's Thorpe.
Thorpe. He didn't like it. It was. I don't know if he doesn't like it. He doesn't say a lot about it.
Because it was always Manners.
Yeah,
it was a nickname.
Well, I said to him, does anyone ever call you Thorpe? Because it would have been where I would have gone straight away. And he said only when he's at school, so I've just gone with it. Okay. Thorpe, Torpedo.
Meanwhile, there's a legendary Australian Olympian somewhere saying, someone's stealing my nickname.
What? How dare you?
Someone I've got that trademarked. Bartlett around the wicket to the left-handed De Zorzi, again driving on the up through the offside. You'll get one as make it two. Marsh tumbles to his right at mid-off. He had to track beyond the field restriction circle to stop the ball, and well, he's a bit of a semi-trailer. When he tumbles, he takes a while to change direction, so they took the second. And the score moves to 26 for the loss of 2 wickets. That's the end of the 6th over. Hazlewood, none for 16. Meanwhile, Bartlett's got the 2 wickets to fall. De Zorzi, 17 from 15 deliveries, and Brezka, 1 from the 1.
There's something going on with the umpires too, which you're dealing with. Something going, their microphone, their walkie-talkie things aren't working because the game just get held up. There's people running around with batteries and, you know, the spare batteries. Don't want to put the battery, change your battery, Richard. Oh, okay, no worries. So there's a few bits and pieces by play in this game going on that it's not all just about the Australians going through the top order here. And you know, Hazlewood, if he can get Bretsky out, there's a little bit of trouble, I think, going to brew here for the South Africans.
We're getting a few messages that perhaps there's an issue or two with the cricket on the ABC Listen app. Try the green button as well, as long as that white cricket ball button. We'll endeavour to get it fixed as Hazlewood delivers a streaky single for Brezka. Outside the off stump, he got an inside edge, went to deep backward square and gets a single. Thank you to John in Wollongong and a few of the others who have texted about that. Basically, the white cricket button is down at the moment, but the green ABC Sport button is working. And thank you to Adam Jones in the studios just to inform me that we're working on it. So thank you for your messages. We are aware, and don't worry, we'll get it going because there's so much sport for you to choose from tonight. 2 games in the AFL, 2 games in the NRL, and Australia trying to keep this one-day international series alive. And they haven't beaten South Africa in a bilateral series of this nature for a while. Hazlewood over pitches, driven by De Zorzi straight to mid-off, but he'll get a single.
He's looked pretty good
for 28.
He's looked pretty good here, De Zorzi. Just nice and straight, hit the ball back down the ground. He looks like out of anyone, he's had the best timing thus far.
Markram out for 0 and Rickleton out for 8. Wickets falling at 2 and 23. Bartlett with both of them. Xavier Bartlett coming in for Ben Dwarshus. That's the only change to the playing 11 from Tuesday's game in Cairns. 2 slips now for Brezka facing Hazlewood. Edges onto his pad, perhaps. It bounces before it reaches green in the slips cordon. And now he's just rubbing his back leg a little.
Bit high, I think. Probably just nip back off the seam. Brezka, he plays from the crease, doesn't take a big stride at the ball, sort of plays without a lot of movement. Anytime he gets hit in the pads, there'll be half a shout, you would have thought, just because it's going to look a little bit closer than it is. But that one too high.
Where's number 35? Tapping away at the Reef end as Hazlewood bowling from the airport end of Harrop Park. Brezka wants a quick single. No, says Tony De Zorzi. It was tip and run towards head at mid-wicket, and Big Tony put up the red stop sign straight away.
Yeah, Big Tony, he wasn't taking Chris Gale style. He taking a step. Just a big arm went up, big hand went up.
He wants to get off strike, Matthew Brezka.
And I think that's his game. He's going to be busy at the crease, isn't he? He comes in, he's going to run hard between the wickets. If there's 2 on offer, he'll tap and go. It's his style.
2 for 28. 2 balls left in the 7th over. Hazlewood is driven but mistimed and picked up by the bowler in the follow through.
As a general rule, they'll keep it nice and full to Bretsky. They'll keep it right up there, force him to drive. They don't mind him driving down the ground. They'll accept that as his weaker. If they bowl short, let him just work the ball around or punch off the back foot. That's when he's going to be at his best, and it'll allow him to get in. If he's driving, well, there's a chance of a chop on or a nick through to one of the catches in the slips or the wicket keeper.
Thank you to Tom, who says the green button is working on the Listen app. Thank you. Hazelwood into Bretska. Drives in the air, but it bounces just short of mid-off. Carey to do the fielding. They take a single. And again, not a confident stroke from Matthew Bretska at the end of the over. He's 3 from 6 deliveries. Dazorzi 18 from 16 deliveries. South Africa winning the toss and batting. 7 overs down at 2 for 29. Stuart, I'm about to leave you with Thorpe coming in.
Live coverage of Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you very much indeed to Quentin. It's going to be a change of bowling now with Aaron Hardy coming into the attack. Tony Dazorzi into the team ahead of normal captain, regular captain Temba Bavuma, who, as Quentin says, is having that hamstring which he tore, grade 2 tear, during the World Test Championship final at Lord's over 2 months ago, so they don't want to push it too hard. Here is Hardy, first delivery, and it's tucked away out in the onside by Bretska through square leg, 2 square leg. Cameron Green comes swooping in. Tony Dazorzi takes his name from his mother's maiden name. Dazorzi is from aristocratic family from Italy.
Right.
And he grew up in Johannesburg, plays his cricket domestically for Western Province now. He's moved to Cape Town, as most sensible people do if they can. Here is Hardy again, up to the crease, and Bretska drives down the wicket. He went to King Edward VII School in Joburg, otherwise known as KES, which has produced more international cricketers for South Africa than any other school. Graham Smith was a KES boy, Neil Mackenzie. Well, there's a whole long list, actually. I shouldn't have started. There's, so
King Edward the Seventh. Is that the school?
KES, yeah. In the northern suburbs of Johannesburg. Here is Hardy again, 3 on the leg side, 4 on the onside, in the field. Oh, down the wicket comes Bretska, and he's smashed it straight back over the bowler's head, just short of the rope, and it almost plugs in this immaculate outfield. Hope he's got his pitchfork repair out there, down at Long On, Xavier Bartlett. But it wasn't very pretty looking shot. It was a decent result. It's got 4 for it.
Yeah, I think he got a bit high on the bat, but he got it well enough to carry all the way down to the boundary. A couple of bounces and went over the rope. It's I think the South Africans, and they look at Hardy as the guy to go after. Younger, hasn't played a lot, doesn't bowl with express pace.
2 overs for 20 in the last game, didn't he? And that's Bretska's gone again out towards deep backward square leg. Pick up slog sweep for 6. He's hit it very, very nicely. Not quite the same meterage in this outfield than there is at Cairns, but it was a nice pick up, wasn't it?
It was leg sidey, and he got down. He gets down low and underneath the ball, which it wasn't really a sweep, was it? It was he sort of got underneath and went up with it. Different looking stroke, very effective though.
Matthew Bretska.
We're about to change in the field very quickly here, with third coming up inside the circle. Fine leg. Well, fine leg's going to another third type man. Very
so
fine. Adam
we've got 6 in the, saving 1 on the offside. That's unusual. Here is Hardy again. Bowls. Bretska looks to run it down to third and succeeds only in finding Inglis. No run.
He's a bit unique with his technique, isn't he? He's a bit, I don't think innovative, yes, because he'll use his feet, but he tends to like to run the ball a little bit, or then he'll use his feet and come down. He doesn't let the game sit still. He's busy the whole time. Is that how he is back in South Africa when he plays domestic cricket?
Yeah, he's a sort of a stop-start type character. He has bursts of boundaries. Here's Hardy again. Picked up, flicked it up and into the air, down towards deep backward square leg, and has it gone all the way? It has. And well, that was ungainly. In fact, you know what? I mean, he's got 3 boundaries in the over, 2 of which were pretty awkward looking, and he's almost sort of tried to get his front leg out of the way there. He just flicked it away as he would if he was, sorry, scared of a wasp or something.
Yeah, it was a sort of a like a scoop, almost like a leg side scoop. And that, it was actually looking in the replay, that ball was outside off stump, so he scooped it away. The highlight of that is the kid fielding down there dropped the ball before that went out there, and he caught that one, so he made amends very quickly. Good on him, little fella down in front of the in the catching zone down there and down near the Great Barrier Reef Arena. But it was a good little catch, but just an interesting looking shot. He's moved along very, very quickly to 18, I believe, or 19 off 12 balls. Can't score down there. 18 or 19.
2 for 45. And yeah, we'll come back to that. It's going to be a new over now from, is it Bartlett back into the attack? Yes, it is.
It is.
From the city end, from the airport end, I should say.
The destroyer, Xavier Bartlett. It was always going to be a difficult win with him to bowl. As you can see the flags, he genuinely shapes the ball away from the right-hander, and bowling from the end where we're commentating from, down the Reef end, always going to be hard for him because he can't get that ball to shape away, and any sort of shape away was going to be nullified by the breeze.
Britska 19 off 12. Dazorzi 18 off 17 as Bartlett is up to the crease again, and Dazorzi drives. That one nipped back into him. He's a little bit tucked up for room, but succeeds in finding Hazelwood quite deep at mid-on, so it's an easy single. 2 for 46, South Africa. They've lost stand-in captain Aidan Markram for a 4-ball duck, and Ryan Rickleton for somewhat less than smooth 8 from 17 balls. It's been a really tough tour for Ryan Rickleton, and yet no question about him losing his place. I mean, he's battled through. He made 71, didn't he, in the third and deciding T20 international first game in Cairns, and never ever looked fluent at all. He just said, I tried to hit it. He just kept clothing it afterwards. As Bartlett is in once again. And forward comes Matthew Brietska, pushing it out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
He's got a little bit of a challenge here, Brietska, because with the ball shaping away, he looks a bit onside. He likes the onside, so he'll play his little flicks or his, you know, crossbat shots, knocking the ball into the onside for a single. With the ball going the other way on him, if he gets that slightly wrong, he'll nick it, or he'll leading edge it to one of the fielders in the covers or at mid-off or mid-on. It's a challenging matchup for him.
Bartlett still has a slip in pace. Oh, and it does hit the outside edge of the bat, but it's a thick outside edge, and it's gone straight to Marnus Labuschagne at backward point.
That's probably a pretty good example, like, because he plays with the closed face, the ball just going that way on him.
4 on the offside, saving 1, and 2 on the leg side. The 2 men out are at well, wideish but conventional third man, and a deep backward square leg. South Africa winning the toss, choosing to bat first. 2 for 46, coming towards the end of the 9th over. This one turned away off his pads by Brietska. I think it was literally off his pads. Confirmation from umpire Richard Illingworth. The other umpire, currently standing at square leg, is a man I watched play cricket. He was born in Somerset West in the Western Cape, played 21 games for Boyland and Western Province, Newlands, before emigrating, and I can tell you that his surname wasn't pronounced Kosh when he grew up in South Africa. Another one that's been Australianized. That's not how you pronounce it in South Africa. Here is Bartlett again, and Dazorzi drives straight back down the ground with unexpected power, and also unexpected was the direction it went in, because I'm pretty sure he was trying to pull that leg side, like through mid-wicket, or at least an on drive, and either he was late on it or just some adaptation of the shot, and it's just gone. And it looked like he was pulling through the legs, through mid-wicket, didn't it? It's gone straight back past the bowler and the umpire, fizzing, crackling down to the boundary for 4.
Oh, he's looking at a replay again, and you're right, he was trying to hit it through mid-wicket, but it just got onto him a bit quick, but he kept going. It's nearly cleaned up Bartlett, it's missed him, it's nearly cleaned up the stumps, it's missed them, and then it nearly cleaned up Ray Illingworth as it made its way past them all down to the boundary very, very quickly. It was about knee height It would have hurt if it hit one of those guys in the knee. A long period of time.
I'm trying to work out how it's gone straight. I mean, he was
late on it, I think.
Is that what it was? Just...
Oh, Bartlow's actually got out of the way.
And good choice.
And it's come back that quickly and that hard. He had no chance to get his hands down there. He's pulled his left. Oh, it's actually just clipped. Oh, what about it's clipped his back leg and almost gone onto the stumps. And if that had been the case, Rescue would have been on his way home.
That's exactly right. Ellis into the attack. Starts off with a slower ball. Really, really impressive. He wears a towel on the back of his trousers and it's just fallen out, as it did a couple of times during the T20 series. But I don't know whether that was a deliberate slower ball Yorker. It's my favourite delivery. That's what it was.
Yeah. You know, he bowls a slow ball every time. His first ball of every innings is a slow ball. Every time. I bet you.
Really?
He bowled one the other night. He did it in the T20.
It's my absolute favourite delivery. Often it just means that the slower balls come out a little bit fuller than it should have done, the slower ball Yorker, but I love it. Here he is. Ellis once again is pushed away out towards mid-wicket. I must say I shared Jason Gillespie's enthusiasm for Nathan Ellis in white ball cricket. I think, you know, I mean, it's one thing having all the tricks, it's another knowing when to use them and how often to use them.
He's very good, got a good skill set, uses them well. He's happy to, he doesn't go out and try and do anything he can't do. He's got a certain, and he just uses them at the right time.
2 for 51, South Africa. Here is Ellison bowling the 10th over. It's short and it's pulled by Britska out towards deep backward square leg, fielded way down there in the deep by Cameron Green. I am quite charmed by the sight of 6 men inside the circle on the offside. They all you can't have names for them unless you get 2 backward points, 2 covers, an extra cover, and a mid off.
couple of third men.
Yeah, just spread out on the offside, guys. Save one. Mitch Marsh is directing traffic now. It's all changed for the left-hander, of course. He's at mid-on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men saving one on the offside for the left-hander Dazorzi. Another slower one. Dazorzi comes forward and pushes it defensively into the offside. 3rd consecutive venue which has been absolutely immaculate in its appearance, which is one thing. It's nice to have a nice looking outfield and a good looking cricket pitch, but they've all played sublimely as well. Absolutely not the slightest question about any of the facilities, and attendances have been magnificent as well. I'm sure there are people, this apparently is a sellout at the Great Barrier Reef Arena, but I'm sure there are some people who've got tickets for the grass banks who'll be coming along a bit later. Pretty warm afternoon, actually. Ellis in again. Dazorzi waits and drives through extra cover. Very clear evidence of a batsman expecting the slower ball there. Dazorzi, they've done all their research. The statsmen, the analysis guys have prepared the videos. They said, this is Ellis, you'll get 4 out of 6 slower balls. And Dazorzi was clearly waiting for that and then punched it through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, well called. It was he was on top of that. He didn't try and hit it too hard. He just waited for the ball to come to him. He knew it was a slower ball, and he knew if he hit it in the gap with any sort of timing, it would be 4. So good preparation from the South Africans.
2 for 66. Short one, pulled by Dazorzi, not timed, bottom edge into the ground. Fielded by Travis Head, and there's no run. So that's the end of the first 10 over power play. Give us your thoughts before you leave us. Stuart Clark, 2 for 56 after 10. Is that on? What do you make of that?
Well, I think the Australians, they'll be happy picking up 2 wickets, getting rid of the top order, the opening batsman for South Africa. Retzky's come and played a few nice shots and hit the ball over the fence a couple of times, but probably evenly poised. What has been noticeable is there's a bit of pace in the wicket, and it's carrying through quite nicely. So I think the faster bowlers will operate more so than we will see the spin, and the spin won't play such a big part as it did the other night up in Cairns.
Thank you very much indeed, Stuart Clark. We'll be joined by Jason Gillespie in just a moment. South Africa winning the toss, choosing to bat first. On strike at the moment is Matthew Britska, who's 27 not out from 22 balls. Dazorzi is 27 from 22. Matthew Britska has 21 from 18 deliveries, going a little bit better than a runner ball. 2 sixes in 1 over against Aaron Hardy. Another over from Xavier Bartlett is driven by Britska up towards mid-off. There's no run. Hello, Dizzy.
Hello, Manners. Hello to all our listeners. Just the second part of that power play was very much South Africa's there. Really lifted that run rate. Looks like the surface has settled down somewhat.
Absolutely glorious sight. There's the grass bank's away to our left, and we're in the main grandstand, as Quentin Hull was describing a little earlier. Brietzke pushes defensively out on the offside, and they scramble through for a single as Labuschagne comes in from backward point. Quite novel watching the game from behind the bowler's arm, isn't it? I could get used to this.
Very nice. Well, we have Darwin. We were side on. We were in the football commentary boxes, and we were down at almost fine leg, weren't we, or deep cover in at Kazali's in Cairns. Beautiful grounds, no doubt. But it's just, yeah, it's nice to be down the wicket and can give our listeners more of an idea of, I suppose, what's happening there.
We do have a television monitor to have a look at replays, but it's about 10 or 11 seconds late. Short and pulled by de Zorzi. Not that short, I have to say, from Xavier Bartlett. But we saw in the previous over de Zorzi pulling one straight back past the bowler, and he's played a similar shot, and it's just clothed it again, just right off the toe end of the bat, and no run. Gee, it's warm today. Lovely.
It is very nice. And just what you're saying there about, you know, de Zorzi looking to play access off the back foot, it's like he can trust the bounce. It's good, consistent bounce on this surface here at Great Barrier Reef Arena.
So change in the field now. The extra men on the boundary as Bartlett is in once more. Back of a length outside the off stump. de Zorzi on the back foot punches it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He's one of the extra fielders on the boundary. Only 10, only 2 on the boundary, of course, inside the first 10 overs. And now Australia have the luxury of 2 more. Where do they put them? For the right-handed Brietzke, they're going to have a cover sweeper, third man, long leg and deep square leg. So mid-on and mid-off, both up inside the circle, which is interesting because Brietzke doesn't mind this lofted straight drive. Goes over extra cover as well, but predominantly, I suppose, a leg side player. And there he goes on the pull shot, 2 men out in the deep. It will be intercepted by Nathan Ellis down at long leg. Just back of a length from Bartlett. Don't know whether it was pace off, whether he just bowled a slightly slower one there, banging into the pitch.
I think the field you just described, with particularly the guy, the players outside the circle, it's almost Xavier Bartlett's almost telling Brietzke what he's going to bowl because of those. No one's in front of the wicket, deep into the field, so he's going to bowl back of a length into the pitch.
Here is Bartlett again, does so to de Zorzi on the back foot, the left-hander, chops it into the offside, and they go through for a single as Aaron Hardy does the tidying up. Any idea? It was interesting. We were told, Quentin told us that in a domestic game, must have been last summer, 350 odd chased down in the second innings.
Right.
Does it look? I mean, I haven't seen any seam movement. There's been a little bit of swing.
There was a little bit of seam movement up front, a little bit early, but I think it's more the bounce and carry that's been I suppose, the trademark of this surface first part of the innings. Saw Hazelwood get a little bit of movement off the surface, but it was the carry through to Josh Inglis. Josh Inglis was taking a lot of Josh Hazelwood's deliveries at chest and shoulder height. Suggests that true bounce.
Nathan Ellis has a sideways start to his run-up. He takes 2 paces as if he's walking towards mid-off, and then turns and straightens and is into his run. Short, pulled by de Zorzi through mid-wicket. A slower ball bouncer, and do you know what? I think it's one of those cases where it was a good ball and a good shot, because Ellis has bowled slower into the pitch. It's risen on de Zorzi. He realised he hasn't read it, and he's still somehow managed to manufacture a pull shot through mid-wicket.
I think with it looked to be a change of pace there from Nathan Ellis, and I think it just sits up in the surface. Yeah, with the benefit of the replay, it certainly did sit up in the surface, and de Zorzi just had to make good contact, and it was always going to be a boundary.
Just the 2 men on the onside, mid-wicket, and Captain Mitch Marsh at mid-on. Ellis in to de Zorzi, little chop shot now. Gets it down to third man. I think he was trying to play it a little bit squarer than that, to be honest, but a bottom edge, he'll take it. It's a single, it's strike rotation. Dezorzi into the 30s, 34 now. Brzezinski 23. South Africa 2 for 65. One change in the lower order or the middle order, with Prenlin Subrayan sitting out this one, and Senya and Mutasami, both 31-year-old spinners from Durban. One off spinner, one left arm spinner. So that changed. Dezorzi in for Bavuma, that's the other. Slower ball again from Ellis. And yeah, I'm not sure if Brzezinski read that, but he pushed it away defensively out on the offside. The South African player, or dugout they call it, really, don't they? But it's not a dugout.
It's not quite a dugout.
It's a tent. I mean, well, it's a canopy.
Canopy is a good description, Manners.
And the Australians are away to the right of our commentary box. The South Africans are almost directly below us. And Nathan Ellis runs in once again, mid on, mid off, right on the edge of the circle. It's punched away by Brzezinski with a straight bat to backward point. So just ask, tell me, Dizzy, Devolt Brevis is, if he's not next in, he's at number 6, so he's padded up, and he just left the canopy to walk into the actual change rooms. So if the next batsman in decides that he better take a precautionary trip to the bathroom, and he's next in, and a wicket falls moments after he's left the canopy, here is Ellis once again. Brzezinski punches it off the back foot to head at extra cover. So let's say Brevis was next in, and Stubbs. If Brevis needs to go to the bathroom and it's in the change rooms, right in the back of the grandstand, right underneath.
Yes.
Does the next batsman, is he on standby until he comes back?
I think there'd be enough time to,
Yeah.
have his comfort break and then get back out in time, I would have thought.
Well, you've spent enough time in dugouts. I just wondered whether you...
I will tell you a funny story in a sec.
Here is Ellis again, and whipped away, tries to whip it away through the leg side, can't do so, and it hits him on the pad, and they trot through for a leg by. It's interesting being so close to the players and the canopy, and just actually watching the players who are next in and whether they get up and move about. I was rather hoping you were leading on to a funny story.
Well, yes. I mean, so it was my final first-class game. I was playing for Glamorgan. This is 2008 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And there's 3 batters away from batting. I think I was batting 8 or 9. And I needed the bathroom. So I needed to, basically, I had all my kit on. I needed to, I was still 3 batters away, but I had all my kit on, and I thought, I'll go to the bathroom here. And all of a sudden I heard a roar. I thought, I better hurry up here. So I was trying to get things moving quickly. Heard another roar. I'm next in. And I'm still finishing off. So I've just raced off. I get this call, Dizzy, and I can't do a Welsh accent, but Dizzy, you're in. And as we watch this ball.
Bartlett in. Oh, Brzezinski's on, down the wicket, and he's just carving this top edge straight over the keeper's head. It's an absolute mow. It really does look like a tail ender's agricultural slog from Brzezinski, but there is some science to it. He's trying to hit straight. He's trying to go over mid-on or mid-off. Harry Brook plays that shot for England.
I really like how he goes about it. He knows that everything is going to be back of a length, because the fielders that are outside the circle, the 4 guys outside, are all square of the wicket or behind the wicket. So Bartlett almost can't pitch the ball up. So Brzezinski knows that the ball's going to be 1/3 of the way down the pitch at least.
Here is Bartlett again. This time he just takes a single, and he makes it quite comfortably. It could even be an overthrow, actually. No, it's going to be backed up by Ellis as Bartlett fields off his own bowling, shies at the stumps, and they scramble through for an easy single.
So to finish my story, I was next in, and I took a little bit of time to get out there, obviously, and I'm facing a young Chris Wokes on a hat-trick in my final first-class innings. And I take guard, I look it around, I'm still trying to gather my thoughts, obviously. Had to move things quickly in the bathroom, obviously, and face the first ball, and I let it go. And as I'm letting it go, I'm thinking I'm in trouble here. It's pretty close to the off stump, and I think it missed by a couple of inches. I was lucky. I ended up getting about a dozen or so runs. But yeah, it was a bit of a hairy time, Manners.
There is a change in the field now. They've dropped long on back, so slight change. It gives Bartlett a little bit more of reassurance and security, having that man straight on the boundary. Chris Works, 2008. Gee, he's 36 now. So
yeah, he was only a youngster. He was 19 or 20, I reckon. He was, and bowling nicely, like very skillful. But he was very early in his career. And, yeah, so that was my memory, one of my memories, lasting memories of my last first-class game.
Well, there wasn't the canopy dugout option in a championship game, was there? It was just the change rooms, and sometimes at some of those older grounds they can be quite some distance away. Here's Bartlett again, tucked away by Brietzke onto the back foot, clipping behind square. Inglis goes and chases it. I wondered whether there might have been a change for Josh Inglis and Alex Carey, one game each with the gloves, but not the case. Inglis keeps hold of them.
No, and I think the reason would be that Carey is probably the superior fielder out of the two.
Oh,
that's what that's my assumption, because my personal feeling is that Carey's a superior keeper.
Right, that's what I thought you were going to say.
That's my personal opinion.
Here's Bartlett again, and Dezorzi is doing very nicely indeed. Drives down to long on just for another single. South Africa 2 for 74.
And that's certainly not being dismissive of Josh Inglis's keeping, because he's a very good keeper. But I just feel that what Carey has done over the last number of years, I think his keeping has been excellent for Australia in the Test arena. But yeah, that's the way that the Australians have decided to go. Obviously, Josh Inglis is their long-term option in white ball cricket. I think that's pretty clear. The preference from the Australian coach and selectors.
3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, saving 1. Bartlett in once again, back of a length, as predominantly he has bowled in his spell so far. And it's clipped away by the right-handed Brietzke for another single. And Australia's 12th man. Don't think that's Cooper Connolly.
Yeah, I think it could be, actually.
Cooper, or is it Matt Kuhneman?
It might be Kuhneman, yeah.
He's sprinting onto the field with his orange bib on, and with a towel to. He's gone to Josh Inglis, actually. Talking of which, talking of whom, 2 for 75. It is Cooper Connolly. Quentin has got binoculars on him. Incredible for sporting facility. You are
very enamoured with Mackay, and North Queensland and Northern Australia.
The whole trip. I mean, that's why.
Are you getting on your plane at the end of the?
I'm considering it. I wonder whether I can delay for a week. Driven now down the ground by Brietzke, and well, it was some enthusiastic, energetic fielding from Aaron. It's Bartlett.
Let's just watch Brietzke, because he's just pulled up a little bit after that quick single, and now he's sort of just kneeling down and stretching. Don't be surprised if the physio comes out at the end of the over to see Brietzke there. Let's just keep an eye on that, Manners.
Yeah, well, it was a very sudden and aggressive acceleration as Nathan Ellis is up to the crease again, and punched off the back foot by Dezorzi, the left-hander, out towards Cameron Green on the cover boundary, but it wasn't too far away from Marnus Labuschagne at backward point, not too far away at all. What I do find astonishing in Darwin as well, the Marara Sports Complex, it wasn't not just the stadium, there's 7 or 8 sporting venues around. There's floodlights as far as the eye can see. There's 2 AFL grounds, and they're right. I don't know.
Cricket. There was.
But the same here.
Basketball, hockey. Yeah.
And Mackay's half the size of Darwin, and yet these facilities are incredible. Australians, you are spoiled. Appreciated. Short, punched off the back foot by Brietzke, just wide of mid-off. That's what we were talking about. He likes to go straight, and Australia have got, for a large time, they've had mid-on and mid-off up in the circle, and Brietzke is running down the wicket, either expecting or almost knowing it's going to be short or back of a length, and baseball style, crunching it straight back over the bowler's head. Gee, that was close to Marsh.
It was close to Marsh, and I like that Ellis has got long off back now, long on back. I'd actually get a little bit funky with the field and have long off back, but very straight, almost behind the bowler's arm.
Interesting. Yeah, that would be a deterrent, wouldn't it? Or would it make the batsman think? That one's clipped off his pads out towards square leg, and they go through for a single just shy at the stumps, which hits Brzeska. I think it hit his bat, actually. There's an apology anyway from Cam Green.
And the reason I say that, man, is having that fielder in that position, because Brzeska is basically looking to hit, as you mentioned, straight down the ground, get him thinking something else, but still maintain. And what it does, it still gives the bowler the option to pitch the ball up. Because at the moment, by having all your outfielders square of the wicket or behind the wicket, you basically have to pitch the ball back of a length.
Slower ball from Ellis, nicely bowled. Oh, it's an absolute pleasure watching him go through his repertoire of tricks, I think, in the nicest possible way. The idea is to deceive the batsman, and he's got such control, isn't he? And I reckon he says there's got to be, 3, 4 different sorts of slower ball.
He's
one
got
out the front of the fingers, isn't there?
He's got one out the front. He's got an off cutter. He's got his back of the hand slower ball.
The one maybe from deep in the hand, that's another one as well. That's down the leg side, and there's deflection of some sort off Tony DeZorzi. Josh Inglis gets a glove to it. Ellis was up prematurely to celebrate, but there was no indication from anybody else, and there's certainly no sign of disappointment from Josh Inglis. So I don't know whether that did actually come off the bat. Dizzy Gillespie's going to have a look at it.
Yeah, I think it went in between bat and pad, and I think Ellis thought it might have hit his bat on the way through. Just went over the leg stump as well. Josh Inglis, I think, to be fair to Josh Inglis, I think it fell a fraction short of him, but I don't think there was a scratch on it.
An aeroplane takes off the very nearby airport, and into the commentary box comes Quentin Hull.
And that's why it's called the airport end, Jason.
I was about to say exactly that.
Well, Manners has certainly adapted to life in these parts very quickly.
Not sure he's leaving.
Australia 2 for 82. Hardy delivers and Brzeska defence on the offside, but gets a run just to the left of Marnus Labuschagne.
I was just about to say, Q, before you jumped on, is that Aaron Hardy just bowled the one over, and Mitch Marsh would have had to identify when can I get him back into the attack, because we need to get overs out of him. Only got 2 out of him in Cairns. Went for 18 off his 20 off his 2 overs. He's gone for 16 off his first over here in Mackay. They need good overs out of Aaron Hardy.
He's now coming right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Tony DeZorzi, who pulls just short of mid-wicket. I don't think that was a chance.
Oh, I think it dropped short.
Bartlett was there. It was low. The crowd certainly went up. It was a mistimed pull shot, and Bartlett's quite... he's almost forward of mid-wicket, not traditional, but yeah, just didn't carry, but not a controlled stroke from Tony DeZorzi, who remains 37 from 33 deliveries. South Africa winning the toss and batting 2 for 83, make it 84 as DeZorzi takes a run, as Bartlett now tracks from that position at mid-wicket to mid-on, tumbles and saves any further run. So DeZorzi now 38 off 34, Brzeska 38 from 33 deliveries. If you weren't with us early on, Aidan Markram dismissed in the second over for a 4-ball duck. He mistimed a flick off his pads from Bartlett, taken by head at mid-wicket. Out for naught, score 1 for 2. As Brzeska faces Hardy, top edge, it's tried to turn that down back at a square. It's gone almost over the third man rope for 6. It pitched a metre from the rope and goes into the boundary sponge. He was looking in the opposite direction to where that went. That's 4 for Brzeska. He moves to 42. South Africa 2 for 88.
Initial thoughts there, Q, wasn't it? We thought it was going straight up in the air. And maybe an Inglis or a Travis Head or Adam Zampa we're going to take that catch. But yeah, as you mentioned, it 1 metre from the rope, flew off that bat of his.
Run rate's good at 6 and over. Hardy tries again, short and pulled with timing. Ellis has to work quickly to his left at deep backward square. He does so, prevents the boundary, and just the one, 2 for 89 with 1 ball left in the 15th over.
I think there's no doubt that the South Africans in their strategy meetings, their planning meetings, seeing that they could potentially target Aaron Hardy. He's not the quickest of the bowlers. He's a tall bowler. He hits the pitch nicely. He's got some changes of pace, good accuracy, but they've identified him as the guy that maybe they can target.
Last ball of the over. De Zorzi from back in the crease punches but can't beat mid-wicket. And that ends Aaron Hardy's over. So South Africa 2 for 89 through 15 overs. Brzezinski 43 from 35 deliveries. De Zorzi 38 from 35. And that's where we'll take a moment to have a refreshment on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Jason Gillespie with you. We'd love to hear from you on the text line 0467 920 222. Getting to the back end of the traditional working week on the East Coast. West Coast sort of just after lunchtime, so many might be tuning into the cricket and getting ready for a big weekend ahead with, of course, 4 games of football coming your way on ABC Sport tonight. 2 in the AFL, 2 in the NRL.
Beautiful.
You're from the City of Churches. Are you on the side that's watching footy tonight, or on the side of the City of Churches, which has been disappointed with developments at your football club this week?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'll certainly be checking in on the scores of the footy post our game here. But yeah,
more Crow than Power.
Neither really. I don't mind the Bulldogs actually, the Western Bulldogs. But I just like watching a good game.
Yeah,
Q. That's my thing. I'd rather just watch a good game of footy. I'm not passionate enough to be one team only. But
we often get criticised speaking about footy during a cricket broadcast, but that's generally when it's in the middle of summer. Look, we're literally still right before finals.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, there's obviously with the AFL, and there was a decision there with the Isaac Rankin.
Isaac Rankin getting 4 weeks suspension for a homophobic slur, which was sort of had a lot of people speaking about the whys and wherefores of that.
And look, it's been done to death, but you just think surely he either did it or he didn't, and players are well educated. For heaven's sake, it's 2025, Q. Surely we're past all this nonsense.
Yeah.
Let's just, look.
Consistency is an issue in any sport.
Absolutely.
And I think that's certainly an area where, we haven't found much consistency.
That's right.
In that part. So Port Adelaide playing Gold Coast tonight after, that's sort of little time shifted. Collingwood's playing Melbourne. All of those games, by the way, are on the Listen app, and probably I reckon the AFL games are good, but when it comes to the NRL, you've got like 2 finals games tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Penrith and Canberra in Mudgee, and then in Mudgee. Yeah. Wow. So we're here in Mackay, and they're playing that game in Mudgee, and then the Storm host the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs tonight. So
it's so good, professional sport getting out into the regions, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
it's so good.
Well, I'm a Wagga boy, and I profess, and look, for those of you, here we are, we've got Australia versus South Africa in the early hours of Sunday morning. The Wallabies take on the Springboks. Corey Toole, who's a boy from Wagga, he's been picked to make his debut for the Wallabies. So there's another regional sporting. I've always found a way to get Wagga into the conversation, Diz. But yeah, when you've got cricket at this time of year, it's impossible. It's funny, I was driving home from calling the footy on Saturday to listen to you guys in Cairns with the 50-over game, the 20-over game, sorry. There's certainly, we're not wanting for sport at the moment.
It's absolutely brilliant, and just seeing how everyone's embracing it here in the regions, obviously here in Mackay, the Great Barrier Reef Arena, it's building up, isn't it? The crowd, there's no doubt about that. It's a beautiful, beautiful stadium, and I hope everyone's enjoying listening to it on ABC.
Here's an unnamed text that says, "How good is Dizzy? Knows the game and truly down-to-earth bloke." Yeah, indeed. Please send us your name if you've got a text. 0467
very kind.
920 222. Bob from Seymour asks, when will the AFLW back on the Listen app? Yep, we'll have plenty of coverage of the AFLW through the season as well. Adam Zampa's going to have a bowl, so we've had a refreshment. 15 overs down here. South Africa 2 for 89. And, well, he'll be minding his P's and Q's after copping a demerit point.
He reported himself, didn't he?
I don't think so. I think it just, there was bleed from the...
Right.
A bad throw from the outfield from Cameron Green. So the F-bomb was dropped and it was picked up and he got a wrap over the knuckles. So let's see if there's any grip in this Mackay pitch early on here. Bowls to Brzezinski, who slaps a square drive out to the sweeper and takes a single, 2 for 90.
Gee, he's been good in white ball cricket over many years now, Adam Zampa, for his country. Certainly in the conversation as one of the most effective white ball spinners that Australia's had over the years. And he's in pretty good company.
Yeah, and he is a chance of going a cog higher on the all-time wicket takers list for Australia in one-day internationals.
Oh, who's he near?
Okay.
Oh, the great Steve Waugh.
Yes. How did you know that? Do you look at my notes?
No. No, because everyone forgets Steve Waugh was such an effective white ball bowler early in his career.
Dazorzi, reverse sweeps without great timing, straight to backward point.
So Stephen played over 300 games, and probably his first 150 games he was bowling regularly, wasn't he? And then he basically stopped bowling or bowled very little. And he had an incredible record because he used to bowl at the death. He bowled a lot of slower balls, and he was a very effective bowler for Australia.
Zampa over the wicket. Dazorzi, leading edge, doesn't carry back to the bowler. Only a metre or so short from a return chance for Zampa. He looked to turn that on the onside Dazorzi, but all it did was balloon back down the pitch. That's a lucky one for him. So early on, points for Zampa as Dazorzi is tapping away. Zampa, that's quicker and flatter, mistimed punch from Dazorzi into the covers.
But I think with Steve Waugh's career and how it developed and his leadership and that, almost his late 80s, early 90s bowling got forgotten in the greater scheme of things. And, you know, what a wonderful career he had in both formats.
Zampa, again, pretty quick into the pitch, and Dazorzi pulls, but straight to Labuschagne at mid-wicket. Score remains 2 for 90.
One thing I've always liked with Adam Zampa is his management of the lengthy bowls. He almost always keeps the stumps in play. It's almost like he's always hitting the top of the stumps.
So 4 on the offside in the infield and 1 on the on. 3 in the deep on the onside. 4's Zampa to the left-hander. Leading edge again, that does Curry. Caught and bowled, Dazorzi's out. He was lucky to survive early in the over. And yet again, the left-hander trying to work that with the spin on the onside. Has only spooned a return chance to Adam Zampa, who strikes at the end of his opening over. And South Africa loses its 3rd wicket. 16 overs in. South Africa 3 for 90. Dazorzi made 38 from 40 deliveries.
And he's only got himself to blame there. Earlier in the over, you mentioned he got a leading edge from the wrong and almost got himself out. Didn't learn from his mistake earlier in the over. And in the end, loses his wicket. Well bowled, Adam Zampa.
Oh, so often can be relied upon to take a crucial wicket. And that ends a pretty handy partnership of 67 for the 3rd wicket. And now Tristan Stubbs will come to the crease for South Africa. Pretty important wicket that for the Australians. I know they got the top 2 cheaply, but that was gaining some momentum at about a run a ball. It was a nice platform building partnership.
It certainly was. It's just, you never want to lose a wicket, never an ideal time, but gee, the Australians will be relieved that they've got that wicket. Much needed one. As you mentioned, Q, that partnership was really developing nicely for South Africa. Doesn't look like there's too many demons in this surface.
So that's the end of the over, and Tristan Stubbs, who made a 2-ball duck. One of Travis Head's 4 victims in Cairns in that first one-day international. So he is at the non-striker's end. New over, Hardy bowling to Brzezinski. Short, and he controls the pull shot without great timing, takes a single out to deep square. So Brzezinski on to 45. South Africa 3 for 91. Yes, I love, in a way, that South Africa brings this squad of players that haven't played a lot at international level. This is just the 11th one-dayer for Tristan Stubbs. You know, he's played the 10 test matches and about 38 T20s, but early in his 50-over career, averaging 31, striking at about 90.
He's a good player, and I like that South Africa are investing in him in the 50-over format. I think he's a player worth investing in.
Right-handed. There's no slip for Hardy, bowling to him.
No.
Defends off his toes into the gully. Yeah, Steve Waugh, you were talking about one of the most storied careers in Australian, let alone world cricket. One of the most underestimated parts of Steve Waugh's contribution to the game. Is he seen as the man that made the slower ball mainstream in white ball cricket? That 87 World Cup in the subcontinent, he and Simon O'Donnell, it seemed to change the way that the death overs were bowled as Hardy delivers and forwards comes Stubbs to get a run on the offside.
Yeah, if you remember, both Steve Waugh and Simon O'Donnell were excellent in the back end of innings 50-over cricket, weren't they? In the late 80s.
I remember as a kid watching him and then listening to him, how I sort of only hold half of the ball. That's why I can bowl with my natural delivery and it deceives because it sort of slews its way out of the hand in a different manner. Goretzka's now on strike to Hardy, defends back to the bowler. As that's not a plane, that's a helicopter. So it's obviously not just passenger aircraft, but an airfield as well at the airport end where Hardy's bowling from.
Yeah, and then they paved the way for other great exponents of the slow ball. For instance, Ian Harvey was a wonderful exponent of that delivery.
The freak show. Ian Harvey, there's a name. Hardy delivers and Goretzka defends.
Still coaching these days. He lives in the UK. Has done for a long, long time. He's
up there with Ponytail Express for one of the great nicknames. Not quite as good, but Ian Harvey, the freak.
The freak. Well, Ian Harvey could and the reason he was called the freak is because he could pretty much do anything. He could throw right and left-handed. He could bowl really well bat. He could smack it everywhere. Gun fielder.
3 for 92, short from Hardy, pulled by Goretzka without the full flourish. He wanted to get that down and did, and takes the single to Carey in the deep. South Africa 3 for 93, and that's the end of the 17th over. Goretzka 46 from 40 deliveries. Stubbs 1 from 2. After Aidan Markram deputising for Temba Bavuma today. Bavuma having his hamstring managed, so Markram's captain today, but he made a 4-ball duck. He was out for 2 in the second over. Ryan Rickleton out for 8. It was 2 for 23 in the 6th over, and De Zorzi in that previous Zampa over caught and bowled for 38, 3 for 90 after 16. So here we are, 3 for 93 after 17, and Zampa's going to continue with a few high clouds around, the breeze coming off the ocean. Glorious Friday afternoon in Mackay. Goretzka on strike, full and driven to the sweeper at long off. I think of a second, but Ellis is quick off the rope to keep it to 1.
Yeah, you are right. It's a beautiful day here. The lovely Mackay. Crowds come out in force. We'll expect to see a few more as the end of the working day comes, end of the school day.
Sure, you get half a day off at school.
Yes, absolutely.
If not, I'm like, Mum, Dad, note, must leave at lunchtime. International cricket. Zampa to Stubbs, who takes the single on the drive to mid-off. So Stubbs is away. He's got a couple. 3 for 95. Did you ever get parents to write a note say, I know, sort of Melbourne Cup Day? Yeah. Quentin must leave school at lunchtime.
The Shield cricket, I'd just go as soon as school finished. I'd try and get the last session at Adelaide Oval.
Inglis keeping up to the spinner Zampa. Goretzka off an inside edge. There's an exasperated moan there. Sort of went in the air if there was a short leg, maybe. But it's a run in one-day cricket. Not many short legs in 50-over cricket.
No.
It's a single on the onside. Goretzka to 48. And immediately Zampa into the game. There's energy about him. Pressure seems to be on the batsman. Stubbs forward and defending. Yeah, so sort of Melbourne Cup day, I'd asked for a note. Dad was working at the races anyway, so.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I remember as a high school kid, Australia played a rugby league test match in Wagga against Papua New Guinea.
Yep.
1988. Zampa, we're wearing number 88. Bowls, it's driven straight into the covers. The thing is, our principal, his name was John Kennedy, not of television fame, but he actually played rugby league for New Zealand. So the entire school got the afternoon off to go and watch the Australian Kangaroos play the Papua New Guinea Kumuls at Eric Weisel Oval in 1988.
Full house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely packed. It was Alan Langer's test debut. There you go, the great Alfie Langer.
Brilliant.
Run for Stubbs, punching out to deep point. That's the end of the over from Zampa. South Africa 3 for 97 through 18 overs with Brietzke 48. He's faced 42 deliveries, so going better than a run of ball. Stubbs is 3 from 6. Quentin Hull and Jason Gillespie are with you. G'day to Pete, who texts, wow, ODI and Mackay, great call and a real tonic for us veterans here. Cricket is therapy for us. More of the same, we hope. Best from Pete. Thank you. Daniel from Darwin wants more Wallabies chat. So we're speaking about Corey Tour before. But yeah, so it was interesting. So my principal at St Michael's High School in Wagga played Test Rugby League for New Zealand, and it was the first ever Rugby League international played in a regional area.
Oh, wow.
In 1988, they did it as part of the bicentenary celebrations, and the Papua New Guinea Kumuls came to Wagga and played the Australian Kangaroos. Hazelwood's back into the attack. He's bowling here to Stubbs, mistimes a drive to mid-off. So Hazelwood has bowled 4 overs, none for 19. Bowled those 4 unchanged from the start of the inning. So in for his second spell.
Yep, a good move. Aaron Hardy just bowled I think he's bowled the 3 overs now. I think Australians are seizing an opportunity here with the new batter Stubbs. Feel they can have an impact here, so bring back their main strike bowler.
Tall frame of Hazelwood. Forward comes Stubbs. No run. He's an interesting watch, isn't he, Josh Hazelwood? I'd love your thoughts, Jason, as to why we see Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins given the chance to get ready for the summer ahead, yet Josh Hazelwood is here.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think Josh himself, we interviewed him the other day, and he himself prefers to get his bowling in games than at training. So all bowlers are different. I think Pat Cummins is the opposite. He likes to do it in training.
Hazelwood delivers, and a run for Stubbs off his hip, turning it through square leg for a single. Cam Green, speaking of bowling, he does the fielding, and the news sort of coming through that it looks like he's not going to play a lot of the white ball stuff against India coming up, because he's going to be getting that red ball in his hand, apart from playing in the whites in Shield cricket.
Isn't that great news for if you're an Australian supporter? But it'll be interesting to see what the Australian selectors do if he does in fact bowl. Do they change the batting order? That would be the question.
Brietzke on 48 faces Hazelwood. Tap and knows the call. He was thinking of a quick run on the offside, but you don't do that when Marnus is looming at backward point.
No, he's very good there at backward point, Marnus Labuschagne. But it will be really interesting if Cameron Green is fit to bowl in the Ashes. 1, how many overs is he going to be allowed to bowl? 2, does it mean a role change for him with the bat in hand because of an increased bowling workload? I mean, to be fair, Jacques Kallis batted 3 and bowled 20 overs a day for South Africa for many years.
Yeah. Hazelwood outside the off stump, and Brietzke punches forcefully out through point. There's a sweeper on the rope right in front of the sports club, and that's Hardy there doing the fielding, just the one.
I think from a selection point of view, it's very simple. If the selectors feel that he's the best man for the job, then he bats 3. But if they feel they want to give him an opportunity to recover, rest, whatever, following a bowling stint or the like, then they might look to reshuffle that batting order. But it'll be interesting to see which way the selectors go. Rounds of Shield cricket are going to be crucial, I think, to selection, particularly with the makeup of the top 3.
Stubbs is on 4. He defends Hazelwood off an inside edge. He'll take a single past the square leg umpire. And that brings up the 100 for South Africa. Winning the toss, electing to bat. At the end of 19 overs, South Africa is 3 for 100. Stubbs with that single moving to 5. Brezka unbeaten on 49. Markram out for naught, Rickleton 8 and Dezorzi 38. Quentin Hull and Jason Gillespie with you. It's Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport in Mackay. Your thoughts welcome on 0467 920 222. And there is the other thing that hasn't been really discussed about Cam Green and bowling and where his future lies. How can you drop Bo Webster from the Test team?
It's a great call, because Bo brings 3 strings to the bow, pardon the pun. But obviously bats well. He can give you useful overs, and he's a very good fielder, particularly his catching.
Zampa continues from the Reef end, tossed up, driven by Stubbs. Nice shot. Just ensure he eased that through the covers out to Carey on the rope for a single.
And just the thoughts on that. If Cameron Green does end up bowling, then the decision will be regarding a Bo Webster, for instance. Is he in the best 6 batters in the country? And if they feel he is, then obviously he plays. But if they don't feel, because his bowling's then off the table if Cameron Green's playing.
Brezka faces Zampa. That's a quicker delivery. Defended back to the bowler. Brezka is 49 not out.
I mean, it's off the table, but Cameron Green will be the 4th seamer. And then you have the spin of Nathan Lyon. So they have 5 out-and-out bowlers. So then Bo Webster would therefore be judged on his batting. And is he good enough to be in the team as a batter on his own?
Full outside the off stump, and Brezka continues his amazing start to his one-day international career. That's a single which brings up a half-century. Batsmen well and truly in their ground as you hear the stumps there. So Brezka reaches 50 from 46 deliveries, and I hate asking questions which I can't give you the answer to, but someone might have it. Rick, if you're listening, send us a message. When is the last time an international batsman passed 50 in his first 4 one-day international innings? 150 versus New Zealand, 83 versus Pakistan, 57 in the first game, and now 50 not out here. Well played. Stubbs now on strike. Full from Zampa. Drives it. Misfielded by Labuschagne in the covers, who's feeling at his fingers. That hurt. Carey does the backing up to keep it to a single.
You know Rick will be listening, and we'll get an answer soon.
Yep. So that's... Or if anyone else has the time to go through the records.
It's a great question. Great question.
So 150 against New Zealand and 83 against Pakistan in the Champions Trophy. And then 57 on Tuesday night, and now 50 not Matthew Brezka facing Adam Zampa here. That's outside the leg stump, turned on the onside. Inglis quickly whips off the gloves and does the fielding to ensure that there's no cheeky infield single.
I suppose the question must be asked, why was he not in the T20 squad?
Yeah, really good question. And as I mentioned, he'd been in hot form for Northants in the 2020 Blast in the UK.
Spot on.
Zampa right arm over the wicket. Brezka, bottom edge into his pads, and but for that little nick, it aborted what was going to be a curdling, full-blooded appeal from Adam Zampa. But he hit it, so not out. Jason Gillespie makes way. Stuart Clark is about to come in. 3 for 103 South Africa. That's 20 overs done, with Brezka 50 from 48 deliveries and Stubbs 7 from 12. South Africa winning the toss and electing to bat. Tony Dezorzi coming in with Temba Bavuma rested with a hamstring issue that he's managing. He'll play on Sunday. And the left-arm spinner Senurun Muthusamy coming in with Prunellan Sobrayan again out of the team with his action to be analysed. Hey, Stu.
G'day, Q.
Here's big Joshy Hazelwood. Stubbs on his toes, defends, and Brezka says, I'll have a single. Defending on the offside. Now Dizzy's tapping. Oh, Kepler. Kepler Vessel's got 450s in his first. There you go.
There you go. I didn't know that.
And that's a really good stat, considering we've got the 2 countries that Kepler Vessels represented. South Africa to Queensland to Australia, back to South Africa as their skipper on return from the apartheid regime, back to international sport.
He
and now seen at the cricket all the time in my part of the world as a match referee. Hazelwood delivers short, and it's pulled by Brezka. He actually leant across to the offside. He opened up that shot there, Stewie. Controls it down to Ellis at deep backward square. Moves to 51, 3 for 105.
He's a good player of the short ball, isn't he? So plenty of time. Every time it's banged in, he does no trouble by just rolling around on it and knocking it into deep square leg or deep backward square leg. It's all timing. There's no flourish. There's no risk. Just looks like a very proficient player of the short ball. I'll tell you what is very noticeable. He's an excellent runner between the wickets. He's very quick and a good judge. He'd actually be a little bit hard work to run with a guy that was not so easy to between the wickets.
Stubbs tapping away now. 3 for 105. Hazelwood over the wicket. Stubbs takes a quick single to mid-on. And no chance that Bartlett could prevent that. Xavier Bartlett already with another couple of wickets today. So he's playing his third one-day international. Xavier Bartlett already has 10 wickets.
The wicket-taking machine, Q. Certainly in the short version of the game. He hasn't been talked about yet in the test, but I think he's almost, well, he's not that they won't say he's the next one, but I'd be looking at him as potentially the next guy into the test team should there be an injury and Boland's not available, or there was something like that going on.
Hazelwood outside the off stump. Bredska drives off an outside edge. It flies over backward point. Two men in the deep almost converge. It's Zampa getting there first from deep third to do the fielding on the rope, and they take two. Bredska to 53, 3 for 108.
He's not as strong through there as he tried to go over mid-off that time and just ended up skewing it almost over the top of backward point. That's not his strength. Opening the face or unnaturally opening the face. Got two for it. Very effective.
I'm sure you'd be happy to know, Stu, that the cricket button, after having a sort of a foible or two at the start of the day on the Listen app, it's back working again.
Green button or just the cricket button?
No, we're on the green button as well at the moment, but the cricket button's back and going. It wasn't working earlier today. Hazelwood bouncer left alone by Bredska. So that's the white cricket ball button on the Listen app. So
another one.
When we get to the evening and you've got 4 footy games to choose from as well, and you want to work out where's the cricket, well, the white button that wasn't working earlier today, it's back and firing.
Do we have any idea what happened to the white button?
No, I'm not sure.
We need to.
I'm not one of those technical boffins.
We need to make some calls to the hierarchy and say, listen, get your white button fixed.
Yep, something like that.
Right, okay.
Well, you've got pulls, Stu.
I'll go make a call as soon as I get off air. I'm making calls to people that create the white button.
Hazelwood to Bredska, outside the off stump, and he drives on the up, very square, races out towards the boundary rope, and it's well fielded by Hardy, who had to really scoot to his left and tumble in front of the patrons who were just sitting on the veranda there of the sports club. And it's another two for Bredska at the end of the over. South Africa 3 for 110. Bredska moves to 55, and your mate Thorpe is about to come in and join you.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you very much indeed, Quentin. So we're into the middle overs. That's where we explore life in the universe and talk about things while South Africa tick over at 5 and over. Adam Zampa's trying to change that, of course. He's here to take wickets in the middle overs and put pressure on South Africa. But I think they'll be reasonably satisfied. They'd be more satisfied if they were 2 for 110 rather than 3 for 110. But they do still have the young tyro Devolt Brevis to come, followed by Vian Mulder, and then a couple of bowlers who can bat a bit, and then a couple of bowlers who can't. Here is Adam Zampa in once again, and an attempted drive from Tristan Stubbs outside the off stump, and it spins past the outside edge into the gloves of Josh Inglis. Bit of turn there for Adam Zampa. More skid, actually.
It just gripped fractionally. He was trying to open the face and get it to the man out at deep point. As you said, it's about knocking the ball in the gap and picking up 5 and over at the moment.
Here is Zampa. You need to turn it into a T20 game with as little damage as possible. The next one is pushed square of the wicket on the offside. They all know what to do with 20 overs to go. They're no problem with the game plan there, but they don't play much 50-over cricket. So they need to get to the last 20 overs with wickets in hand, and they know what to do. Pushed off the back foot now by Stubbs behind square on the offside. I'll never forget when I ran my first Comrades Marathon between Pietermaritzburg and Durban. It's 90 kilometres, and I would say my coach, my mentor, Professor Tim Noakes, who was one of the greatest long-distance runners of all time, said to me, Neil, what's the longest you've ever run before? I said, a half marathon. He said, right. Here's Adam Zampa, pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. For those of you who don't, there is one run, sorry. Those of you who don't go for runs, you may not know that a half marathon is 21 kilometres. And the Comrades Marathon, an ultra marathon, is 90 kilometres. And he said, you just need to think of it as a long way to the start of your half marathon. Here is Zampa again, and that one is driven hard, high and handsome over mid-wicket. Little bottom hand flick there from Tristan Stubbs. He's very good, you know, and he's just been a bit reticent in recent times, I think. And he hasn't really been backing himself, and that's what the coach, Shukri Conrad, has been saying. You don't need to play within yourself. If you back yourself to hit the ball over the ropes, don't worry about the consequences of getting out. That was a super shot.
That was a lovely shot. There was a pickup, wasn't it? Just got the full length. Didn't think it was going to turn too much. Hit it wide to the man out of deep mid-on, so he was not going to catch it. Sailed into the crowd. He's a very clean striker of the ball, Stubbs. Played an interesting innings, but maybe that freedom is what the coach has been talking about. And when he's talking about it, it's up to Stubbs now, you know, to play with that freedom. And it doesn't matter if he gets out doing it. It's okay. That's the freedom, and that's that. It's almost, and the balance is somewhere between just complete and utter freedom and complete recklessness. It's in the middle there somewhere.
I know, I've been talking throughout this tour about the historical approach that South African coaches have had at international level, and it becomes a hereditary concern, if there is such a thing, that, you know, you're always worried about the consequences of failure rather than concentrating on the benefits of success. Is this Travis Head?
Yeah, it's a change in the bowling. Travis Head, the destroyer. He's on.
That's right. For 4 for 56 in the last game was 4 for 57, and he bowled some very, very good deliveries. And it wasn't like they were all caught on the boundary. A little slog sweep from Brietzke, not down on one knee, and it wasn't a full-blooded. It was just a little shovel through mid-wicket to the sweeper. They go through for a single.
Yeah, he didn't, not your traditional sweep, get out in front and try and take it behind. It was a more modern-day sweep, slog sweep.
Here's Travis Head again, and punched off the back foot by Stubbs out towards extra cover. By the way, Kepler Wessels is 4 consecutive scores of 50+ in his first 4 ODI innings. Punched off the back foot now by Stubbs. Out towards long off and through for a single. I can say this because I regard Kepler as a good friend, and I know that he'll take it in the right spirit, but I wonder what the strike rate was.
I was going to say, when you started off, when you prefaced it by saying that, it was going to be something derogatory at the end, wasn't it?
I suspect that it wasn't anywhere near Matthew Brietzke's strike rate. This one chopped away behind square on the offside.
Even when you watch some of those games, and you know, the era that Kepler played it, right, when one-day cricket was just starting.
Here's Travis Head again, flicked away by Brietzke through mid-wicket for another single. South Africa moved to 3 for 121.
When you think of those the players that were, you know, think of in the 80s who were damaging one-day players. Viv, like, he's still only striking. He was only striking about 80.
Yeah, that's right. I know.
They're one of these most destructive players of all time. Dean Jones. You know, occasionally, once they got to 100, they'd sort of escalate. And, you know, the other thing to remember, a couple of innings with Dino that talk about, you know, such a great runner between wickets. He'd hit it out of third man and take up for 2, come back, he'd be out by 1.5 foot, but there was no DRS or anything like that. Oh, it's too close to call. That's what would happen. Like,
yeah, it was such a different game. But I mean, I remember at the beginning of my commentary stint, I'd be going, and Dean Jones scored 85 at a runner ball.
Yeah, I know. That's par for the course now. If you're not going at a runner ball, you're not trying.
Well, you're being dropped, aren't you? That was a beautiful straight drive from Matthew Brietzke down towards Nathan Ellis at long off, and they're through for a single.
They do it a lot on Fox. They play the classics and the Greenwich and Haynes opening the batting, and look, you only see the good shots, right? You see 4 and 3, and and then you get out. He's 12 off 28 balls. You think 2 of the most dynamic opening batsmen of all time.
Here is Adam Zampa. It's a low full toss. It's a nice little gift for Stubbs. He takes a single with it down to Ellis again at long off. And I mean, it's okay. We can tell the truth. It's not like we're telling tales out of school. But the other reality is that fitness levels dictated the fact that there were many players, and it's not all, but there were many batsmen who would just block a few to get their breath back.
Yeah.
Having run a couple of quick 2s. Here is Zampa in again. Log sweep from Brietzke, and he's hit it really well for 4. I say slog sweep. It's somewhere between a slog sweep, which usually is aimed at mid-wicket. But he's down on one knee, and he just hits a conventional sweep. And he's actually not down on one knee. It's not quite the stand-up sweep shot, but yeah, it's somewhere between slog sweep and conventional sweep.
He gets his bottom hand through the ball and gets it around to where he wants it to go, which is behind square, because there's no fielder out there.
It's exactly what he intended, and it's a drag down from Zampa, and he gets away with it. That really was proper drag down, and he's pulled it out towards mid-wicket, and he doesn't get away with it. Wow, this outfield is quick. It's a bit smaller than Cairns, which was acres. Joe, that ball just sped away. He didn't time it.
He didn't time it, but what he did is he got it just to the right hand of Cameron Green, and the 2 fielders, he basically bisected the 2 fielders out in the deep. I think the fielder out, might be Hardy, had a deep backward square leg, hadn't actually come back all the way after chasing one to the boundary, which was 40 metres to his right, and that one went 40 metres to his left.
3 for 131 now, as Zampa is in again. And sort of conventional leg break, turns away from the right-handed Brietzke, punches it out again off the back foot towards cover, and they go through for another single. We're talking about the 5 singles and over, but there's been a little burst of energy from South Africa recently.
Yeah, very much so. The other thing that we don't talk about, and we do talk about it, that's incorrect, is the equipment they use now. It is so much better than...
Yeah, we do definitely talk about that. That one is Stubbs, another single to Ellis at long off, just pushing it down the ground. Massive difference.
The ball before that went for 4 through mid-wicket, if you'd used a 1980s cricket bat to do that, it would have basically got halfway to the boundary, and that would have been it. You would have picked it up, thrown it back, whereas he's mistimed that, and it's just come off. Because the bats are so, you can pretty much mistime. As long as you get it somewhere near the middle, it goes for 4. Whereas in the old days...
Well, I mean, also, how regularly... I shouldn't ask this question. Your answer would probably be, well, all the time, actually. But just the outfields as well. I mean, this is absolutely immaculate. I know that in South Africa, outfields weren't... the grass was just a bit longer because irrigation wasn't as efficient. Groundsmen were more protective about their fields, and so the grass was a bit longer.
Yeah, I think
they've always been immaculate.
In general, the main grounds now around the country, and including Mackay and Cairns, I dare say they haven't let many people on this ground for the last 3 weeks. Just looking at it, there's not a mark on the ground, right? Like there's not even a scuff mark where bowling marks, or there's some roughness around the pitches, but it's in pristine condition.
Marnus Labuschagne's into the attack now, and Tristan Stubbs drives it away down towards long off. Just confirm he is bowling leg breaks.
He is. He's not bowling his medium pace today.
But does he not bowl off breaks at all now? Because he gave them a go a few years ago.
I think he's given everything a go. I think he's just like a go-to man. Like, we need offies, off breaks. We need leggies. Left arm orthos. Yeah, I'll have a lash at those.
Tendulkar can do it. Marnus can do it.
Just seems to be what happens. If you want to bowl offies today.
Here is Labuschagne, and steered away by Brietzke to short third man. It's fielded by Zampa.
They're actually not the worst leg breaks. He's, out of all his bowling, I think, well, his medium pace is junk. Be kind.
He's got more wickets in county cricket with his seam up.
But yeah, his leg breaks, I think, are probably his best.
And he's driven by Stubbs again down towards long off, and they're through for a single. In the main, great. So you carry on about Labuschagne.
No, with the Duke ball. Was he playing Division 1 or Division 2?
2.
So that's using that other ball that's even more friendly for bowling. There's another. They use 2 types of ball.
Two types of dukes, do they?
Yeah, I think it's, they're using something. I'm sure I've read that somewhere.
There's Labuschagne again, driven over the top of extra cover. Wonderful shot, lovely shot, but from Matthew Brietzke, but it's cut off by Cameron Green, who's in the shadow of the Great Barrier Reef Arena. That's the club, isn't it?
Yeah,
the sports club away to our right.
I'll be having dinner over there later. I'm sorry, no, I won't. Oh, if you don't see me at dinner time, I've gone over.
I thought the Kazales club was fabulous. Absolutely wonderful. That's pushed away by Stubbs, square of the wicket on the offside in Cairns.
I'm told by one of our fellow commentators that the great Michael Kasperwitz is over in the...
Kasper's there?
He's there,
tonight.
apparently, yeah. He's enjoying the hospitality of the club.
Is he still a director of Cricket Australia? That's there's beaten outside the off stump. Good work from Inglis, whips the bails off, but Matthew Brietzke does the fielding, and there's no run. I'm going to be years out of date, I know that, but he was one time, wasn't he?
He was, absolutely, he was.
3 for 138 after 25 overs. He's a real estate mogul now, apparently.
Kasper.
I don't know. I made the mogul bit.
Oh, did you? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Quentin says he deals in real estate. He's into real estate.
He's a mogul. If he deals in real estate, people buy houses. That's not a mogul. Dealing in real estate, mogul.
Right. Exactly right. Dead right. Trades real estate agencies.
Absolutely. What do? I buy and sell land. Really? Lots of it? Yes. Well, you're a mogul.
Exactly. Like oil baron. You deal in oil, you're a baron.
Yeah. Does that mean if you run a petrol station, you're a baron?
No, more of an earl.
Well, I run the local service station. Oh, oil baron over there.
Right, Nathan Ellis is back into the attack now. Now then, what field has he got here? 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side as a cover sweeper. Pretty conventional stuff, deep square leg. Ellis in, beats. Tristan Stubbs outside the off stump, looking to punch it away through the offside.
Looked like just sort of a bit quick on him. Got there. He's looking for a slow ball and maybe just wasn't quite ready. Maybe they've Ellis just changed it up because he bowls a lot of slow balls first up. He went with the pace on,
which he doesn't. I think he does. He bowls 2 and over, I reckon.
So if I was him, I'd at this stage of the game, not the end of the game, you'd almost bowl pace on all the time here because you need a wicket, right? And then use that slow ball as the real variation.
Ellis in again. Hit Stubbs on the pads. It might be a bit high. That was my thought, but it's a very confident shout. Inglis is fully behind him as well, and now isn't looking quite so enthusiastic. They're talking about the review. It just looked a bit high, straight up. Live first time to the naked eye.
I also got the feeling it was going down. There was a lot of discussion about should we go upstairs or should we not, and they talked themselves out. It was fractionally high. I also thought fractionally down leg side live. Yeah, going down just by looking at it. Because he doesn't, if you watch him bat, he doesn't get in line with the stumps. He stays leg side of the ball a lot, which means his pads are always outside the line of the stumps. Let him free up the offside so much, but it gets him in some awkward positions sometimes.
3 for 138, just over the halfway stage as Ellis is in again, another slower one. Clipped out towards mid-wicket by Stubbs, and it's Brietzke who confidently sends him back. Stubbs was setting off for a single. I was just about to say that one of the interesting situations that we have... Are you having a look at the
replay?
They don't show us Hawkeye, do they? If
they may do. I think that they'll show that one. That's high and going down.
Maybe clipping the top of leg stump. No, don't think so.
Wasn't going to give that out.
Don't think so. No. But here in the main grandstand, we're in a fabulous commentary box, and it's interesting. There's about 6 commentary boxes. We're the only people doing commentary, and all of them are full. Here's Ellis in once again, tucked away by Stubbs out towards mid-wicket. There's a Cricket Australia box, there are the scorers, there's the match officials, and there are a couple of others. Police.
Yeah, police.
So what would happen if there were more commentary teams here? Anyway, that's not the point. There are dining rooms on either end of the broadcast suites. One for the South African team, one for the Australia team. So they've got their own dining rooms what happened to the good old days of sharing a dining room? I mean,
Yeah,
really.
what happened to those? But if you go to Lord's, you still share.
Yeah, no, that's true. That some grounds in England as well. Headingley too. Driven hard, powerfully. Nice straight bat from Stubbs. Good looking shot. Cover sweeper keeps him down to 1. It's Alex Carey. But anyway, so I was like you. I was on sniffing out a coffee opportunity, and I was about to step into the South African dining room just to see whether they had a coffee machine in there, and some of the players in there, and the team manager barked instructions. No, what do they call it? You know, anti-corruption protocols. So I'm not allowed into that. So I'm standing in the doorway. Here's Ellis once again, and that's driven, open face of the bat, nice slice drive down towards deep backward point, and they'll go through for a couple as Carey once again tidies up. So I apologise, took a step backwards, and Rabada says, "What are you looking for, Manners?" 3 for 139.
He didn't call you Thorpe.
26 overs.
Nobody
Nobody in the entire universe outside of you calls me that. So
okay,
I
just want to make sure. Calm down. It's all
so
good.
I said, KG, you wouldn't happen to have any coffee in there, would you? And he said, well, we've got a kettle, and I think there is some coffee there. And I paused, and he grinned and said, "All right, milk and sugar."
KG Rabat made
So
you coffee.
Rabada made me a cup of coffee.
Well, I think this is the sort of humility I like.
But as he was handing it over, Travis Head's back into the attack now. So 1 from Head, 1 from Labuschagne, back to Head. We've got combination spin from the airport end, and that's punched away off the back foot. And he's about to give me the coffee. I said, "Thank you very much, KG." And he just winked at me and said, "Positive articles only." I said, "I think I can do that for a coffee."
For a coffee, absolutely. Only for you, though. Everyone else.
That's right, yeah, they'll all cop it. Here's Head again, and pushed away. Why is he bowling around the wicket to the 2 right-handers?
Well, I think he's trying to slide one past Gretzky and Stubbs. So they come down the wicket, miss it, slides on, Inglis stumping. I'm not sure he's getting a lot of turn.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not trying to counteract the
one straight back.
Oh, turn, is he? Head in again, reverse sweep, hit hard for 4. He loves that shot. And by and large, he plays it very well. I mean, you know, there was a period in his career where he wasn't quite so good at it and played it a lot. And you sort of thought, well, I think you need to work on it more before you... But he loves it and plays it well, and he's hit that really hard for 4.
Lovely looking shot, good timing, and put straight in the gap. He's got all the shots, all the little tricks, hasn't he? Very...
Well, it's all that time in the IPL, practicing and working and learning from other players. Down the wicket he comes, using his feet, step and a half. That's what I think. Head won't mind that, will he?
He's looking to slide one past him. If he doesn't quite get to the pitch and it doesn't turn, then Inglis will be in the game and they'll pick up a wicket. The Australians are really just trying to buy a wicket here, aren't they? They're changing their bowlers, they're rotating it, they're doing everything within their power to try and find a way to pick up a wicket.
His Head again. It's a slow one, flighted, and again, strong bottom hand from Brietzke. Punch drives it down to the long on, fielded by Marsh, and they're through for another single. 3 for 149.
I just looked up at the scoreboard, and he's moved along to 73 from 66, which is, I think, 74 off 67. But
down the leg side now, flicked away by Stubbs. And they go through for a single. Do you know there's an irony? Quentin was talking about the runs that the runs he scored in his first 3 innings, and now 4 consecutive scores of 150 plus. There's a great irony. His debut, he made 150. Quentin said rightly, understandably, that it was in the Champions Trophy. It was actually in a warm-up tournament with Pakistan and New Zealand. They played each other once each, and then there was a final. So if you can call that a tournament. But South Africa had picked their Champions Trophy squad, half of whom were unavailable until 3 days before the first game. So they played this warm-up tournament, and Brietzke was making up the numbers. He wasn't even in the Champions Trophy squad. He just went out there. So here they're supposed to get acclimatized to conditions and, you know, get themselves ready for the Champions Trophy. Half the team were still at the IPL. And Brietzke said, so he was given the nod. Here's Ellis again, slower ball, pushed away square of the wicket on the offside. So go to Pakistan, play in this warm-up tournament, and then when the Champions Trophy starts, you go home. And the guys will come in from the IPL.
We'll get the good players in.
That's right, yeah, and he scored 150 on debut.
Did they keep him? Well, they sent him.
No, he went home. so this, subsequently, there's been a kind of apology. Maybe you should have been in the squad in the first place.
Well, he keeps getting, every time he walks out the bat, he looks like getting runs now.
And he is getting runs, and that's flicked away by Stubbs again as Ellis angles into the pads. Down behind square on the leg side. 150 up for South Africa. 3 for 150, 27. Similar sort of, actually, they're ahead of where they were on Tuesday. And we were talking about, 330, 340, even 350. And it sort of has that feel again, doesn't it?
Well, I was just about to say, how many do you think we're going to end up with here? Because it's over halfway through the innings now.
Here's Ellis. Oh, that's a short one outside the off stump. It looked a bit long hoppy, to be honest. I'm not sure that was deliberate. It was very wide. It was short, banged into the pitch. It sat up, but it was wide. It was there for the cut shot, and I think if anything, Britska tried to hit it too hard and missed it.
Well, he tried to hit it. He didn't quite know where to hit it. I think that might have been the problem. He almost plays like it was almost like a tennis. Stephen, you've seen Steve Smith play that overheaded, straight down the ground type shot. He tried to play one of those, I think, and it didn't come off.
4 men saving one on the offside as well as a cover sweeper. Here is Ellis, bowls right up in the block hole, and it's semi-dug out, semi-driven for a single to long on.
I would seriously, if I was Ellis, I would just keep the pace on here. I would just pull the slower balls back for a little bit. At the moment, they're sort of, you're going to get, every second, it could be a slow ball. But if you just bowl pace on for a little bit, then that slow ball becomes such a surprise. He may actually pick up a wicket. At the moment, they're predicting going, if I get 2 fast ones, next one will be a slower ball. If I get 1 slower ball, he might, it'll be a faster ball, whatever it may be.
Here is Ellis again, that familiar hop in the middle of his right up, and he's got into his delivery stride and abandoned it. He's pulled out. Something's gone wrong. Is that just a question of knowing that he was about to overstep?
Maybe. It looked like he just got his run up a little bit wrong, I think. He looked like he was a bit too close for his leap, so he may have known he was going to bowl at no balls, and he pulled out. So good skill. We talked about this the other night. It's a good skill to get that close and then stop.
Many a bowler tries to stutter and put it.
We've all done that. We've always done one of those. You haven't lived till you've done one of those.
And that's pushed behind square on the offside by Tristan Stubbs, opening the face of the bat. Very nicely done. They might even come back for 3 here. Britska is coming back for 3, and there's a mix-up. Stubbs could be in trouble. He dives to get in at the non-striker's end. That was really poor communication. Stubbs was leaving it to Britska, and Britska didn't know whether to come or go. Well, you're the senior guy. I'm not sure that he was thinking that, but
I think what happened, so he picked up the ball and he threw it. The problem is he threw it to be about 30 metres away from the stumps, and I think Britska went, oh, hang on, I can actually get there. And that stage, Stubbs had almost stopped and was watching again. It would have been a horrible way for that to happen, because they're both just doing it so easily at the moment, and all of a sudden be out. Good piece of fielding by Marnus, though, to chase that ball down. If the throw was a little bit better, who knows?
Here is Ellis again. Oh, pick up over mid-wicket. He's hit that nicely. 1 bounce over the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Good clean strike. It was length. That didn't matter about the line. The line was great. It was on off stump, and he's just picked it up and plopped it over mid-wicket for a 1 bounce 4 because it was too full.
Are you telling me that South African cricket is so good this guy can't be in the team?
Well, no, because he is in the team now.
What were the selectors looking at previously when they didn't pick him? Were they going, I don't know.
Heinrich Klaassen and David Miller.
Right, okay.
That was
fair enough.
That was the issue. It's the end of the 28th over. South Africa asked to bat first at 3 for 159, and it's a drinks break. You can't tell these days whether it's an official one or an impromptu one decided by the South African 12th man, but it's only the batsmen who are having a drink. Quentin Hull will take over for the next half an hour or so.
Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
The next official drinks is still 18 minutes away, so that's an impromptu just refill for the South Africans on this gorgeous Friday afternoon. in Mackay. And the platform is there, Stuart, for a really engaging night of cricket. This series has been, and I say series, including the 20 over games. There's been some excellent cricket.
Been excellent. Couldn't said it better myself, Q. The cricket has been good. The contest has been good. There's been some nice batting, and we've unearthed a few new South African players that we didn't know about, we'd never heard about, and they've come out and looked very good.
Hardy is charged at, and Stubbs pulls off his chest out to deep mid-wicket. Didn't get all of that, but he takes the single. Immediately Aaron Hardy back into the attack, and Tristan Stubbs coming down the crease at him. Stubbs 35 now from 39 deliveries. Breetska is 79 from 70. South Africa 3 for 160, having opted to bat first when stand-in skipper Aidan Markram won the toss. He's playing because Temba Bavuma is still being managed back from a hamstring injury. The regular skipper scheduled to play on Sunday, but not playing today. Markram made only a 4-ball stay. He didn't score. He was out for naught, 1 for 2 in the second over. It was 2 for 23 in the sixth over when Ryan Rickleton was out for 8. Xavier Bartlett took both of those wickets. As here's Breetska facing Hardy. Tall, right arm over the wicket. Bouncer, that's a high wide. Way too high.
Yep.
And indeed a sundry. So 1 for 2 in the second, 2 for 23 in the sixth, and then Tony DeZorzi, who came into the team today in the absence of Bavuma. He made 38 from 40 balls before hitting a return chance to Adam Zampa. 3 for 90 in the 16th. So this partnership is now worth 71 runs for South Africa. As Hardy tries again. Much fuller. And a tip and run. Yes, let's go. Hardy comes through and he's follow through. Breaks the stumps, but it looks like Stubbs is home. Very quick call from the non-striker, and Breetska now applauds with his glove to his bat at the non-striker's end, with Stubbs saying, yep, let's have one. And they pinch a sneaky single.
They did pitch a sneaky single there. He got there just in time. Hit the stump. Hardy hit the stumps. So there was no good piece of fielding from him, but it's very hard when the ball lands within the sort of 2-metre diameter of your feet at the striker's end to be run out, unless the guy down the non-striker's end sitting in a chair. He's usually going to get there.
Hardy's bowling his 4th over, has none for 29.
He's been a little bit underdone, hasn't he, this series? He struggled more than the rest of them. He went the journey in Cairns in the first one day, went 2 overs for 20.
Bat raised here from Stubbs, outside the off stump, punched straight into the covers. He's one of those guys these days when you sort of see an Australian cricketer start to play some cricket at this time of year, you think, oh, well, they're coming off an off-season. But a lot of them just play either in the US or play some English stuff, be it Red Ball County stuff or the Blast, or, there's, and obviously the tour to the West Indies was one as well. But Aaron Hardy hadn't played a lot of cricket before returning to national colours.
Correct. In
the last couple of months. He bowls a short ball here again. Stubbs is very quickly swivelling and controlling that pull shot down to deep backward square. A walking single to Ellis at deep backward square, 3 for 163. Yeah, so he's one of the guys who has had a little bit of downtime, and he managed a few injuries during the last summer as well.
Yeah, he's been a good domestic player for Western Australia and got his opportunity for Australia, which is always good to see a young guy get or live out his dream. But he hasn't been able to do much in this format for this last series against South Africa.
Breetska, short ball, pulled hard. And again, Ellis just has to readjust his footing on one of those double bounces. The second bounce spins a bit more than the first one. He adjusted well, Ellis, to ensure it's just a single. And Breetska moves to 81, 3 for 164. It's Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Stuart Clark with you on this Friday afternoon. We'll continue throughout the evening. Footy on as well. If you want to hear the cricket among everything, get to the white cricket ball button on the ABC Listen app. Our listeners in Mackay will continue to stay with the cricket. Stubbs gives himself rooms and drives over the top of cover. Just half a step to the leg side to open up that shot. And he hit it over little Travis Head's head out to the boundary for 4.
Good shot that way, Stubbs. Just gave himself room. Went early. Hardy went at the stumps. He would have been better served just getting it out inside the blue line, way outside off stump. But he got it in the slot.
He's a good fielder to try and hit over, though, isn't he?
Between him and Adam Zampa, I think you're going to be pretty safe. wouldn't be taking on Cameron Green too often. He's a very big man.
So 3 for 168. That's 9 runs off that over from Hardy. Zampa's coming back into the attack. 1 for 28 from 5 overs for Adam Zampa. So his 1 wicket takes him to 189 in one-day international cricket. He needs to get to 195 to jump to equal second all-time for Australia in this format with Steve Waugh.
Well, I think that'll be a tremendous honour for him. He's been certainly in this team now for a long period of time and done very, very well.
Bowling to Matthew Bretzka, who's on the back foot and just pokes it on the offside straight to gully.
Cooper Connolly remains on the field. I think it's Josh Hazelwood. Is it Josh Hazelwood that's off the field at the moment?
Let's have a look.
I believe it is.
Yep, there's Connolly just beneath us at long off.
Can't see Hazelwood out there anywhere.
Carey's out at deep point. Zampa, full. It's a full toss in the end, driven along the pitch as much as there was a shout of catch. It was sort of to the left of Zampa and never really a chance. A single to Connolly in the deep. Yep, so Labuschagne's in the covers. Head is at backward point. Ellis is at third man inside the circle. Then backward square inside the circle is Mitchell Marsh. Wideish mid-wickets Cam Green. He comes in. There's a sweeper on the deep square boundary near the sports club, and that's Hardy.
Yeah.
And then Bartlett's on long on. And once again, Connolly brought into action here as Stubbs drives to long off. And the young boy from the west keeps the scoring to 1, 3 for 170.
Yeah, Ben Dorsch has now got the orange bib on as well, which means that Hazelwood's not on the field, which I would suggest there's probably something gone awry.
I haven't received a communique as yet.
No.
Keep an eye. Zampa to Bretzka. That's mistimed. He was back foot planted and trying to heave that on the onside, and as in the end he sort of whacked it to centre field for a base hit for a single.
Well, he's got a technique that it looks odd occasionally when he plays shots. So he's not a very free-flowing, traditional, big cover drive or a whip off the pads. No, he plays cross-bat shots to odd parts of the ground.
3 for 171. This one's from Zampa's flighted, and Stubbs drives, moves to 42 again. Connolly, he's been busy in this over, Cooper Connolly. And so he's come in. We're speaking about Aaron Hardy as well. So, of course, Connolly's in the squad with, Matt Short, Lance Morris and Mitch Owen originally around this 50-over squad. But Connolly was brought in, Kuhneman was brought in, and Hardy as well as injury replacements. Owen unfortunately out with concussion, Morris with that back injury, and Short with a side issue. Short from Zampa. This time it is clubbed down the ground for 4. Oh, that hit it. That hit our sound effects microphone.
Did.
Aussie Bob's mic has just been bashed on the second bounce by...
Aussie Bob's blowing up a tree. Look at him in the back of the box.
That's 4. That's a 2-bounce 4. And property of the federal government's broadcasting agency in danger down there. That's Matthew Bretzka moving on to 87. And at the end of the over, South Africa 3 for 176. 8 runs from the Zampa over.
Yeah, good shot by Bretzka.
Boom.
And they've been taken. I'm a bit worried about this microphone. It's been destroyed. Aussie Bob's blowing up a treat in the background. Bretzka doesn't care. And the Australians, they're desperate need of a wicket, Q, as I'm about to jump out. And Jason Gillespie will jump back in for his next 10-over stint.
Thank you, Stuart Clark. Great to have him on board on this idyllic Friday afternoon. Already just a little bit of shade now being cast from the new grandstand at the northwestern sort of corner. Ellis back into the attack. Stubbs pokes it on the offside. He's halfway down, knows the call, and he's got plenty of time to get back. Mitchell Marsh was coming in from mid-off, and now the two batsmen are just sort of gesticulating and thinking, why, there's no run there. Welcome back, Diz.
G'day, Q. G'day to all our listeners.
It's about to move.
This is a good partnership between these two South African players.
86 now. Last wicket falling in the 16th over when De Zorzi was out for 38. It was 3 for 90 then. Now 3 for 176. Slower from Ellis onto the pads. Stubbs turns it on the onside. Doesn't beat mid-wicket as Green does the fielding. Yeah, so we've got Deval Brevis listed to come in next, then Vian Mulder. By the way, during the innings break, we're going to hear a little bit more of the story of his quite extraordinary innings of 367 not out, where he then declared. He was captain of the team, and Brian Lara's record beckoning, but he declared. Ellis short, Stubbs pulls, no great timing, but takes the single out to Carey on the deep mid-wicket rope. He moves to 43, 3 for 177. It
was a great interview, wasn't it? And, you know, we don't want to spoil it for our listeners, but they'll really enjoy it, I think.
Yeah, Vian Mulder, who's due to come in after Brevis, and then we get to Maharaj, Muthusamy, and then the bowlers, Berger and Ngidi. But certainly, if Brevis can be given, 15 overs and stays out there for all 15.
Look out.
I tell you what, you don't want to be having an afternoon frothy on the veranda of the sports club without paying attention. Short ball from Brzezinski, mistimed pull, takes a single to mid-wicket. It is so good, that sports club. It's just, it's an amazing facility. The mayor of Mackay is going to join us in the innings break as well. So of course he's on the front foot about how good.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, I'm glad that you're now a chance to see this part of the world, Diz.
Yes. Yeah, this is my second time to Mackay. I was fortunate enough to come here during the Indigenous Championships in April. The weather wasn't the best, but facilities are brilliant.
Stubbs faces Ellis, turns him off his pads for what is his 44th run. Just milks another single out to Carey on the rope, 3 for 179 in the 31st over.
Yeah, it was good experience. I did a little bit of commentary, and my boy was playing or representing South Australia as well. So it was good to just come up and watch some of the talent, the Indigenous talent from around the country. It was fantastic at this wonderful, wonderful facility.
And in a very short time, it's gone from a nice regional venue to a top-class international cricket venue, albeit without the capacity for a lot of crowd. But outside of that, I've made a few trips here over the years. As Ellis is coming around the wicket to Brzezinski, aborts again. And he just has a look at the non-striker, Tristan Stubbs, who had to put his bat back in his ground, whether or not Ellis was sick of him just getting a head start.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of frustration from Nathan Ellis maybe, but just on the ground here, the facilities, the player facilities, the training facilities, as we're walking in the ground today, they're some of the best I've seen. They are absolutely superb.
Well, there's so much space dedicated for sporting fields in this little area. It's almost a suburb worth of sporting facilities. Oh, Brzezinski hits a high ball out towards deep backward square, and Carey gets underneath to take the catch. There's the wicket. We were waiting for something to happen. Nathan Ellis has made the breakthrough for Australia. A mistimed pull shot from Brzezinski, and Carey looking into the setting sun. That was a very good catch.
It was a superb catch from Alex Carey. The ball went very high. Brzezinski got a good piece of it, high on the bat, and it felt like it hung in the air for an age. And Alex Carey set his feet well. A late little shimmy forward and took a very clean catch.
So Brzezinski is gone for 88 from 78 deliveries, and the partnership ends at 89 for the fourth wicket. 88 from 78 deliveries, 8 fours and 2 sixes for Matthew Brzezinski. South Africa now 4 for 179, and that's the end of the 31st over. So a wicket for Nathan Ellis, and it does bring Devald Brevis to the crease. It's almost like the openers when Bradman was listed at 3. You're not all that disappointed when the wicket falls.
I can tell you there was an air of excitement when he walked out in Cairns the other night and hit his first ball from Travis Head for 6. Second ball, tried to do it again, caught. And you could almost sense while there was a heavily Australian favoured crowd, there was a tinge of disappointment, as I think they wanted, the crowd wanted to see a bit of this very exciting young South African batsman.
Yeah, all off the back of the 12 fours, 8 sixes, 125 red ink from 56 balls in game 2 of the T20s in Darwin. And the thing which I was listening to you and the guys call, and the way that you described how he would strike down the ground and keep his head basically looking at the pitch. He wouldn't look at the ball.
No, it was almost like a golf swing. Like, golfers keep their head down and make sure they make absolute contact with the ball. It was almost like that.
They are taking a drinks break, by the way. That was close enough to drink, so that's why there's a little bit of a delay. So Markram 0, Rickleton 8, De Zorzi 38 and Breetzke 88. The batsman dismissed. Wickets falling at 2, 23, 90 and 179. Quentin Hull and Jason Gillespie with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport as we get later on this Friday afternoon, where depending on where you're listening or how you're listening to us, footy coverage is coming. We're here on the cricket button on the app all the way throughout. Locally on Mackay, you're here on the wireless as well. I know our league coverage starts at 5:30. 2 big games there today. Penrith versus Canberra in Mudgee. Melbourne versus Canterbury Bankstown in Melbourne. And in the AFL tonight, regular Friday night time slot for Collingwood and Melbourne at the MCG. And then it's sort of the half hours, the South Australian adjustment. I better be careful the way I describe that around Jason. The South Australian time adjustment for Port and Gold Coast shortly after.
The time adjustment. Be really interested to see how Brevis tackles this. We saw his first one-day international. He got out for 6 off 2 balls. With a bit more time in the innings, really just give himself an opportunity to get the lines, get the lengths, get the pace of the pitch.
Zampa to Stubbs, start of the 32nd over, full dugout and along the ground to Marnus at cover. So Brevis at the non-striker's end, because it was the last ball of the over. You sort of think that, the new batsman in off an outfield catch. Did they cross? No, because it doesn't matter anymore.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Exactly, it was just the end of the over. Stubbs drives, beats Marnus that time. He leapt to his left, couldn't prevent the ball going out to the deep. Beautiful sliding save from Carey to keep the scoring to 2. And I get it that he's a good out cricketer, Alex Carey, but it is weird seeing a wicky on the deep cover boundary.
It is.
And doing such a good job.
And yeah, that is. Well, he's very athletic, isn't he? But yeah, you're right. It is a bit unusual.
So Stubbs, he's 48 not out, make it 49 on make it 47, should I say. It was 46. So add 147 on a single to long off.
I think just on that with Carey and Inglis having, where Australia is so fortunate to have 2 such quality cricketers. They just happen to be both wicket keepers, and there's only one opportunity for one wiki. So if they're both good enough, which they obviously are, good enough to play in this Australian side, then find a way to get them in.
I think the folly of that was shown in that series against Pakistan at the start of last summer, when Carey wasn't playing and Australia's one-day team lost that series, as Brevis is off the mark with a tug single to mid-wicket, playing on the back foot. Yeah, Carey didn't play in the last 2 games, and we're thinking, well, I know that Inglis has got the gloves, but why not get this guy in?
He was in red-hot form with the stick as well. He has been for 18 months.
Yeah. Stubbs just opens his front foot a little here. Comes forward to defend Zampa, straight to Labuschagne, who picks up and whips back to Inglis. 4 for 183. The lights have been turned on. Plenty of natural light around, though. About 10 to 5 local time. Last ball of the Adam Zampa over. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. Deep cover out. Digs that one in a little. Quicker and flatter and punched out to deep cover. And Stubbs will take the single and keep the strike. 4 for 184 after 32. Stubbs is 48 and Brevis 1. Yeah, those scenes, I know you were there at the Curran Rolton Oval as well, so that second innings century in the Shield final, which made it, 5 Shield games played for the season for Alex Carey for 4 tons. A second innings, 4th innings run chase 100. You know, he averaged 82 in his 5 Shield games last year.
One of the greatest days that I've experienced in my life was seeing South Australia lift that Shield for the first time in 29 years, Q.
It was awesome.
It was awesome. And I was fortunate enough to be there.
Well, I listened to
With
basically every
ABC.
ball with you and Aaron and the team.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awesome.
Great coverage. It was a bit crowy to buy.
Oh, there's no doubt. It was,
You weren't very balls about it. There was no Queensland this or how good's Uzi going or anything like that. Ellis, slower ball to start a new over. Stubbs turns on the onside.
Well, hang on. I played a Shield final at the Gabba in 1994-95.
You are a part of the most famous domestic dismissal in Gabba history.
I am, and geez, did we cop it? I've never copped anything quite like that. Over my whole career was just the genuine disdain for a fellow sporting team by the Queenslanders. They were desperate for that win.
Ellis around the wicket, bowling to Stubbs. It's a slow bouncer. Stubbs checks his pull shot, tugs it to the right of mid-on and takes a single. 4 for 185. Stubbs is now 49. Yeah, that's March of 1995. Gillespie caught Rackerman, bowled Jackson. The most famous cricket dismissal in Queensland domestic history when the Bulls finally won the Sheffield Shield.
Yep.
Caught a backward point, and I reckon you would have been 4 steps off the pitch before the ground was invaded.
Correct.
Yep.
It was carnage. And look, fully deserved. Queensland, it was their first ever title. So we got it. We understood. We understood the importance and the significance of the moment.
Brevis with the open stance for Ellis around the wicket. Slow on the leg stump. Missed time, turned on the onside, but bounces before square leg, no run.
And you know what I cannot hack ever since that moment was the song Holy Grail by Hunters and Collectors. I have to turn it off. To this day, it drives me nuts.
See, we're old enough to remember that, Don. and people, because Channel 10 used it on the AFL coverage for a number of years,
yeah,
people think, oh, it's a song that is about the AFL. So no, it's a cricket song.
It's a cricket song.
It's a cricket
exactly
song.
Right.
It's a cricket song. Ellis at 4 for 185. Brevis evades a bouncer. He just weaves his eyes out of the line of the ball through to keeper Inglis.
No, it's a very good song, and you know, just a bit of mayonnaise with that story. But it's just every time I hear that song,
yep,
all I think about, my mind goes back to March 1995.
Yep.
And the Queenslanders weren't shy in singing it.
And Carl Rackerman literally brought a bull onto the field afterwards. It was rare stuff. I wasn't there, but I've been around this part of the world long enough to hear all of those stories. Brevis getting his eye in. He's only one here. He drives Ellis to mid-off and won't get a single there. So the wicket has slowed the run rate as expected. They're going at about 5.6 and over South Africa at 4 for 185 with 1 ball left in the 33rd.
It's interesting that Ellis has been operating a bit this series around the wicket to the right-handers. Saw him bowl with a degree of success at the death, looking to go across the right-handers from around the wicket. And he's changed back over just now, just as I've said it.
Yep, changed just for the last ball of the over, so the new batsman can't get set. Short, and Brevis hits it high towards deep mid-wicket, and Green takes the catch. Fingers pointed to the skies. Brevis perishes for only 1, and Nathan Ellis takes 2 important wickets. 1 to break the partnership, and then 2 to send the dangerous Blaster Brevis on his way for just 1. Australia with a good moment or 2 in Mackay, and South Africa is 5 down now for 185 after 33 overs.
It's almost that Nathan Ellis beat Brevis for pace there. It's a back of the length ball, shorter ball. He's looked to basically hit it out of the ground. He's only succeeded in hitting it down Cameron Green's throat. Well bowled Nathan Ellis, just slid on, beat him for pace.
So, as often is the case, you break the partnership and then the game can change. Well, that's a bit of a flat spot for the fans here who are hoping for perhaps a return to the fireworks. So let's look at, so Brevis 2 off 6 balls in the first T20, then that ridiculous 125 not.
Yeah.
And then in the third T20, he made 53 from 26. So he looked like he was really going.
Yeah.
But then as soon as we've switched from 20 overs to 50 overs, he made 6 off 2 balls in Cairns and 1 off 5 today.
I just wonder if he's Look, it's 2 games. I suppose let's not overanalyze it, but my initial thought was he was batting a couple of spots too low. That was just my initial feeling.
Yeah. And you never know the mindset when you come in. You think, I've got to get out there and really accelerate.
And let's remember, he's 22 years of age. He's a kid and still learning his trade. Yes, he's had a couple of dynamic innings here in Australia. He's missed out a couple of times. I don't think they'll overanalyse that too much, the South Africans.
So Vian Mulder is now the new man who's facing Marnus Labuschagne into the attack. First ball is, Stubbs is on strike. And Mulder's at the that was the last ball of the over. So Stubbs gets a single punching out to deep point. And Stubbs moves to 50 with that blow. It's not really recognised yet. Now there it goes on the big screen. 50 from 56 balls for Tristan Stubbs.
It's been a very good knock by Tristan Stubbs. Just with Marnus Labuschagne on. Q, have you ever seen a batter who enjoys his bowling more than Marnus?
Oh,
You'd be hard pressed to name one.
I'm now going to set my mind to it.
Yeah.
He loves most parts of cricket though, Marnus. Mulder on the back foot pushes to mid-wicket. Yeah, and I think the most delighted I've ever seen Marnus, and I've called him scoring test hundreds and so forth, but when he knocked over Cameron Green's off bail, when Cameron Green decided to leave him while he was bowling seam up in a shield grain, Marnus almost did 2 laps at the Gabba because he knocked over Cam Green bowling seam up. As Mulder is off the mark, punching down the onside of the pitch, Bartlett comes in off the long on rope to do the fielding. 5 for 187.
I remember when I was coaching Sussex many years ago down at Hove, and Marnus was playing for Glamorgan, and he's come on to bowl, and he's got 2 wickets in 2 balls. And you should have seen the carry-on. He was doing laps of Hove. Happy as a fat spider he was.
Stubbs faces him, works it on the onside. Mid-wicket's in short there in a catching position. That's interesting. Marsh does the fielding. So the skipper, Mitchell Marsh, has himself placed about, maybe 2/3 down the pitch, only about 10 metres to the left of the strip, catching mid-wicket. This is shorter. Stubbs again pushes into the offside, but no run. These dot balls are becoming a bit more prevalent with the fall of 2 wickets.
Yeah, you feel the Australians. Mitch Marsh is trying to get his 10 overs out of Aaron Hardy, Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne.
What will Stubbs do here? Now, he's happy enough to take his medicine. That was a shorter ball which he punched through the gap to deep cover for a single. And Marnus gets through his work and completes the over. South Africa 5 for 188.
There's still so much time for the South Africans, and they are 5 down. They need to make sure if they lose another wicket, we've got Mulder coming in, who's obviously a very, very fine player.
They're not happy with the cricket ball, Jason. That's why there's just a bit of a delay.
Right. It'll be changed in.
Oh no,
that's the one
it's
where
not that they're not happy with the cricket ball.
They've got to
they're
decide.
choosing which cricket ball they'll play with for the rest of the game. So this is the new regulation.
I don't mind this law.
Yeah, 2 cricket balls used, one from either end for the first 34 overs, and then after 34, they get together and work out which one are we going to use for the last 15 overs. So that's what they were doing.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I like the thinking behind it.
Boy, we've had some changes of sort of rules in this format, but
we have, yeah.
So Nathan Ellis has got one of the 2, and this will be the one used through to the end. Stubbs turns him on the onside, takes a quick single to mid-wicket, moves to 52, 5 for 189. Yeah, so...
Because there's been a number of laws over the years, a ball each end for the whole 50, but then that got criticised because then the new ball at each end, they stay 2 new. Then it was they would compulsory change after 34. They just went through, had 1 ball, and then they'd just change it as the...
And got soft and lost colour, looked too green, all that type of stuff.
Got reverse swing, kept low, soft, it was hard to hit.
Ellis around the wicket, slower delivery. Mulder plays a dab down to 3rd. Zampa comes off the rope to do the fielding.
So I just wonder if this is a very good compromise by the powers that be.
The one rule that they've never fiddled with, which I always thought and I know I'm speaking to a captive audience here, how to bring the bowlers back into the game a bit in 50 over cricket, because all the rules seem to be made around the batsman. Obviously, we're talking about the cricket ball, and that might help the bowlers, but one that I always thought was just be interesting as Ellis around the wicket, short. Oh, he falls over in his follow-through, Ellis. He does that every now and again. Stubbs pulls without timing. No run to Labuschagne.
I think the beauty of the game when it is the conditions are probably suiting the batters more, it just challenges the bowlers to be better. I actually don't mind that. I think, the only thing I would say is sometimes some of the grounds, I think, are skewed far too much in favour of batting because the boundaries are brought in so far. I think that's when it's an unfair advantage to the batting sides.
Stubbs on 52 at 5 for 190. Ellis around the wicket outside the off stump again, missed time. There's been more dot balls the last 10 minutes than we'd seen the previous hour. And that's another dot.
And the only other one I would say is, particularly it is a batsman's game in the limited overs format, I think there can be more flexibility.
The front footer.
Front foot no ball. Free hit. I think there can be more flexibility or more clarity around the wide rule. That they have these blue lines on the wicket, but it is basically the umpire's discretion. If he feels the batter's moved, even if the bowler has bowled within the blue lines, if he feels they've moved, then he can still call them for a wide, and that doesn't make much sense to me.
So here's a freebie for Stubbs, who can open his shoulders here. That's a wide outside the off stump, so there'll be another run and another free hit. And here we are talking about it. He was moving across the crease a bit. Nathan Ellis is unhappy, but that looked quite wide of the off stump, Diz.
It did look wide of the stump. I think Ellis's point is exactly what I was talking about. He's saying, well, it's actually inside the blue line. But the umpire will argue that, well, if the batsman's staying leg side of it, he can't actually reach the ball. But the bowler in me says, well, too bad.
Well, exactly. The bowler's executed the plan within the laws. Still free hit. And it's a toe drive to mid-on and no run anyway.
It's very well bowled by Nathan Ellis, coming around the wicket. He's bowled into the stumps.
Yeah, I often wonder whether or not, you could bring a bit of a captaincy in. And I mean, and this is more so older times. If you've got one dominant bowler, let the captain have one bowler he can bowl 12 overs, just to sort of...
Yeah, but these are things worth considering, for sure.
It causes all manner of problems if there are rain-reduced games, but Ellis, short down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch, not out, and wide is the call. I was putting my arms out in the commentary box, but I had to describe what was going on. Yeah, that's a wide. So it's been... front foot Noe, wide, free hit dot, wide down the leg side.
Yes.
The last four. 5 for 193.
And
still 2 balls left in the over.
And I just think with the wide law, I mean, they could simplify it. If it stays within the blue lines, it's not a wide.
Ellis tries again. That's short, pulled by Stubbs. He's got that forward of mid-wicket, so there's quite the chase for Green, who was quite square on that onside boundary rope. Gets there in time and keeps the scoring to 2. Stubbs moves to 54, and the score 5 for 195. 1 ball left in the 35th.
I mean, with the field that's set, Q, if you can see, there's Cameron Green's at deep square leg, just in front. You've got 2 men outside the circle at deep backward square and fine leg, and then you've got a square leg inside the circle and a wide mid-on. So Nathan Ellis has to bowl short.
As he does again. And Stubbs is on his toes, opening the blade, running it down to Zampa at deep third. Stubbs will keep the strike. 5 for 196 the scoreline. Stubbs is 55 from 65 balls. Mulder 2 from 3. Quentin Hull and Jason Gillespie with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. South Africa winning the toss and electing to bat. And Neil Manthorp is coming in to join Jason.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you very much indeed to Quentin Hull. Yeah, it's another stoppage in play. Just, I think, has there been an equipment failure for Vian Mulder? He's strapping on, re-strapping on his pads. I can't imagine that he... It reminds me of his school days when you realised that you had left-handed pads on.
No, I think he's changed his shoes.
Oh, okay.
His
Why would he be
spikes.
doing that?
I'm not sure. Maybe he's gone from the full spikes to the half spikes, or vice versa. Or he's gone for the flats.
So anyway, well, I can't imagine why he would do that. I mean, it's if there is going to be any dew, it's way too early. That will start.
There's no dew out there yet.
No, quite sure there isn't. Anyway, it's Luandre Pretorius who's doing the fetching and carrying.
Are you surprised he's not in this team?
Well, I am actually. Marnus Labuschagne continues though, as that one is pushed out into the covers by Stubbs, who sets off for a single. And called immediately, and there was a shy at the stumps. Yeah, I mean, it is unusual. He's scored runs in just about every game he's ever played at senior level. But you know, Shukri Conrad, the head coach, has got very, very clear plans. Like Keshav Maharaj wasn't in the T20 squad and admitted that he was very disappointed not to have been in that squad. Labuschagne in again. It's pitched right up and driven hard down into the ground for a crowd catch, which Travis Head lives up to. Stands up, and so he's caught it away to his right and then stood up with his arms in the air, and the crowd cheered. So we could see that it was hit down into the ground, flicked away now by Vian Mulder for a single out towards deep square leg. 5 for 198, South Africa. As the sun begins to set, it's very dramatic. We'll be into the twilight soon. The shadows are from the clubhouse away to our right, stretching across the ground. Labuschagne in, shorter, quicker, flatter, punched off the back foot again by Tristan Stubbs to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. The skylight changes colour. Still blue sky up ahead. The clouds are moving quite quickly across the ground. It's
Geez, your love affair with Mackay knows no bounds, does it, Manners?
I know. It's almost almost needs a parental warning. Here's Labuschagne in again. Short, pulled and dropped at mid-wicket. Wow, that was hit hard. Oh, my goodness. It's Cameron Green, I think, as at mid-wicket. No, it's Mitch Marsh, the captain, the other big man in the field. It was hit so hard, and he managed to get his hands to it, and he was just down on his knees, actually wringing his hands, because...
That was hit so hard, wasn't it?
Gee, you have to put it down as a drop, but, you know, with an asterisk.
Yeah, correct.
Goodness gracious me. They did take a single, but, gee, Stubbs hit that hard. Labuschagne in again. And this one, Mulder's guided away, square of the wicket on the offside. 5 for 201. Yeah, well, Q's made a note of it, so we can put that down as officially a dropped catch. But I think it's also saved 3 runs. But for South Africa, no Prenelin Sibrayan, obviously, because he's been left out. Senyaran Mutasami can bat. Keshav Maharaj can give it a biff. Nondre Berger's a good blocker, which isn't going to be much use. And Lungi Ngidi does not have a bat sponsor. So if Australia nip out another 1 or 2, this could subside quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously the partnership Manners. As we see, I think Xavier Bartlett is back into the attack for Australia, replacing Nathan Ellis.
Mitch Marsh, some of the irony to me is that 7 bowlers are used and none of them are Mitch Marsh. It sounded like, when he spoke at the beginning of the T20 series, you remember, it sounded like his bowling days were over.
Oh, I think they are pretty close to being done, yeah. I think you might find him bowling some T20s, I think. But, yeah, not much at all.
Xavier Bartlett round the wicket to Tristan Stubbs. It bangs it into the ground and it's pulled away for a single.
Well, I was touching on this last over. Nathan Ellis was bowling the short deliveries. He's got a wide mid-on and a square leg inside the circle. But then 3 men, one just in front of square deep, deep backward square and deep fine leg coming around the wicket to Tristan Stubbs. It's a clear plan to him. They obviously feel that pitching the ball up, maybe on this surface, it's too dangerous, and that they feel this is the way they can maybe slow down his scoring.
It's interesting. 3 men on the leg side boundary, one just in front of square, one behind square, and a long leg as well. Bartlett in once again, and it's driven by Mulder, standing upright at the crease, straight back to the bowler. Final word is, I don't know whether you went there in March, but my first foray into Mackay City,
Right.
discovered the Pioneer River and the bridge. It's very, very dramatic, huge, wide. Reminded me of the Orange River in the Free State in South Africa. You might
I
have
can't
caught that.
No, not sure I've
Huge,
seen that.
huge.
Right,
wide.
wow. Oh, wow.
It's all very
Gee, you have
dramatic.
done your
scenery.
research, haven't you?
Well, I just saw the sign. I just didn't know where I was going. Short, pulled by Mulder, and I don't think that was a catch at well, mid-wicket, square leg, really.
leg.
Yeah, square leg. It's Marnus Labuschagne, who, well, he's getting up very gingerly, but I'm pretty sure
It's
that
disappointment, I think.
it didn't carry, did it? It's on the half volley, I think.
I think you're right. Half volley, it looks.
Anyway, it's a single.
Marnus would be disappointed he didn't stop it or do something to stop a run.
Yeah, well, as long as he scores some runs, I think he'll be happy today. 5 for 203. Here's Xavier Bartlett around the wicket again. Another short one to Stubbs, and he goes for the pull shot. And there's an appeal for a catch behind. Josh Inglis, I think, was following the appeal from Bartlett. Bartlett got rid of both openers cheaply today. Aidan Markram for a 4-ball naught in the first over. Caught at mid-wicket, and Ryan Rickleton caught behind very, very well by Josh Inglis of Bartlett for 8. Bartlett at one point, well, his opening spell, two for 20 in his first 3 overs. But it's interesting, they're persisting with this round the wicket line of attack to Tristan Stubbs. And there are 3 men on the offside, 2 on the leg side, saving 1, 5 in the circle, 3 on the leg side boundary, and a 3rd man. Bartlett in again, back of a length, short in it towards the left shoulder of Stubbs, and he pulls it down towards the long leg.
It's such an interesting field to Stubbs that the Australians are employing, both Nathan Ellis and now Xavier Bartlett, because you've got 3 men on the offside in the circle, 2 in front of the wicket and 1 behind, and then you've got a 3rd man, and that's it. So I'm wondering if Tristan Stubbs will try and change the tactics of the Australians by looking to impact and hit the ball over the offside.
Maybe that's what they want him to try and do, get himself into a tangle. Here's Bartlett now over the wicket to Vian Mulder. It's back of a length, and he leans back, does Mulder. He's thinking about sort of uppercutting that one, just sliding it, but there is Adam Zampa was down on the 3rd man boundary, so he just backed away, backed out of the shot at the last possible moment. 5 for 204, South Africa. As it's quite difficult, it is, isn't it? Often with day-night games, they try and time the change of innings for the tea break or the dinner break, whatever you call it, between innings for when the sun actually goes down, the twilight. But that's not going to happen here. South Africa will, and the bowling side and the fielders will have to go through the transition.
That's right.
It can be quite tricky, but the lights look pretty good. What are you looking at? What have you pointed? What have you spotted?
I think Josh Hazlewood is just coming into the attack to replace Marnus Labuschagne. So between Aaron Hardy, Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne, Mitch Marsh has managed to get 9 overs out. So he'll need 1 more over at least out of those guys for his 5th bowler.
Here is Hazlewood up to the crease now, bowls to Tristan Stubbs, who is pushing it back up towards mid-off. You know, one thing that Mitch Marsh does do as the captain is keeps the batsman thinking all the time. I mean, he's very proactive, and you get the sense that the batsmen are being reactive rather than setting the tempo and making the fielders and the bowlers bowl to him where he wants them. Marsh, because he's constant rotation of the bowlers, I was going to ask you actually how you think the bowlers might feel about that. I mean, no one's bowled more than 3 over spell. Here's Hazelwood, and down the wicket comes Vian Mulder, pulling this, Stubbs rather, pulling it over mid-wicket for 4. He's on the charge. I guess he knows that it's going to not be full, so he's on the charge and pulling. Nobody at mid-wicket. It's a good shot.
It's a very good shot. Just knows that Josh Hazelwood is bowling into the pitch, back of the length. So he sees Josh Hazelwood just making a change now. He's bringing his 3rd man up, and he's dropping Cameron Green down to the long-on boundary. But in answer to your question, Manners, they would have their bowling meetings, their strategy planning meetings, and they would talk. The captain would talk about that we want to keep the South Africans guessing. So we'll keep rotating you bowlers around. Be prepared to bowl both sides, both ends.
Steered away behind square on the offside. It's a good-looking shot from Stubbs again. He's sort of looking to get onto the front foot, and he picks up a single out towards the cover boundary. I suppose I'm a product of my generation, and I still remember the days when bowlers are chuntering and grumbling and mumbling about the fact that, you know, well, I've got to loosen up. I've got to be. I need to know when I'm going to bowl. You can't just throw me the ball. And
those days are long gone. Absolutely long gone. You need to be ready to go as a bowler at all times.
Here's Hazelwood again up to the crease, and that's good delivery. Back of a length, straight, tucks Vian Mulder up, and he can do nothing more than defend. Is that literally the case? I mean, during a 50-over game, you would have to be, well, maybe not the spinners in the first power play, but literally, if the batsman goes on a hunch, you need to be able to bowl at, you know, a minute's notice.
You need to be ready to go at all times, because the game changes. You have plans A, B, C, whatever, but if the captain, if something happens in the game and he needs to go to this strategy, then you need to be ready to go.
Here is Hazelwood again, and he's on the charge, and he's driving straight past mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. That's a very good shot. He's a very fine cricketer, Vian Mulder, as you will have noticed if you weren't aware of him before. He's 367, batting at number 3, captaining South Africa in a Test match against Zimbabwe. Then you'll hear about that during the dinner break. Excellent interview.
Was that in Bulawayo?
It was in
Harare.
It was Queen's Club. Yeah,
Queen's Club.
Queen's Club in Bulawayo.
Yeah.
Here is Hazelwood again, up to the crease now, bowls, and Mulder drives through cover, through extra cover, out to the sweeper on the boundary, which you will know, Alex Carey Fields, is a very flat pitch.
It is, yes, it's a nice pitch to bat on.
Yeah, right.
367 is nothing to be sneezed at. It's you still got to score the runs, and Zimbabwe had a decent attack in that match. It's a wonderful, wonderful knock. I think I was telling you earlier when we were about Bulawayo. One thing that stood out for me is the coldest pool in world cricket. The hotel that we stayed in there, renowned as the coldest swimming pool. It was genuinely like an ice bath, Manners.
The water comes from the mountains of the Matabele land.
Right.
So I'm just making that up.
Oh, right. Okay.
I have no idea why the water was so cold.
It was freezing. I was going to say, I'm not sure there's any mountains down at Matabele land.
There are. They're about 40 kilometres away.
Right.
That's short and pulled away by Mulder out towards mid-wicket. But I know that the pool and the hotel, if you recall, I don't know whether it was geographically deliberately designed that way, but the pool is pretty much in the shade most of the day.
It is. It very much is.
It just never warms up.
It just never warms up. It was when the fitness trainer, the physio said, right, you need to do recovery in the pool. It's, you know, no, or do warm up in the pool. No, you cool down in the pool. It's that cold.
Ice bath.
It's an ice bath.
Round the wicket again, Xavier Bartlett bowling to Tristan Stubbs. It's short, it's pulled away out towards mid-wicket, and again it's gone straight to the field, a square leg actually. It's Marnus Labuschagne, and I'm loving the fact that Marsh has got a very clear plan.
Yeah.
Xavier Bartlett is implementing it beautifully. The batsman knows exactly what that plan is, and he still can't do much about it.
I reckon he's either deciding, do I just stay leg side and try and access over the offside, or do I take on the 3 men out on the fence, but he saw that Brevis got out a few overs back, doing exactly that.
Bartlett in again, another bouncer, this time a proper head high bouncer, and looked like Tristan Stubbs was playing an overhead smash. Tennis.
I think if he let that go, it would have actually been a wide.
He somehow managed to keep it down as well. It was an overhead smash.
It was,
Hit
yeah.
it to Labuschagne at square leg.
15, love.
Great. it's fabulous stuff, you know. I mean, it really.
It's a really interesting passage of play here at the moment.
Tristan Stubbs, 64 from 75 balls. South Africa need him to bat deep into this innings. Another short one, and he's miscued the pull shot, I think. Well, he did miscue it, but it's gone in front of square, and Labuschagne turns and runs after it from square leg.
Actually wondering how Xavier Bartlett hasn't been called for more than 2 bounces in the over.
Well, I think that's why it's testament to his skill, because they've all been sort of chest height, haven't they? But chest and neck height.
Or maybe a little bit higher than that.
Yeah, okay.
Well, from this angle.
But you know what?
So it'd be interesting what this ball is now.
If you can, as you know, the umpire's going to, as long as it's not absolute head height or overhead height, Bartlett in again. Cut away, he's used a bit of width, given himself some width for Jan Mulder, and it's 4 runs. So he has decided to do what you were suggesting, access the offside, back away to leg and hit it through the offside, try and hit it over the infielders, I suppose.
Yeah, well, you just had to get it past Travis Head, who's at a backward point. You've got Aaron Hardy just in front of point, and Mitchell Marsh is at a wide mid-off. So, and with, I think it's Josh Hazelwood's down at the 3rd man boundary. He had no chance of stopping that once it got past Travis Head. Well played by Mulder.
5 for 220, South Africa. It must be said that 300, well, we said this on Tuesday, 300 absolute minimum. You'd think very, very good pitch. Down the leg side here from Bartlett, and he appeals for a catch at the wicket by Inglis. And Jan Mulder is completely unconcerned. It's been called a wide. I'm chuckling because Bartlett is imploring the umpire to give it out, and he's called it wide instead.
Josh Inglis is thinking is pushing for this to be. No, I thought Josh Inglis and Xavier Bartlett were going to get Mitchell Marsh to review that.
So did I.
I think common sense has prevailed here.
Down at the on the long leg boundary, the 12th man, Australian 12th man, it's Ben Dorshus.
That's Ben Dorshus.
Is standing 3 yards inside the field of play, helping Nathan Ellis to towel himself down, and well, he's loosening up now, limbering up is Ellis, so presumably
he's looking forward to collaborating with the unions and the government.
It's your home of cricket.
The field is completely set for the back of a length delivery, and you just said you can't pitch it up with this field, but you can't pitch them all short in the over, and it's driven down the ground for 4.
And what's happened, well, by Mulder actually backing away and hitting that ball through backward point, it's then the following ball was down leg side, and then his last ball the over, he's pitched really full to go for the Yorker ball. So by Mulder actually just taking a bit of a calculated risk by backing away and hitting that ball through the offside, it's just frazzled the mind of the bowler. And that's good cricket from Mulder. Very good cricket.
South Africa 5 for 225 after 39 overs. Obviously, 3rd and final power play in the last 10 overs, where Australia can have just 4 players on the boundary, but really good innings this from Tristan Stubbs, 65 from 76 balls. Jan Mulder as well, 20 off 16, batting at 7. Hazelwood is in, back, it's not Ellis, and it was steered away by Stubbs behind square on the offside. So they're nicely set, South Africa, but they can't go too hard. They can't go as hard as Australia might be able to because of the length of their tail. I mean, as you say, so the batsmen are having a chat now. So I don't even think they'll kick for home until the last, you know, they won't try to go big, probably not until 5 overs remain.
But you want one of your top 5 or top 6 batters in the last 5 overs of a 50 over game. Absolutely.
Here's Hazelwood again. It's wide, and it's a low full toss, and it's cut away for 4. Driven, not cut. You can't cut.
Almost like
cut a full
sliced
toss.
away,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
exactly. Yeah. I mean, it was. It's just a sliced drive because it was a. He's going wide Yorker, so he's only just missed his target, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Hazelwood.
only just by a fraction. It wasn't a bad delivery by any stretch. It was just really good cricket from Mulder. And just on that point of having a top 6 batter in at the 45th over, I think the stats men will show you that if you do have a top 5, top 6 batter in.
Hazelwood goes bouncer now. Well done. Mulder wasn't expecting that. And he wanted to pull it or hook it, but he wasn't able to get into position to play the shot, so just pulled out of it. 5 for 230. And
yep, the stats man will tell you that if you have a top 6 batter in with 5 overs to go, you can add an extra up to 20 to 30 runs to your innings.
Hazelwood turns once again and starts just outside the 30-yard circle, running in now towards Vian Mulder, and it's full, and it's going to appeal for leg before, but he hit it inside edge onto the pad. They'll get a single into the covers. South Africa 5 for 231. For those of you listening to us on the green ABC Sport button or Sport Digital in New South Wales, ACT or Queensland, you're now off to the NRL. If you want to keep listening, look for the big white cricket ball on the ABC Listen app. We had issues earlier in the day, but if you refresh the app, you'll find that it is now fixed. So enjoy the NRL, but if you want to stay with us, here is Hazelwood again, driven away up towards mid-off, right on the edge of the circle. Ellis tumbles as he fields. ABC Sport button and Sport Digital in Sydney, Canberra, Brisbane and Gold Coast to the NRL, Panthers and Raiders. So there you go, ABC Sport Bulletin and Sport Digital in Sydney.
Shocking evidence, jury drama. The Mushroom Case Daily podcast took you inside that trial, and now we're doing it again with the Croc Wrangler, Matt Wright. Search for the new podcast, The Case Of. It's on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island.
ABC Sport.
ABC.
It's up.
And if you love your sport, your subscription planning might start getting seriously more expensive. Well, the sports rights wars are heating up. This week, the NBL and ESPN announced a multi-year extension of the basketball media rights for Australia and across the Tasman.
Yes, Zoe, and, well, the local rights discussions are constantly shifting, or that's how it feels to me anyway. There are also some rumblings happening overseas as well, and the rumble is happening in the UFC octagon. Now, Zoe...
ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis.
Mulder, as he gets into the change rooms, that he's basically just thrown his innings away for no apparent reason, and Marnus has picked up his first.
Here is Labuschagne into Mutasami, clips it away off his pads out towards square leg, fielded by Dorsius is on the field. Not sure who's he's on for, but I don't think there's been any injury.
I think just saw Travis Head. I think it's Kuhnemann on the field.
Kuhnemann, right.
And I think sort of Travis maybe just going for a pit stop.
Well, I think that's really, really good captaincy. You know, Marnus, it was... You start the last 10 overs and you think Marnus is hittable, and take him on, pay the price. Here is Labuschagne. He bowls very, very decent and controlled leg spin.
He bowls good leg spin.
We know that, yeah.
Good leg spin, better than his seam up, although in county cricket, seam up does work, I've heard. But yeah, in one-day international cricket, he's bowled seam up in test cricket, but he runs in and bowls bumpers for, I don't know what that is, other than hurting his back.
Here is Labuschagne then. He seemed to crouch in that delivery. The low round arm slinger, but Stubbs takes a single down to green at long on. And they go through for another single. 6 for 235.
And the Australians will be happy now just to give Stubbs a single and get him down the non-strikers end, and then try and get another wicket, get the tail enders in, get Maharaj in, get Berger in.
Here's Labuschagne, and again it's short, pulled away by Mutasami down towards Josh Hazlewood at long leg, and again it's just a single. Well, Stubbs will certainly now be inhibited, is probably the wrong word, but he'll be restrained. I mean, he really does know that they're not, South Africa aren't going to make 50 without him there. They might make 60 or 70 if he bats through the last 10 overs. Driven down the ground towards long off, and they're through for a single again. Stubbs going along very nicely. Won't be remotely concerned or even thinking about personal milestones now. It's all about the team. That's very much his ethos, always has been. 69 off 81, 6 for 237, 41 overs gone.
You'd imagine if he bats, and personal milestones aside, and if he bats for the next 8 overs and he faces half the balls, which he probably will, 8, if you've got to run off every ball, what's that? That's another 25, 30 or something like that, isn't it? So you'll be close to 100 anyway. So without thinking about it, it's just he needs to be there at the end of the innings to really try and up the ante, because he can clear the rope and he plays all the little fancy dinks and the reverses as well. So he's very hard to set a field to.
Adam Zampa is coming in to bowl the 42nd over. Zampa's only bowled 7. I'm imagining that he will bowl 8, 9 and 10 and complete his spell. I suppose it depends how things go. Down the wicket using his feet very nicely, Tristan Stubbs, and he drives that down towards long off, and it's very well fielded by Cam Green. Clever stuff that from the big man. He's realised that he couldn't get his big frame down in time to actually, and he was too close to the rope, so he just bent down and flicked it back to Nathan Ellis, who was also running back from long off to pick up and get the return in.
Yeah, good piece of footing, Green. He's such a big guy, but he actually moves really, really well across the ground, and got a great pair of catching hands as well.
It was good management, really. It was good awareness. This one is chopped away by Stubbs to the sweeper on the cover boundary. There won't be more than a single in it for Tristan Stubbs, who's into the 70s now, 72.
I think this is the challenge now for the South Africans. Zampa's got 3 overs to go, or 2.4 overs to go. He bowls good wrong-in, going across the left-hander. If you pick the wrong one, try to go through the onside, you'll see a little lead and catch like we saw earlier in the day. Australia have got some weapons now with the ball to try and take on the lower order of the South African batting lineup.
It is Zampa once again. Up to the crease now, bowls to the left-handed Mutasami, drives it down the ground. He's just going to take a single. That's his job now. Just a singular ball. Run a ball for the next 4 or 5 overs, and he has more than done his job. Maybe if you do get a bad one, try and put it away. 6 for 241. Do you know whether the glass in our commentary box is tinted?
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself. I think it is a little bit tinted, because it does look a bit dark out there, but I don't think it is.
It's peculiar, isn't it? That one is shoveled away by Stubbs with a straight bat off the back foot again to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
I was starting to think that earlier when I was watching. I'm thinking, geez, it looks dark out there. Why is it so dark? The lights aren't bright enough. And then I went, hang on, no, it's
tinted glass.
It's tinted glass, yes. And no one's complaining about it out there from the playing point of view. So
I said the floodlights are pretty good, but they're quite low. That's driven by Mutasami out towards extra cover, and it's a good piece of fielding from Aaron Hardy, diving away to his left. Good stop, dot ball. The floodlight pylons are quite low, and they're not halogen lights, are they? They're LED. Sorry, no, they are halogen. They're not LED.
Right, they're the older style, aren't they?
Here's Zampa once again, and that one is swept away down towards long leg. They go through for another single. I'm told you'll know, because you're too old to have played under LED lights. So you would only have played under halogen lights.
I would have back in the day in the SCG.
I'm told that LED do make quite a significant difference.
Much
less glare, is that
and
right?
and they come on very quickly, and they've got the ability to change them. So yeah, they do. It's I work in softball, and they've redone the lights at the Diamonds which I look after, and you can see the massive difference in the lighting immediately when they put the newer version. Like anything, technology is like anything. You put the new technology in, it's always better. No one's ever put new technology in that's worse. Let me put this new system in. It doesn't work very well. I'll whack it in. That'll be right.
All right, 8 overs to go. South Africa 6 for 243. And Marnus is going to continue. Mitch Marsh is persisting with spin in these closing overs. And why not? It's working. Sanyarin Mutasami on strike, and that's a full toss, and it's heaved away out towards deep mid-wicket, and he's gone. Knee-high full toss. Marnus Labuschagne. Probably not the ball that he wanted to bowl, or the plan that he intended to implement. But you know what? Mitch Marsh had a feeling that the spinners might get the job done, and Sanyarin Mutasami is absolutely filthy with himself, just cursing and cussing, bangs his fist into his helmet. What have I done? You've hit a knee-high full toss to me.
Yes, he's hit it correct. He's hit a knee-high full. He could have hit it anywhere. If he hit it hard enough, it probably would have gone out of the ground, but he didn't. And unfortunately, the man fielding out the boundary has taken a very, very simple catch straight to him without moving, caught it in front of his face, right in front of the club down there. And as you said, Mutasami is not happy. Aaron Hardy took a very simple catch. Marnus, I don't say he's embarrassed by it, but he's if the shock of I've just picked up a wicket with the knee-high full toss is streamed across his face.
Nandre Berger is the new man for South Africa, and you know, I think Tristan Stubbs needs to sort of take a leaf out of the Tim David play management system, and make sure, if that means returning down singles off the 5th and 6th balls when Berger's on strike, then that's what he needs to do, I think. By the way, South Africa's captain Temba Bavuma, non-playing captain
Good to see.
Game, is doing some 12th man duties.
Got to see, all part of the team. Show you that you're part of the squad, and I'm not sure he'll do any fielding. That might be a little bit bridge too far, but running drinks out and stuff, that's all good.
Counterintuitive, isn't it? Workload management, let's rest him, but get him on the field to run around.
Hey, he's part of the team. Got to show you're not bigger than everyone else.
Quite right.
Now, Berger, you've mentioned earlier, he's a bit of a block artist, is he? Was it Maharaj?
It's Maharaj, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, it's not Nandre Berger, it's Keshav Maharaj who's come out to the crease. There's a
he can bat, can't
significant difference in size. Yeah, well, do you know, he did a cruciate ligament in his knee, and he's the first to admit that it was so hard was the rehab for 10 months that he couldn't bat, obviously, for all that time, and has struggled to catch up. Driven first ball by from Maharaj down the ground towards long off. So he's the first to admit that he's not the batter that he was before that injury. That was 2 years ago now. And anyway, as long as he lets Stubbs do the batting and he stands at the other end, that'll be fine for South Africa. Chopped away by Stubbs, looking for the single towards the end of the over, and doesn't find it.
So are we in the stage of Maharaj turning down singles, or is he good enough to not turn down singles?
Well, he can survive, but you know, I don't know. Just Stubbs must face as much of the bowling as possible. I know that's a statement of the obvious, but he does manage to push this one down towards wide long off and go through for the single. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Maharaj can bat. Yeah, he's not going to get knocked over. Not by Marnus Labuschagne, anyway.
Well, unless he bowls on knee high fully, but different story. Good delivery, underrated.
7 for 245. Maharaj plays defensively. No, that's clever. He's aware that, you know, there's not much point in him looking for runs here. Let's get Stubbs on strike for a full over. 43 overs gone, 7 for 245. With 7 overs to go, and to take you through those 7 overs, you'll be with Quentin Hull.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
And Adam Zampa's going to have another go. 1 for 47 his figures. He's bowled 8 overs. And yes, there is tinting on these windows, Stuart. It's very apparent from outside, but not as apparent when you're on the other side. Stubbs is on strike. It's full. Hits him high in the air. It hasn't got enough to clear the field. Green comes across from long on and takes the catch. And Adam Zampa claims the important wicket of the set batsman at the end of this Proteas innings, which is falling away. And Tristan Stubbs has to go. He's out for 74. And now South Africa realises it's not just about the runs, it's about batting out the overs. They're 8 down at the start of the 44th for 245. Stubbs out for 74 from 87 deliveries.
Yeah, Stubbs trying to take on the straight. Look, I'll give him credit. At least he went to the straight part of the ground, which he's had some success with in the past, but got it high on the blade and it didn't carry all the way. Cameron Green came in. I thought he made a meal of it for 1 minute where he got underneath it too far, but got the big hands up and caught it very safely down a deep long on. Zampa, as you said, he's picked up his 2nd wicket, and the innings of Tristan Stubbs has come to an end. He's batted very well and got his team into a position, but I think he knew as well as everyone, unless he got it on with it and started to push on and get that score up to around about the 300 mark, it's probably not going to be enough anyway. So they're thinking about their cricket, South Africa. They're not just going through the motions and saying, oh, we'll get 270. They're thinking, well, that probably won't be enough. I've got to get it up to 300.
And it continues the high strike rate of wickets falling to spin in this 50-over series. So of the 18 wickets that fell in Cairns, 11 of them fell to spin. And of the 8 today, that's 2 for Zampa, 2 for Labuschagne. So four of the 8 today.
Well, we're starting to see that the spin is now very much becoming a weapon up here in the north of Queensland. And as you said, Q, it'll be later on this evening as well.
Berger is the new bat on strike, and he gets a rather nervy prodding inside edge. Away for 2. There's no one at square leg. There's deep square on the rope, and there's mid-wicket in the infield. It was a little trickler beyond the field restriction circle, and they scurry a second.
It's actually good running by Berger. I think as soon as he hit it, he realised, hang on, that's not going very far. I can come back here, I'll tap and go. And you know, he got down the other end quickly and got back very easily as well.
Marsh audaciously has got a slip placed in for Zampa, bowling to Berger. And that's probably why it's the wrong one, which gets an outside edge and trickles down to third man. Marsh is in at slip. He's on his knee, sort of just curling the mo, looking at Adam Zampa, thinking, see, that's why we're there. They get 3 runs for it, by the way, down to deep third.
Yeah, good piece of bowling that. Zampa bowled him a leg break. Was always going to then follow it up. If it wasn't that ball, it was going to be the ball after, one that went the other way. And got the edge, but as you said, Q, just along the ground, didn't quite get the length. And to Berger's credit, he didn't push at it, he just soft hands and ran it away nicely off the face.
Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport, with Friday afternoon becoming Friday evening at Harrop Park in Mackay. Australia needing to win this game to keep the series alive. Game 3 played on Sunday here. As Zampa bowls to Maharaj, who belts him over long on. No, it's Cam Green, just got over him. He went up and he just couldn't get a fingertip to it. Nervous broadcaster's moment when you think he's got enough. Oh, it's the tallest bloke in the field at long on. He nearly caught that Green. It cleared the rope for 6, just.
Almost was there, Green. I was a bit like you. I was watching Green. He got onto the rope. He knew where he was. He leapt up. Hit just too well by Maharaj, and it went all the way. So good shot.
8 for 256. Zampa flights up again. Maharaj this time drives along the ground too long off. Labuschagne comes in to do the fielding. So Maharaj moves to 8. And South Africa 8 for 257. There's 1 ball left in the 44th. Go through the details of the day once this over is done. A lot of you finishing up work and no doubt settling in for a huge night of sport. If the footy gets boring, come to the cricket. If the cricket gets boring, go to the footy. It'll be one of those nights, I think. bit of choice all over the place. Around the wicket from Zampa, defended by Berger. That's the end of the over. So for those of you that are just joining, South Africa won the toss earlier today and decided to bat with Aiden Markram deputising as skipper. Temba Bavuma's not playing. He's having his hamstring managed. He's going to play on Sunday, but he's had that issue for a while, so he's sitting out today. Markram made only, well, a 4-ball duck. Then Rickleton out for 8. De Zorzi 38. Brezka made 88. Brevis just 1 today. 26 for Mulder. 4 for Muthusamy. And Stubbs, the last man out, for 74. So the wickets, a couple early on. We've seen a couple of decent partnerships. But Australia dominating the back end. Ellis starts a new over down the leg side. It sort of takes a little bit of pad, and then Inglis picks up.
Almost took his bottom of his thigh pad and ran onto the stumps. So there was a good partnership between Bretsky and Stubbs. That was a good partnership.
Yeah, De Zorzi and Brezka put on 67, and then Brezka and Stubbs put on 89.
Yeah, so a couple in there, but then there's just been that constant. As soon as you think they're going to take off, there's a fall of a wicket. There's a constant fall of a wicket the whole time, so they haven't been able to surge.
Ellis bounces Maharaj. Is that too high?
No.
No. He charged him.
Kosh
looking to bash it out through mid-wicket, didn't swing, and square leg umpire says that's okay.
Yeah, Kosh said it was right. I saw him signal there just on the shoulder. That's one above. So they reference point in the distance umpires the height, and anything they try and use that as the guide. So if anything, just, and the ones that are close is where they, you know, sometimes they get them right, sometimes they get them wrong, but they use that as a reference. So something over at the stand over there, he'll be using as his reference point. And each bat is slightly different because of their height.
That's an interesting point. You have a area as your marker. Ellis around the wicket, slow delivery into the pads. Maharaj turns it down to deep fine leg for a single. So that's team news again, as mentioned. Bavuma not playing, Markram captaining. So Tony De Zorzi came in at the top of the order, and then Sabrayan with his bowling action to be analysed yet again, not exposed to international cricket today, and Muthusamy coming into the team. Just one change for Australia. Xavier Bartlett coming in for his 3rd one-day international, and among the wickets again as well, replacing Ben Dwarsha. So Bartlett picking up 2 wickets earlier. Ellis has got 2, Zampa's got 2, Labuschagne's got 2. Ellis bowls outside the off stump, top edge, down towards deep third. It won't carry all the way to Hazelwood, and a streaky single for Berger.
Heart in your mouth type stuff there, wasn't it? Was it, oh, is it going to carry? Is it? It didn't. It really only went 10 metres outside the circle. It was a slower ball, I think, that he tried to. I'm not sure what he tried to do with it, but didn't get hold of it at all. Big top edge, and Hazelwood 1 bounce.
So we don't have a gauge of what's a good score at this venue, because we haven't seen a full men's one-day international played here. It's just the 2nd game here. Short ball, and somehow Maharaj, in defending himself, also plays a pull shot and gets a run to deep square. He was sort of ducking and swatted at the same time and got a run.
I was going to say that's the duck hook. You sort of duck, but then you swat at it because you're worried it's going to hit you, and you time it all the way down here. So odd-looking stroke. Effective though. Yeah, the one he tried to hit that went up to 3rd man, it was out the back of the hand, slow ball, and it had so much topspin on it. It was almost like a topspin forehand. It dropped into the court.
1 ball left in his 9th over, Ellis. 2 for 45. Another really good hand for Australia. That beats the left-hander Berger outside the off stump. Play and a miss. Dot ball to end the over. 8 for 260 with 5 overs left. Maharaj 10 and Berger 6.
And Maharaj will face Zampa. I'm more confident watching Maharaj against Zampa than I am Berger, but I'm not sure Berger's picking which way they're going. Whereas I think Maharaj has a bit more of an idea that Zampa, when he bowls his wrong, and because he bowls with really quick arm action, and he doesn't particularly bowl a big leg break, but the wrong-uns is danger ball.
And isn't it amazing the way that 20 over cricket's changed so much of every other format, and a bowler like Nathan Ellis, who now is invaluable in 50 over cricket with his ability to bowl these regular change-ups. Zampa starts a new over with a flat leg spinner, which is pulled by Maharaj out to deep mid-wicket, where Hardy does the fielding, keeps the scoring to 1. I mean, even when you were playing, Stu, which wasn't that long ago, you just go about stuff, and 50-over bowling was more like Test match bowling. Now 50-over bowling is more like T20 bowling.
It's changed a lot because guys are, I think they bat lower in the order too. So you could get through a few guys and not have as much damage at the end. But 50-over cricket, there's so many variations now, and everyone ramps or reverses or laps, or no one's afraid of that anymore, and they practice it so much more. So the game's changed significantly in the last 10 years.
Zampa flights the delivery, outside edge from Berger on a lofted drive over cover, which falls safe in the deep. They come back for a second. That outside edge of Berger's bat's very valuable. It's his scoring part of the willow at the moment. He's hitting most of his runs from there. He's got a couple there, moves to 8 for 263.
Well, he doesn't know which way they're going, so I think he was trying to hit that over mid-wicket and it went over cover.
Zampa with all of the varieties. That one's a wide down the leg side. A quick leg spinner, or maybe a Zuta. Well handled by Inglis, but wide of the pad, so a sundry.
Yeah, it looked like he pushed that out the front of his hand, that Adam Zampa trying to trap Berger in front.
By the way, the Aussies are 7 minutes behind on the timer.
Oh, no.
So that might be an issue as well. Zampa delivers, Berger back in the crease, punches on the onside, Head does the fielding at mid-wicket, no run.
So they'll have to bring fielders up. How many overs to go here? I'm just trying to work out.
There's 4 after this one. 3 balls left in the 46.
Yeah, they might get an over or two. They're behind.
This one outside, that's the wrong one. Missed the edge into the gloves. Yeah, deceived. Berger doesn't, he's not reading that one.
No, he's not picking it all. He was looking, he was covering his stumps, and wouldn't be a bad idea to put slip back in, but I think they're now in the protect the runs type mode.
Yeah, and get through things quickly so they don't have to concede too much if they go beyond the timer. That's full, and Berger gets underneath it. Not enough. Green tracking to his left, takes another excellent outfield catch. He had to make 15 metres to his left, Cameron Green, coming in from long off. Right underneath our commentary position, Stu. What a pleasure it is to see such a large man move in such athletic and confident manner. Absolutely shelled it, Cam Green, in the end. Easy catch. South Africa 9 down for 264. And Green, he's now got, as an outfielder, 4 catches in the innings.
So if he gets another one, does he hold something up?
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
It's he's got such big hands, right? So, and he moves so well that he was down. He probably ran 15 to 20 metres then to his left. Got there very comfortably. Got the hands up. Once he gets underneath it, there's no way he's going to drop it. It's almost impossible. It's like he's got catching mitts on his hands. You see him in the slips during the Test matches or in gully. He takes some phenomenal catches, and there's a lot more time to set himself out here. Took another simple catch. Zampa picks up another wicket. Berger tried to take the game on. Unfortunately, he perished as well. Caught a deep long off by Cameron Green, who got a little bit of a twirly as he hit the ground. Another wrong one too.
So Zampa now up to 191. He's getting closer to Steve Waugh.
He's getting there. So
195 is the next cog. He's 7th all time. Zampa's 8th all time at 191.
You know what my favourite comment of the day was? Thorpe said we were talking about the batters, and Ngini, he described him as not having a batting sponsor.
Ngini's the last man. He defends,
What?
showing the batsman's sponsor sticker with a forward defensive. If he had, no,
he's got a batsman, Thorpe.
I don't like it's cricket season. And he's got a cooker.
he reckons he's borrowed someone's bat.
Lungi Ngidi defends the over. Last ball of the over. Zampa finishes with 10 overs, 3 for 63.
You know, batters are really touchy about their bats. Dizzy can attest to this, that they'll carry 6 or 7 bats in their bag, and they'd hated bowlers always going up and taking them. I used to go up and tap them and stuff like that, and they get so upset. Imagine if I walked out, I just went and grabbed someone's bat and just said, oh, I'm going to have a bat with this today. They would have blown up, hit me with their bat.
A number of our listeners are about to leave to Friday night footy as well. I'll go through that in a moment. Ellis starts a new over. A mistimed drive down the ground. Ngidi doesn't want to get to the striker's end, so Maharaj keeps trying. If you're with us on Sports Digital oh no, that's not yet. So how's this? Adam Jones, our man in Adelaide, has put Adelaide Times on the on the
It's a trap for young players, isn't it?
on the screen. I was about to go into the drop off for the AFL states, but no, that's half an hour away. Don't worry. Ellis bowling. Maharaj smashes him out through cover along the ground. There's a man in the deep. They don't take the run.
So, well, they did. They took half a run, then they both got to the middle of the pitch, turned around and ran back. Don't know.
Well, Maharaj 11 from 12, and Geedy looks like he's just out there.
Again, he must be hopeless then.
Well, I'll
He
give
played a beautiful forward defence before.
Yep, I didn't write down his batting stats. 69th one-day international for Lungi and Geedy, who's a very tall man. Ellis bowls a bouncer. That's probably too high. Is it? Nope. It was outside the off stump. He didn't flash at it, and square leg said that's fine.
I'm looking for some batting stats here. Can't find anything brilliant. I will keep digging out batting stats from Geedy.
Oh, hold on. You got
him?
him?
No, here we go. Here we go. Oh no.
You had him on the previous
I had him
page.
on there. Page, what have I gone and done here?
I'll help you out. I'll go with my screen. We're searching for almost an irrelevant stat. He's at the non-striker's end. Maharaj gives himself room. Will he take the run this time? Yep.
Yes,
Pokes it just beyond cover for a single.
Here we go.
What have you got? That's 9 for 265.
He's played 68, 69 games. He's got 124 runs. High score of 20.
He averages better than 11.
Yeah, 11.27.
Lots of red inks, though. 16 not outs in 27 bats.
He's hiding down the non-strikers and letting the other bloke
So
get
that's why his highest score is 20 and his average is 11. Then you sort of think, oh, hold on.
So I'm thinking slower ball chipped up to cover.
And Geedy facing Ellis, who's around the wicket. It was a change-up, not one of the super slow ones, but pushed into the cover field. No, it's a dot. And things just falling away for South Africa. They really looked to be going well at 3 for 179. But when Bretska departed for 88, who basically got sucked in for the Nathan Ellis bowling bounces at his shoulder around the wicket to 3 men out on the onside.
Correct.
Played a pull shot. One of those men caught it. That was Carey. And they just kept bowling there. And Brevis got out that way as well. Ellis bowling around the wicket, tried to pull him.
So they're going to go bouncer here, you think, because Marnus has gone around the corner to leg gully-ish.
Over the wicket. And Geedy gives himself room and just digs it out. It rolls back to the bowler.
The old double bluff, wasn't it? That was the old, I'm going to bowl you a bounce, I'm going to make the big Yorker. He might have been better off bowling a slower ball then. But anyway, it's another over gone. The South Africans are now 9 down, 265. Maharaj will be on strike here, and Marnus has got the ball. He's feeling confident, Marnus. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Well,
they've got to get through their overs as well.
If they bowl them out, the innings timer becomes irrelevant, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. So they've got to bowl them out. But no, I think Marnus was going to bowl, and Mitch Marsh said, get out of there. I'm giving the ball to my main man, Hazelwood.
Josh Hazelwood, he's probably thinking, we've only got one to get.
Put it down, you're not bowling anymore. Like when you're your kids, right?
You've got your 2 wickets.
Stop playing with it. Stop. Marnus, now you're not bowling. Get away.
And you've got to keep telling him. So run rate at 5.64. South Africa, is 270 going to be enough here? 9 for 265. They're hoping for a few more here. Maharaj facing Hazelwood, tries to ramp, gets it fine, gets it for 4. He didn't really get it off the full face of the bat, but did enough. That's well played. Went to a knee, tickled down the leg side, down to the rope. 4 runs for Keshav Maharaj.
I reckon it hit him on the right hand. He's just flinching, flicking his arm. I think he tried to play the old lap sweep, get underneath it, and the scoop. We'll call it the scoop, whatever. But I reckon it hit him on the hand, and he's just shaking his hand a little bit.
Up near the splice, near the handle. Maybe a bit of finger in that as well. But it's 4. Maharaj 16. South Africa 9 for 269. Hazelwood tries again. Wide of the off stump, and that's fine. Not flashed at by the batsman, who is indeed wringing his right hand.
Yeah, just looking at here, it hit him on the right thumb. Yeah,
that's okay. He bowls left-handed.
Left-handed, be fine. Put a bit of tape on that and get on with it.
Yep.
Hit him right on the thumb. Ouch. Hazelwood hasn't had the best night tonight. Something that he's bowled 8.2 overs, none for 51. Just hasn't looked his fluent self.
Full outside the off stump again. Yep, excellent delivery. Maharaj flashes, misses through to the keeper. So that's, bowl the popping crease Yorker, half a metre outside the off stump.
Hard to hit that ball. Very hard to hit. Hazelwood, he's an experienced campaigner now, played in all the T20 tournaments around the world. The IPL, he's been a real success over there. From someone that was not talked about as a T, he was too predictable. I spoke to him the other day before the first one-day international, and Clinch asked him about his variations. He said, I don't have many. He said, just top of the stumps are still very hard to hit.
Maharaj tries again. That one's short, and he misses. Excellent combinations here. Though that was quick and legal over the top of the stumps. So he's gone full outside off, and then just, I'm going to bowl one at your badge if you're good enough, and he wasn't. It was quick and over his head.
Yeah, he was way too quick. He was late on that Maharaj. So be interesting to see what Maharaj does here, given probably woke him up a little bit. I'm sure he'll go in for the lap scoop here. I think he might come running down the wicket and try and hit it over mid-off, expecting a full one. Hazelwood might go short again.
2 balls left in the 48th. South Africa 9 down. There's full. That's too wide of the off stump though. Misses the blue line. He's not happy, Hazelwood. Again, that popping crease Yorker wide of the off stump, but too wide. And the umpire has said that's a run and a re-bowl.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't happy. He gave it the old stare, didn't he? Just looked.
Teapot.
So stare at the umpire. I'm not happy with that delivery. He gets one at the stumps here. It might be all over for Maharaj.
Or is he one of those frustrating tail enders? He's good enough to hit them when they're at the poles. Hazelwood, short ball. That's not short enough. And Maharaj belts him brilliantly. 1 bounce 4 over the mid-wicket rope on the hop. That wasn't full enough. And it was a hip height, short of a length delivery given the treatment.
That was a lovely shot. He sort of just sat there and just swatted it over mid-wicket. 1 bounce, as you said, Q, bang. Sound off the bat was unbelievably good. And change of the field, we've got deep mid-wicket going out there, and we've got Mitch Marsh coming around to mid-on just for something different. Ellis talking to Hazelwood.
Some valuable runs for South Africa. 9 for 274. Maharaj is 20 from 19 balls. Hazelwood's response is a bouncer, which is shorter, but controlled on a pull shot for a single. Out to Hardy at deep square, but that's good enough for Maharaj. He wanted the 1 at the end of the over to keep the strike. So well done to Keshav Maharaj, adding valuable runs late here. 2 overs left in the innings. And South Africa 9 for 275 grandstand cricket on ABC Sport.
So they can get another 15, which is a big ask, I might add. Guinea can't bat, so they're not going to take the singles. But he find the boundary 2 or 3 times, and 290 was what they got in Cairns. So this looks like a better wicket than what we had up in North Queensland, though, from what we ended up seeing. And we're not sure whether the dew factor will become an issue down here either.
I've been told that they spray for it, and also because it's windy and you can see those flags, the dew's not going to be as much of a factor tonight.
Well, that's what happened the other night in Cairns. It was quite windy, so the dew didn't become a factor, and the ball started to grip in the surface.
So having a chat to Pete Kazakov, the groundsman, just asking a few things. What about the dew? So, mate, we've sprayed for it, but the wind's around, so I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Got it sorted. Don't worry about it.
Yep. Yeah, groundsman here. Now Xavier Bartlett in from the airport end, short down the leg side, and Maharaj pulls without timing. Could have taken a signal to deep fine, but doesn't.
He won't take a single. He'll wait and see if he can hit a boundary or 2, perhaps.
Just a reminder, in the innings break, you'll hear further from Vian Mulder. We spoke to him pre-match about that extraordinary test match where he was on 367 not out with Brian Lara's record of 400 in his sights, and he declared. And it's extraordinary to hear the reaction that he received. Bartlett short. That's well pulled by Maharaj.
Oh, no.
Oh, Ngedi's taken 1.5. 2/3 up, 2/3 back.
Well, someone,
it's a dot.
Someone threw the stump. Oh, you heard it. Someone called, yeah, and then went, and then they didn't run. So it must have been Guinea. He must be confident he can get back for 2. But there was a little bit of a, that was ridiculous, but.
Yep, he did basically 2/3 up, 2/3 back.
Well, they're going to go short. They're going to keep going short because it's a big hit square of the wicket to the.
No one deep on the V straight. Maharaj mistimes a pull shot. Will take the single this time.
Oh.
Getting late in the over, it just ballooned over square leg's head, and Carey comes in from deep square. So that field is deep fine, deep square, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, deep third, and then 3 on the infield on the offside and mid-on.
All right, I'm putting you in again. What are you doing? Are you going to slog here? I know what I'm doing.
There's three balls left in this over.
Yeah, are you going to slog, or are you going to try and get a single, or what would you do in this situation?
I'm thinking it'll be...
You don't know what you're predicting, so that's...
I'm hoping I can squirt it between backward point and cover for a single out to the deep. Right. I'm expecting a wide full delivery from Bartlett. No, it's a slow bouncer down the leg side. Oh, not too high. No, he just got under it.
Just went underneath it, so it's a dot.
It's a dot.
Okay, 2 balls to go. So you've got to... Because if...
That's the gamble if you're Xavier Bartlett. If you bowl that wide ball outside the off stump, you might get a nick. I mean, you've got deep third, you've got deep cover, but you've got 2 balls to get him out. Hold on. No, Mitch Marsh is with us here. Zampa's coming up from deep third, and they're putting Long on out. So giving the option now that he can bowl one at his full and at his body and at the stumps.
I'm sitting, he's going to bowl short. I'm stepping back in my crease, and I'm trying to hit it into the hill.
York could have beat him for pace. We were close. Was on his toes. Wouldn't have hit the stumps. It's gone off a bottom edge to deep mid wicket for a single. So that was why Long on goes out. Okay, Xavier, you can have a go full and at his pads or at his poles.
Yeah, you just can't be outside the line of the stumps. That was the only thing he couldn't do.
Yep.
Because outside the line of the stump was basically a free hit if he down to third for 4.
Now here's the question. There's 1 ball left in the over. 9 for 277. Does Marsh keep them all on the rope? Because Maharaj is on strike. Where does Maharaj get the single? Right. Maybe the slow bouncer over his left shoulder and he just takes the 1 out on the onside?
Yeah, there's a 1 every hit. It'll be a bouncer, you would have thought. If not, you just block it into the offside for a single because all the fielders are on the ring.
Yeah, 4 in the deep on the onside, 1 at deep cover. It's full. Oh, and driven into the boot of Bartlett. He won't get the run. Soccer skills of Big X have prevented Maharaj getting to the striker's end for the start of the 50th. He slaps his pad in disappointment, so we do get to the 50th over. And South Africa is 9 for 277. Maharaj 22 and Geedy is 1. And now I'd fancy they've had the 5 out for that over. Yeah, and there's the signal that they've gone over time, so they're not allowed to have 5 out for the last over. So they've got to bring 1 in because they're 1 behind, so they're allowed 4 men out because the Aussies have been slow with their over rate.
I'd actually make the penalties. You can only have 3 out, or you have to go back to power play rules. You can only have 2 out because that is one of the blights on the game, slowing the game down. Right, so make it because nothing else works, right? Fines don't work.
Nah.
No one cares.
So only 4 out. Ngidi's facing Hazelwood to start the 50th. Bowls in. Innings over. Australia need 278 to win. Ngidi loses his poles. He's gone for 1. Maharaj remains 22 not out. And let's see how 277 all out stands up at Harrop Park in Mackay. Australia needing to get those runs to keep the series alive in game 2 of this 3-game series where South Africa won comprehensively in Cairns. So I'll go through the call of the card in a moment. But Stuart Clark, Ngidi bowled Hazelwood for 1. Maharaj 22 not out. South Africa all out 49.1 overs. 277.
Yeah, 277 is going to be the target for the 278 is going to be the target for the Australians. South Africa, where do I start? It looked good. It looked like they were going to post. They had a couple of nice partnerships, but they managed just to find wickets and lose wickets in clumps. And unfortunately, they've succumbed within the 50 overs. Josh Hazelwood picking up the last wicket. The old top of off got him again. It seems to be, it's the ball of choice. It always has been, and it never changed. And Hazelwood's a great exponent of that delivery. The Australians are making their way off the ground. They'll be happy with that, but they know that the way they batted up in Cairns, I reckon they're a little bit nervous that they can't let the same thing happen again. And Maharaj, he'll have ball in hand. Muthusamy, he'll be good as well. They've got some work to do.
Good on you, Stewie. So all out for 277 from the first ball of the 50th over. Markram out for naught. Rickleton 8. Dazorzi 38. Brietska top score with 88 from 78 deliveries. 4 for 179 when he departed. Then Brevis out for 1. Stubbs 7. Mulder 26. Muthusamy made 4. Stubbs out for 74. He was the second best of them. Then Berger out for 8 and Ngidi out for 1. Maharaj, 22 not out. For the Australians, Hazelwood, 1 for 57 from 9.1 overs. Bartlett, 2 for 45, 9 overs and a maiden. Aaron Hardy, the 4 overs, none for 35. Ellis, another excellent spell, 10 overs, 2 for 46. Zampa, 10 overs, 3 for 63. Head, 2 overs for 12. And Labuschagne, 5 overs, 2 for 19. So 2 for 23. There was a 67-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between De Zorzi and Brezka. The telling partnership, though, was that of 89 between Brezka and Stubbs for the 4th wicket. But outside of that, pretty regular wickets. Let's hear from Xavier Bartlett, who's just had a chat with Megan Barnard from the host broadcaster.
Yeah, I've got Xavier Bartlett alongside me, who's been a welcome addition to this one-day side, bowling beautifully today, picking up those couple of key wickets in the power play. You must be pretty pleased with your contribution today.
Yeah, obviously coming in, bowling at the top, trying to take wickets in the power play, and yeah, lucky enough to do that today. But to keep them under 300 there, I think so. Really good effort from us. We controlled it really well through the middle. I thought our spinners bowled outstanding as well.
What is it, when it comes to you, about wearing the green and gold that brings out the best in you?
Yeah, absolutely love it. Childhood dream to play for Australia, and just any time we get the opportunity, just try and take it with both hands. It's an amazing fast bowling lineup to try and get into. So, yeah, every time we get the opportunity, try and take it and enjoy it as much as I can.
What can you tell us about this surface, and what do you think it might do under lights?
Yeah, hopefully it dews up a little bit. We saw the other night in Cairns that it definitely dewed up. But, they bowled really well. They're a great bowling outfit. So, yeah, hopefully we can get the job done.
Confident from here?
Yeah, always confident, hopefully.
Appreciate your time. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Xavier Bartlett, who doesn't mind playing 50-over cricket for his country. 3 starts, 10 wickets. 4 for, 4 for, 2 for.
He's been excellent, hasn't he? Every time he's got the ball in his hand for the Australians, he's knocked over the top order, and that's exactly what you want from your opening bowler, and he gets the job done. We're guessing, but are we par? Are we sort of, what's 277 going to look like? We're guessing. The wicket didn't really spin a lot for Zampa, but the new ball was a bit too paced. Yeah, there's a little bit, a little bit on offer there. They get their length right here. The ball carried through, so there will be some chances early, you would have thought. The challenge, though, is how the Australians going to play the left-arm orthodox, because they seem to, they really struggle. They seem to really have a problem with that at the moment. So they've got some work to do. I don't know if they're going to get the job done, but they're certainly going to give it a red-hot crack, as they do each and every time. And there's 2 left-armers today as well, with Muthusamy coming into the team. The Australians, look, he's confident, and so they should be. They will never go in. They're not thinking they're going to get these runs, but it's just got to be a little bit of nerves, you would have thought, with some of the batters to make sure they don't make the same mistake. Take Inglis, right? He went back to a ball that he thought was going to spin. It skidded on. Green played inside one. Marnus tried to turn one to the odd side, and it spun sharply. So they'll be thinking about things like that, especially if one spins early. That's when the challenges are going to start. So just a reminder for many of you heading off to the AFL in about 13 minutes from now, you'll be able to get on the ABC Listen app, look for the white cricket ball to hear the rest of the cricket throughout the evening. I'm sure the guys will keep you updated with the scores, whether you're listening to the Collingwood-Melbourne game or the Port Adelaide-Gold Coast game. By the way, the NRL first game of the evening is underway at Mudgee, and Penrith lead Canberra 6-0. Call of that's available on the green button on the Listen app, wherever you're about the place. So particularly our listeners in Mackay who regularly get their Friday night rugby league. If you're wanting to hear the call of Tim Gavel and the team from Mudgee, Panthers 6, Raiders 0. You can hear that on the Green Sport on the ABC Listen app. But just wanted to bring you this interview. We sort of had 2 chats with Vian Mulder just before the game, a little bit leading into the game, and then I just made a request of the South African media team. Said, look, do you mind if we just get him to tell a little bit more of this story from the extraordinary test match at Bulawayo back in July, where Brian Lara's 400, the world record score in test cricket, seemed to be at his beck and he was 367 not out. He'd made the runs from about 330 balls, and then the decision was made to declare, and it certainly grabbed headlines at the time. And it's amazing. You'll be able to take it in yourself. Stuart and Jason's here with me as well. We had the chap, and just the bizarre reaction
to that experience. So this is Vian Mulder speaking pre-play today in Australia, just a couple of months off that extraordinary test match, which South Africa won by an innings, by the way. They got Zimbabwe out cheaply in the second and third innings following on. So here he is before play today about that fantastic innings in Zimbabwe. Well, it was one of the great stories of Test cricket of this year. Vian Mulder making 367 and deciding that was enough, even though there were histories that were beckoning in a Test match against Zimbabwe. Vian, it's encapsulated so many of us who love Test cricket and love the nature of the game. Now that you've had a month or two to reflect on it, what sits at the top of your mind?
To be honest, I try and avoid any conversation I have about it.
Which is why we're very thankful that you're chatting to us today.
Yeah, so, I mean, reflecting on it, it was probably the best day of my career so far in terms of my achievements on the field, but playing for South Africa is why I play the game. I absolutely love playing for my country. And I think in that situation, it was about putting my team first. I had the opportunity to be captain. Even though it was a once-off thing and you have influence from everywhere in terms of coaching and people guiding you along the way, I think the best decision was made for the team. Personally, I mean, getting 400 would have been cool, but I mean, like I said what I said about Brian Lara, he messaged me and said he wishes I went for it. So I think that monkey on his shoulder is also kind of bothering him a little bit. But I think overall, it was about winning the game, and even though there was a lot of time, all I was thinking about, even before lunch, was what do we need for them to not follow to follow on. And I wanted to bowl before lunch. That's why I slogged a couple before we got there, and then kind of settled down before lunch when I got the message we're going to bat until lunch. So, yeah, I think the right decision was made, to be honest.
And you've had a couple of months to see all the reaction, and you're obviously a little bit reticent to go too in-depth, but you know, it shows you just how the eyes of world cricket look at everything, particularly the traditional format and particularly those iconic records. So what have you learned about yourself and world cricket just in the reaction?
I've learned a lot about myself, I'd say. Firstly, I think I had my best innings of my life and I've never been criticised as much. And I probably will never get 300 again in my life, and I got abused from everywhere around the world.
Really? Like they abused you for deciding to...
Yeah, I tried to get off all socials, to be honest, because of all the crap I was getting from people. And I mean, honestly, in my opinion, it's the best innings of my life in terms of how many chances I gave and all that type of stuff, how well I felt, how I was playing. And I got obviously 367, and there's very few people, even... I mean, I'm going to say this very lightly, but even people I looked up to in my career, who I thought put South Africa first most times, who abused me. So it's just one of those, and my perspective about it has all changed. I don't really care what people think anymore. I mean, you got all these podcasts and stuff, people kind of throwing. Alistair Cook said I wasn't good enough to bat at 3, then I get a 300, and he said he has to swallow his words. So, I mean, those are people who are like really, really influential people in the cricketing world, like these people standing next to me here. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, sometimes I think you have to take what people say with a pinch of salt, but believe in yourself. And I think that's the key takeaway for me. I was always someone that really relied or looked at what people say about me, especially people who played the game really, really at a high level. But where I'm at now is just, if I do my best every day, I'm not always going to perform, so it is what it is, but I need to put what I believe in, my morals and values first, and that's pretty much how I look at it. And
something that Jason and Stuart can share, obviously, that in Australian cricket, when Mark Taylor did a similar thing with Bradman beckoning, he was applauded for it. It's amazing to hear that story from Vian.
Yeah, absolutely, and Mark Taylor should have been applauded, just as Vian should be applauded for what he did. It was great. It was team first. I think he answered the questions perfectly. It's about the team. It's about how you can win the game of cricket, and so I find the whole rhetoric staggering, that there's any negativity to what you did. I thought it was awesome, mate.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I've only got one question. Dizzy got 200 in a test.
Yeah.
Right.
Recently.
You may have heard that, I don't know. If not, he'll tell you later. He put 202 on his bat. Are you going to get 367 on your bat?
We're thinking about it. So I had a conversation with my sponsor about it. So they pushing for 367, which is pretty cool. And for me, it's
absolutely do it for sure.
Yeah. Well, if you could do it, I could do it.
Yeah, correct. Cool. That's exactly right.
Yeah, legend.
You do realise there's a large part of the cricketing world, though, that applauded you for realising that there's a cricket match here, and you know I can be humble enough to realise that well, I've got a job to do for my team, and I want Brian Lara to stay there.
Yeah, I want to win for South Africa. That's why I play for South Africa. And I mean, I spoke to Pat Cummins about this once, about like playing in the leagues and stuff and how he finds it. And to be honest with you, his message was playing for your country is what it's about. He says playing in the leagues and stuff is important, and obviously financially it makes a big difference. But you get respect, you get, I think, what legendary status, all that type of stuff, all comes from playing for your country. And not that I'm chasing any of those things. For me, it's about being as deeply satisfied as I can with what I do. And that's pretty much where it ends for me, and playing for South Africa ticks all those boxes for me.
Well, in Australian cricket, there's a lot of respect for the way that you've handled yourself, and thank you for sharing that story with us today.
No worries. Hopefully it's the last time. Thanks.
You can hear that he's nervous recounting that, Vian Mulder, and we really thank him because we get these players come to our country, and we, as cricket lovers, can understand when something pretty special has happened. Quentin Hull, Stuart Clark and Jason Gillespie with you. It's the innings break. Australia needs 278 to win this game here and to keep the series alive. And we've just had a couple of hours of cricket just to quickly sort of digest that, Stewie and Jace, and to think the way that, you know, Peshawar, Mark Taylor declares seen as a national hero because he didn't go past Bradman, and yet the other way around for Vian Mulder.
Yeah, and as I said in the interview, it's staggering that there's any negative rhetoric. I think there's two things. I think he's been applauded, much like Mark Taylor was, but I don't think anyone would have begrudged him if they batted on and he got past Brian Lara's record. I don't think anyone in world cricket would begrudge that either. So, I don't know. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I suppose.
Yeah, I found the negativity really odd because I would have thought if he passed the record, and you know, Brian Lara's considered one of the greats, if not one of the greatest of all time, it's probably fitting that he holds the record.
Let's be honest, and with no disrespect to the great Matthew Hayden, when Hayden beat Lara's record, it was like he bashed up on Zimbabwe in Perth.
That's what I mean, and I don't want to be disparaging too disparaging to Zimbabwe either. So there would have been more negative, but to even get any negative, I don't actually. It doesn't make really sense.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
Nonsensical in the sense that what you should have gone for it. You're not being selfish enough. Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
I think the whole point of they decided as a team they needed to get bowling by a certain time because they wanted to give themselves the best chance. Imagine if for some reason there was storms in Bulawayo or whatever and they lost time in the game and then they didn't end up getting the test win. He would have been criticised for batting on too long.
So answer me this: if he'd got to 392 and declared then, would that have been a problem?
Wow.
I don't know. It's ridiculous to think about it in the concept of what it is.
So there's, I think, the story of the game of cricket, which we all understand that, you know, you play your role for the greater good of the team. But I was just wanted to give our listeners the insight that here is a guy who you'd think has done the right thing, but he's off social media and all of these types of stories going around in a negative sense for something that is seen exactly the opposite way in our country when we had the circumstance of Mark Taylor in Pakistan all those years ago.
Yeah, I still get it. I don't understand the negative commentary. It's really confusing. It's bizarre. So if he gets 400, does he just get positive commentary from there? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what they're implying.
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks for that, gentlemen. For those of you in the AFL States, you're about to leave us. So just a reminder that the innings will start for Australia here in about 15 minutes from now. You can hear the continued cricket coverage on the white cricket ball button on the ABC Listen app. Australia needing 278 to not only win this game, but to keep the series alive. And South Africa has won the last 4 bilateral one-day series against Australia. Extraordinary to think that the Aussies haven't beaten South Africa in a series of this nature since 2015. So quite the stakes coming up in the next 50 overs, perhaps, here at Mackay. So we have had issues earlier in the day, by the way, on the Listen app with the white ball on the Listen app, but don't worry, it's all fixed.
You've been on about this white ball all
I know.
You must get abused. So it's a bit like you know, the 357.
No,
The white ball's the all 357, 367.
People, you know, when we tell them to go to the white button and it's not working, and they say, well, the white button's not working. That's fair enough. And thank you for telling us.
Okay.
So let's, fingers crossed.
It's working now, though.
Throughout the evening, Collingwood are taking on Melbourne, also Port Adelaide taking on Gold Coast. So if you're with us throughout Melbourne, Perth, Hobart and Darwin on Sport Digital, you're going to Collingwood and Melbourne. Others heading off to the build-up to Port and Gold Coast. So our teams there, no doubt, will keep you up to date. But top score here, Matthew Bretska with 88, Tristan Stubbs making 74. Adam Zampa, the best of the bowlers for Australia with 3 for 63. 278 is the victory target for the Aussies. If you're heading to the footy, enjoy. Okay, now I think South Australia's still with us, which is good news. So they're not off to Port and Gold Coast just yet because of the half-hour manipulation in that part of the world.
Come on, I want to ask you.
We've got the mayor of Mackay shortly, but
I want to ask you one. What? Give me your thoughts. I've got some thoughts about what I think is going to happen. What do you think? Do you think Australia have got the firepower to get these, or do you think we're going to have another night like we had the other night?
Well, I think Australia have the firepower, but I think runs on the board here. We saw that the new ball actually carried through. We saw, in particular, Josh Hazlewood. The ball was carrying through nicely. A little bit of movement under these lights. I just wonder if the South African seamers can cause some problems.
That was what I was thinking too, because they're bowled a bit quicker. And there's a little bit more yip through the air.
That's right.
And if the light's affected and the wicket's got a little bit of life in it, they might become really hard work.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm now going to throw to an interview for a man who's got the job that probably our own Neil Manthorp is coveting now. It seems he loves this part of the world. the mayor of Mackay, his name is Councillor Greg Williamson, and this is the first men's 50-over international featuring Australia to be played at this venue. The Australian women have played some T20 games here, and this is most likely going to be a venue for the Brisbane 2032 games as a part of the extended program with cricket likely to be involved. So I went over to the sports club and was able to corner the mayor for a quick chat a little bit earlier today. Councillor Greg Williamson is the mayor of Mackay, and great to catch up with him with men's 50-over cricket being played here for the second time. First time for Australia, and really we've got a game, which is great. Back in '92, it was a washed-out scene in the World Cup, Mr. Mayor, so I'm sure you're happy when the sun was out today.
This is absolutely outstanding to see. This is what Great Barrier Reef Arena was built for. And this is the proving game for us, of course, because when cricket is announced as an Olympic sport for Australia in 2032, and we hope it's going to be announced in February, this is going to be the site for Olympic cricket. And Cricket Australia have told me to my face that this is the best regional cricket ground in the nation. And it's a great tribute to Harrop Park and the Great Barrier Reef Arena leaders who've just worked their backsides off to actually get to where we are today. So what you see here today in stage one, it's going to be duplicated hopefully down the track. Stage two, it's a mere $47 million, but that'll be sort of putting the icing on the cake for what is a tremendous arena. And this today, this 5,500 people tickets sold and about 1,000 people in the corporate boxes, this is what it's all about for us.
So how did it come about? I remember coming here with some WBBL games before the first stage of development was complete. You've also got the AFLW playing at this venue as well. The Gold Coast Suns play here. So where did the drive come to turn this from a good facility for this region into a good facility for Australian sport?
Yeah, look, the drive is just because our region, our city, our town punches way above its weight. You know, for the 130,000 people who live here, we punch way above our weight in sport. And one of the drivers for council has always been to make sure that we capitalise on the sport that's available for our young people. We've got to show them. We've got to show them elite sports people on our grounds.
Can you tell people listening, they might not know much about Mackay, what's it like living here? If you're you know, what's the standard weekend when it comes to sport around Mackay?
Well, in this precinct alone, you know, we've got not just cricket. We've got rugby league across the the grounds here in another facility. We've got a very large netball facility. We've got tennis. In terms of the participation levels, there's about 1,600 netball players registered in Mackay. There's now 1,400 basketball. Basketball's right next door. There's now 1,400 basketball players registered in Mackay. And on it goes, with cricket and all of the other sports that are available. So we've got the weather for it. We've got the outdoor lifestyle for it. Living in Mackay and a median age of 38, so we got a really young community. It just means there's a lot of young people, and older people too, wanting to get into sport because this is the place to do it.
Councillor Greg Williamson, the Mayor of Mackay, is with me. It's the innings break here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. The first time that the Australian men have played an international at this venue, but you've been lucky. The women have played here quite a bit, and even last year I remember being here for a T20 series against New Zealand, and now you're getting, I'd suggest, quite the strong relationship with Cricket Australia. Tell us a little bit about, they want to play these extra A series, development youth test matches coming here as well, so as much as they're doing you a favour, you're doing them a favour as well by having a great facility for all these extra matches.
Well, that's what it's all about, This facility keeps getting better because we can see great cricket being played here and elite sports people wanting to come here.
Now, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering, are you a cricket fan? Are you a cricket tragic?
Cricket tragic, yeah, but been a cricket fan. I grew up just across the road here.
Well,
just across the road
because obviously we've got white ball cricket here. I'm wondering, are you still someone who loves Test cricket? The menu of what's available these days. You know where I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Because look, there's going to be some Northern Test matches, we think, quite soon.
Absolutely.
Kansas held Test matches before. Darwin's held Test matches. Can you?
That's our goal. That's our goal. A Test match here in Mackay. And do you have to be a cricket tragic to enjoy a Test match? That's cricket, That's as I said.
Is it a reality though?
Well, obviously with the fast pace of the world today and people wanting to have instant gratification on their tablet or on their device, there's still something about the magic of cricket to go and watch a Test match, and even the 4 days of solid cricket. I still think that attracts people.
So have you asked Cricket Australia, because we look at next year's schedule and around this time of year Bangladesh is scheduled to play Test cricket, 2 Test matches. So we're assuming Darwin and Cairns are in that conversation, but is Mackay in the conversation as well?
Well, without giving too much away, I think you can rest assured that Mackay is in the conversation because our hand is up now quite firmly now, and this is a demonstration of what we can do. This demonstration with Australia and South Africa and the sellout crowd that we've got here, this is just showing what we can do in Mackay in terms of cricket, how we can host as a city, how easy it is to get in and out with the 8 jet services a day into and out of Mackay, and how easy this whole precinct is to work. And so this is a demonstration for us, and today I think we've proved it.
You've been on council for a long time. Can you just let us know how long exactly have you been on council?
Well, this time around I got elected in 2016, so I'm in halfway through my 3rd term, so about 10 years so far. So
we know that a city is more than just its sporting event or its sporting facilities, but the development of this cricket ground. I grew up in Wagga in southern New South Wales, population a little bit less than Mackay, but I know what sport means to cities of this side and the entire region. So how much is this a part of driving Mackay to be a part of, on the bigger map and in the minds of Australians at large?
Well, it's essential. As I said before, we have a relatively young community, median age of 38, and it's been like that for a number of years. To be able to attract people to come here and want to stay here and raise their families here, we've got the jobs. We've got the jobs in agriculture, we've got the jobs in the resources sector, we've got the jobs in tourism, and so it's the development that we've all got our sights on. All of the regional cities have got our sights on.
Well, the city has done a magnificent job with this first stage of development. Can't wait to see what happens. And then, of course, if you get to host Olympic cricket here, well, that's a whole new level of exposure for Mackay, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, I'm absolutely sure that cricket's going to be in the 2032 Olympics, and when it's announced next year, it's going to be here in Mackay. I know we've got a few competitors, but they're not going to play it. They're not going to play Olympic cricket in the club cricket grounds in Brisbane. They need to come to one of the best regional grounds in Australia, and we've got it here in Mackay. So look out.
Mr. Mayor, it's a great pleasure to meet you, and look forward to the rest of the weekend of cricket.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate your support.
Councillor Greg Williamson, Mr. Mayor of Mackay, very proud of his region on this day where Australia plays a 50-over international in this city for the first time, and with T20 cricket coming into the Olympics in Los Angeles, and all roads are leading to it being part of the Brisbane 2032 games as well. More development here, so perhaps Olympic cricket, and as we mentioned, with the thought of Test cricket in Bangladesh slated for 2 Test matches around this time of the calendar year next season, who knows, maybe Cairns and Darwin don't have all the arguments for themselves. There might be a third party that are trying to convince Test cricket to come to this part of the world. It's Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. The innings break is all but complete. Australia is chasing 278 for victory. The Aussie openers Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh are down warming up. The South Africans in a huddle just beneath us. And in a moment, Jason Gillespie will be joined by Neil Manthorp for the start of the run chase.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you very much indeed to Quentin Hull. So the players making their way out onto the field. I think Stuart Clark spoke a great truth when he said that before Tuesday, I think Australia would have walked out with great confidence. But having been undermined so spectacularly by Keshav Maharaj and bowled out for 198, I know that they're a very confident team, and I know that it takes little short of a nuclear accident to dent Travis Head's confidence. Probably the same applies to Mitch Marsh, but they were super confident about chasing 300, Jason Gillespie, and they should be confident on a very good surface, very good pitch, fast scoring ground, about chasing down 277. But that was a pretty big stumble 3 days ago.
Yeah, it was, Manners, and yeah, good evening to all our listeners. Yeah, I completely agree. I think we talked about in the break about Stuart Clark and myself and Q talking about how this surface is going to play under these lights with the South Africans who've got a little bit more airspeed than the Australians. It'll be interesting to see if there's going to be a little bit of nibble under these lights. It's the first one-day international, men's one-day international here at the Great Barrier Reef Arena in Mackay. So it'll be really interesting to see as Berger has the ball, a left-arm fast bowler, bowled with real pace the other night in Cairns. Went for a few runs, but gee, there's a lot to like about him, Manners.
He's quick, his left arm, and he swings it as well, away from the left-hander.
There's a few positives there. He's a nice bowler. He's bowling to Travis Head.
Very interested to see that Corbin Bosch is starting for South Africa. He's at mid-off at the moment, so I'm just trying to work out who is off the field, who's not starting from the, who's not on the field from the starting 11. 2 slips in place. Confirmation that Berger swings it away from the left-hander. First delivery, Head clips it out to Keshav Maharaj at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Little trivia question for you. I guess this will be really easy, but I'm also guessing that there might just be one. It's a question for you and Stuart Clark. This is the 12th venue in Australia that Australia have played a one-day international. Can you name the other 11? And I know that'll be like 8 or 9 or 10. Yeah. They'll just roll off your tongue.
Yes, we will get them.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I just reckon that 11th one might cause a this is the 12th. As Head drives now up to mid-off, and it is the substitute fielder Corbin Bosch who does the fielding.
We'll go the usual. So we go the SCG, Gabba, MCG, Hobart, Adelaide Oval, Perth Stadium, the Wacker, Darwin, Cairns, Mackay, Manuka Oval, Canberra. Have I said that?
That's 10, right?
That's 10.
So it's the 11th. That's the one I thought you might know. You'll get it. I just
Is it
thought
Geelong?
Driven out to, well, tries to drive it away through the offside, and there's no run. I don't. Is it not? I shall tell you in
Is
a
it
moment.
Gloucester Park in Perth?
No, that's the World Series.
The World
isn't it?
Series cricket, yeah.
Yeah.
Sydney Showgrounds? No.
Our listeners now are thinking.
Hang on. Stewie Clark's wanting to write something down here
Half
for
our
us.
listeners were going, I know. Here is Berger again, bowls to head. Once more drives firmly up towards mid-off, but it's fielded by Aidan Markram, captain for the day. Won't be captain on Sunday. The plan is for Temba Bavuma to come back to lead South Africa in that game, as he did on Tuesday, to their 98-run victory. Australia tonight requiring 278 for victory. So it's one-day internationals rather than T20 internationals.
Launceston or TCA ground in Hobart? Devonport?
Devonport's interesting. I don't think that... oh, my goodness, he's hit him. He's hit Travis Head with a bouncer, Nandre Berger. He is quick, like as we've been saying, mid-140s standard, but high 140s, touching 150. And that has hit Travis Head. Well, obviously, it's not too serious. And maybe it hit him on the glove, but it looked to me like it was rearing up, and he snapped his head out of the way. I thought that it hit him on the side of the helmet, but there's no suggestion of a concussion protocol. Matthew Brietzke is the man. Thank you very much, Stuart Clark. He's obviously been in touch with the media department of the Proteas, and it's he's got a hamstring twinge. Yeah. Oh, you spotted it.
I thought he pulled up a little bit short on one of those quick singles.
Yeah.
And he was stretching it.
Quite right. Here is Berger again, bowls to Mitchell Marsh on this occasion, and it's pushed out towards Tony DeZorzi with the unmistakable dreadlocks at mid-wicket. And that was an impressive over from Nandre Berger. He was good pace, and he had that on Tuesday, but he was a little bit wayward. And Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh in particular got after him. His first 3 overs cost 35.
Yes.
On Tuesday in Cairns.
Travis Head was particularly harsh on him early. But I just wonder, under these lights here, first time men's one-day international here in Mackay, just the Australians who've been fielding for 50 overs just had to adjust their eyesight.
I think Stewie's he's done his list. So this is the 12th venue at which Australia have played a one-day international.
Correct.
There was a one-day international that lasted 2 balls here in this ground during the 1992 World Cup. That was between India and Sri Lanka.
Was it in Albury?
Have you got Gold Coast?
It is Gold Coast.
Chopped out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Well played. It is the Gold Coast, definitely.
Right, there you go. So we've got the 11. So for the benefit of our...
That's what GC
listeners,
was in your live read in the first.
I know.
So for the benefit of our listeners, I'll read through. So
the 11 pre-existing ODI venues that Australia have played at in Australia.
The Wacker, SCG, Adelaide Oval, the MCG, the Gabba, Darwin, Marara Stadium, Kazali Stadium, Cairns, Manuka Oval, Canberra, Bellareve Oval in Tasmania, and Perth Stadium in Perth.
Here's Ngidi to head, clips it off his toes out to mid-wicket, half a diving stop. And they go through for a single.
And Carrara Stadium in the Gold Coast. So that was the 11. And Mackay, the Great Barrier Reef Arena. Indeed right, Manners, the 12th.
I just wondered whether that 11th might cause a brief stumbling block. Now then, how many venues have India played ODIs at in India?
Jeez, I wouldn't hesitate to guess there'd be minimum of, there'd be 30, wouldn't there? Be close to? At least 20.
This may not be 100%, but I am reliably informed by a statistician who I trust implicitly that number is 46.
Wow.
Some of which don't exist as international venues now.
Right, of course.
They have played. So that's a pretty big number.
It's a huge number. Huge number.
Here is Lungi Ngidi from the airport end. Forward comes Mitchell Marsh, just pushing this one out towards cover, fielded by Dazorzi. South Africa have got a slip in place. And 4 men saving 1 on the offside. Their 2 men in the deep are in conventional positions at the moment. Long leg, sort of between long leg and deep backward square leg.
Yeah, quite square, isn't he?
And a wide third man as well. I mean, a thick edge through second slip, and that's going to run away for 4. Vian Mulder is at slip at the moment. And then Brevis backward point. Zorzi cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Ngidi in again. Bowls to Marsh, leaves alone. That was a rare full-on pace-on delivery from Ngidi, and it bounced and carried. Marsh appreciated it, walks down the pitch, gives it a suspicious prod.
Certainly suspect that Ngidi will bowl more pace on, particularly in his first spell here with the new ball. I think there's just a hint of movement away from the right-handed Mitchell Marsh, and that's confirmation of what Neil Manthorp said. His last speed was 133 kilometres an hour.
So pace on delivery from Ngidi. Here he is again, up to the crease now. Bowls. Forward comes Mitch Marsh defending out towards cover. Now then, we were very sensible and grown up after our busy travel day yesterday, and we had a very pleasant small meal in the hotel and a glass of wine. We went upstairs to our respective rooms, and you said that you were going to turn on the footy. I did turn on the footy. I didn't understand what was happening. But I did. I mean, it's always good when a team which was expected to win loses 40-0 or 42-0. The Roosters, I think, was it? Here's Ngidi again. Bowls. Marsh leaves alone outside the off stump.
I ended up reading my book. I've just started a
Jeffrey Archer.
Jeffrey Archer novel. So yeah, just started that. So I ended up reading that last night. It's very nice.
The other question I have for you then, seeing as you didn't watch the footy, is that there are 2 birds on the field of play at the moment.
Yes.
And they were exactly the same sorts of birds which were pottering about in the food court on the seafront in Cairns, looking for scraps and dropped chips. And I thought, guys, you are far too handsome to be scavenging for chips. Leave that to the seagulls. Do you know what they are?
I don't, actually.
They're very long legs. Look like they're walking on stilts. Here's Andre Berger. Bowls to Travis Head, who goes over the top of extra cover. Super hit. Not quite the middle of the bat. Doesn't have to be. That's just nobody sweeping on the cover boundary. Easy 4 for Travis.
Just over pitched there from Berger. Travis Head just getting good positions and just swinging through the line. No real swing there. Good pace, still north of 140. But you just think after that short ball last over, so accurate, he'd look to maybe do that again at some point.
Here is Andre Berger. Bowls. Head goes high up into the air. There's a man circling underneath it. He takes the catch, Aidan Markram. It's been a series of frustrations for Travis Head, by and large. Even in the last game, when he finally got going, he was undone by Prenelin Sabran, the off-spinner, who's now been left out of the side, ran past one and was stumped. But that's hugely frustrating. And I mean, he's spent years now making fast starts. He's become so accustomed to making fast starts, and he's launched into that one. Ordinarily, it would have been a 1 bounce 4 or usually 6, actually. It's just gone straight up in the air.
Yeah, just got he almost looked to go over long on or wide long on. And just got almost like a slight leading edge. Aidan Markram judged it perfectly. Just had to run back maybe about 10 metres from his position at mid-on and took a very well-judged catch in the Mackay night sky.
Is again slightly disconcerting from the commentary box with the tinted windows. because when you walk outside, you realise that there is no problem at all with the light. But inside the commentary box, there is a sort of feeling of 1985 floodlights, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it is the tint in our comms box here on the glass.
So the new batsman is Marnus Labuschagne, who's walked out to number 3. Very, very keen to remind everybody. I don't think there are any serious doubters. I mean, listening to you and Stu Clark talk about Marnus Labuschagne, it's not like he's 37, you know, or 38. Not that there's anything wrong with that age.
No.
I would quite like to be that age myself once again.
I think we both would. Yeah.
But you know, he's just going through a bit of a trough at the moment. Nondre Berger in bowls, starts off with a bouncer to Labuschagne, which he has no problem seeing very early, and ducks underneath it and allows it through to the keeper Ryan Rickleton. But you know, there'd be a lot of relieved selectors probably, and maybe Pat Cummins and a few other senior figures that, you know, if he does start the season off with some proper runs, just sort of end the debate about whether to start him in.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and I think Marnus himself knows he just needs to get a few scores on the board.
Here is Nondre Berger bowling to him, and he opens the face of the bat and steers it away behind square on the offside down towards third man. There's nothing wrong with his spirits, is there? I mean, he was absolutely terrific speaking to you and Hugh and Stu.
He was absolutely fine. He understands his currency is runs, and all players understand that. And he's very matter of fact. He spoke really well. He's very open, honest about the fact that he hasn't probably put the performance on the board that he'd like, and he's been given good, clear feedback from the selectors and the coach, which is great. He knows he needs to put some scores on the board.
Here is Nondre Berger, left arm over the wicket to Mitchell Marsh. Plays defensively, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Australia 1 for 7. Travis Head, the man gone. Target is 278. And Nondre Berger, a little bit expensive on Tuesday. But started off very nice. Early days, but nice to pick up the wicket for him early on. Here he is again, up to the crease, bowls, and Marsh has a drive at this one and misses outside the off stump. Just the natural angle of the left armour going across him into the gloves of Ryan Rickleton. So, well, that's a very good start. Who was the best left armour you played with? Or against?
Oh, geez, there are a few very good players. I remember very early in my first-class career, Bruce Reid was at the end towards the end of his career. Big left-arm fast bowler from Western Australia, and I remember playing a couple of overs of him at Adelaide Oval, and I actually apologised to him. I said, Mr. Reid, I was 20 years old. I said, Bruce, I'm really sorry, but I can't lay bat on you. And I finally laid bat on him, which I nicked to the keeper, but he was just too good. It was literally too good. But I think against, you'd have to say Wazzy Makram.
Oh, and Gideon outside the off stump. Good leave that from Labuschagne.
Would be the bowler that I probably played. Yeah, he was probably the best. But I remember Bruce Reid, facing him was really, really difficult as a young fellow early in his career.
I remember always thinking that there was a strange contradiction between the way Bruce Reid ran in and bowled and the apparent pace that he generated, because nothing about him looked like he was bowling quick.
No, absolutely.
And that batsmen were hopping about and jumping at the other. Oh, that one bounces.
He was so skillful as well, Manners. He was an incredibly skillful bowler. He bowled from such a great height. He could move the ball off the seam. He could move it through the air. He was a beautiful bowler. I did face Brett Schultz in a test match, 1997 at Centurion. He was fast.
That's when he had no knee cartilage.
He bowled quick.
Oh, yeah.
But we'd heard he was probably past his very best there.
Yeah.
and that was 97. So
yeah, that's right. I mean, his knee cartilage problem issues, but 97 he was on his third comeback. Driving him, edge, Labuschagne's gone, the finger goes up, didn't have to think about it too long, didn't Richard Illingworth, and that's a very, very good away swinger from Lungi Ngidi. It's pitched up full, he's invited the drive, he's prepared to be driven, and he's hoping for that away movement, and it has nipped away. Labuschagne's got the edge, and well, he's, needless to say, very, very disappointed. And Australia, with the early wobble, chasing 277 for victory, 278 for victory, in reply to South Africa's 277, now 2 for 7.
just searching for runs from a ball that probably wasn't quite there to play a big drive. And Ngidi has been moving the ball away from the right-handers ever so slightly. It was a nice delivery. It wasn't quite there to drive for Marnus Labuschagne.
Do you know what? That I mean, it just started to shape in the air, but it's actually gone off the pitch.
It has a little bit. It was a nice delivery. He's been bowling good deliveries, Ngidi.
Well,
and it seemed to be a shot played by a batter desperately searching for some runs, for some bat on ball, get his innings underway.
Here is Ngidi to the new man. It's dropped a second slip. First delivery, the drive from Cameron Green, thick outside edge. They've just put the second slip in. It's the skipper, Aidan Markram's it's Vian Mulder at second slip. He's dived across to his right. He got both hands to it. And Cameron Green has a life with first ball. Another very good one from Ngidi.
Yeah, just moving away from Cameron Green.
Well, that would have made things
interesting. It's a good attempt there from Stubbs.
Stubbs, right. Quite right. Is Ngidi's in once again, and this one left alone by Cameron Green. And through it goes to keeper Ryan Rickleton. I must say that Stewie Clark's just pointing out the obvious, that look how close, I mean, I know that they're standing very close and they're talking to each other at the moment, but Stubbs and Mulder are very close together, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
First and second slip.
Which is probably, it seems just a fraction too close, Stubbs. Too close to Mulder.
I'd definitely say so. Here's Ngidi again, bowls, and forward comes Cam Green, pushing that one up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Well, early troubles for South Africa, for Australia, I should say. It's interesting that on the host broadcaster in their commentary box, wherever it is, they're also pointing out that that distance between the two slips is, and there's a significant difference between the keeper and first slip, but first slip and second slip are very close together. Tristan Stubbs, not a regular slip fielder.
And that, I was about to say that would suggest to me that those guys haven't done a lot of work in the slips together in the past, because you learn where to stand and where a certain person is comfortable.
And Andre Berger, 2 very good overs to start. Starts his third with another good delivery to Mitch Marsh. He drives it up towards mid-on, where the substitute fielder Corbin Bosch does the fielding. Surprised that he hasn't actually had a game. Played the T20 series, but hasn't played the first 2 ODIs. Might get a look at him on Sunday. Those, well, it's one of the reasons that South Africa has got such a large squad, is because of these 2 games, only 24 hours between them, ODIs 2 and 3, but also because they travel straight to England for 3 T20s. Drive and a miss from Mitch Marsh. Berger again, left arm over the wicket, goes across the right-hander. So they've got identical series in England, 3 T20s and 3 ODIs, and they've only actually got a week between the time they, even 6 days, between the time they land and they play the first game. So there will, there will be some rotation. Maybe resting. Maybe Ngidi will sit out Sunday. Corbin Bosch could take his place. Here's Berger once again up to the crease and bowls. And forward comes Mitch Marsh, pushing it out towards extra cover. Fielded by Stubbs.
Will Rabada be fit for those England matches?
Well, he was moving absolutely fine when he made me a cup of coffee earlier today. Did you not? You missed that.
I missed that. Yeah.
The dining room. Each team's got a dining room on the same corridor, each end of the corridor. And I was desperately looking for a cup of coffee, so I poked my head into the South African dining room, and the team manager said, "Oi, out, anti-corruption, security, and whatever." I wasn't allowed, so I retreated to the doorway, pushed up towards mid-off, and Aidan Markram does the fielding, and there's no run. So I apologised, and Rabada was just sitting there, and he said, "What are you looking for, Manners?" And I said, "You got any coffee in here?" He said, "We've got a kettle and a jar." And I paused, and he paused, and he went, "Want me to make you one?" So he did. And the word is that he's progressing very well.
Okay.
And, nothing serious, just a bit of swelling.
Right.
So if it had been, that's driven through extra cover. What a shot from Mitch Marsh. He's such a clean ball striker. That was almost so sweetly timed that the word strike doesn't seem appropriate. It was caressed away through extra cover.
Certainly was a lovely shot. It was just a little bit over-pitched by Berger. Mitch Marsh just got into superb positions, hitting the ball right under his eyes, piercing that gap between wide, mid-off and cover. It smacked into the advertising signs on the rope.
Here's Berger once again running away from us from the Reef end, pushed out towards extra cover where Stubbs does the fielding once more, and there is no run. 3 good overs from Nandre Berger. He'd be well pleased with that. 1 for 10 from 3 overs. He had none for 35 from his first 3 overs in Cairns.
He's bowled really nicely here. I think he's managed his length better than what he did in Cairns. He just could not get his length right. His line as well was just a little bit wide.
It will be Ngidi to continue.
Yes.
From the airport end. Remember the asking rates it was less than a run a ball at the start. Obviously he needed 278, but it's still less than a run a ball. That's driven through extra cover. Good shot from Cameron Green. It was more a question of just persuading that one into the gap, really. He was steering it, wasn't he?
It was very full, and he just leant on it really, and it should have been a comfortable 2 there, but Mitchell Marsh, on turning at the end of the first run, he'd slipped on the side surface, so I wonder if that keeps him on strike.
Here's Lungi Ngidi turns. Well, actually, he's standing at the top of his run-up, which is about 32 yards. You can see that from the distance he is outside the fielding circle. As Ngidi is in. Marsh down the wicket, driving thick outside edge. Well, you take that. You expect that. You're going to get a couple of thick edges, provided you're swinging hard and you're committed to the shot, and that's a thick edge, and it's flown away past second slip and down to the boundary for 4, and it's actually hit the boundary and bounced into the Australian canopy cover.
It was actually a very similar delivery that Cam Green got first ball from Ngidi. Just went a little bit wider, a little bit higher, past Tristan Stubbs.
Those 2 slips for South Africa still very close together.
Very close.
Vian Mulder at first slip and Tristan Stubbs at second there. The stagger is quite pronounced as well. Stubbs is quite a lot in front of Vian Mulder, but really, I mean, they're virtually overlapping. Very close. Here is Ngidi once again up to the crease now. Bowls short, pulled, but wonderful hit from
Live coverage of Australia versus South Africa on ABC.
Really committed to playing his normal, natural game. I must say, Dizzy, that the atmosphere around the ground tremendous. I mean, the food outlets, and you know, there are bars and coffee shops, temporary coffee shops and vans selling burgers and pizzas, driven away through extra cover. Good diving stop from Dzorzy, but they go through for a single. But if this is a sellout, I must say that they're very generous with the space that they've allocated to the people on the grass banks. I mean, I'm always lauding grass banks at cricket grounds. I love it. Just the idea of being able to sit on the grass and you know, spread your legs out a little bit rather than sitting in a plastic bucket seat. But and so I'm saying there are people at the concession stalls and that sort of thing, but the grass banks away to our left are just quite generous. Nobody's feeling too cramped. You don't have to worry about people spilling their drinks on you. That one is steered away behind square by Cameron Green towards backward point, Brevis Fields.
Well, it allows families to bring the big picnic blanket.
That's right.
Kids can run around. They can try and get some autographs. It's a little bit harder on the fence these days because the rope is, you know, a few metres in. But the kids being able to run around, and it's great to see so many families here as well. Here in Mackay.
That's dead right. Absolutely right. I think that's what I was thinking subconsciously. And lots and lots of kids and families. Here is Ngidi again, and then we're driven up towards mid-on. They'll take a quick single. Cameron Green responds very quickly. And lots and lots of those kids will be looking forward to their Saturday morning games.
Yeah, of course.
Tomorrow, and Dad will be super excited about setting the alarm for 7 o'clock.
That's exactly right. All dads will love that. They love watching their kids play sport on the weekends.
Never mind the Saturday morning lie-in. there is sometimes the case where you can drop your kids off with the other boys and make sure that the coach is there and they can do their warm-ups and whatever. You can then go off to help your partner with the shopping, or grab a coffee and come back a little bit later.
Absolutely. Of course you can.
Here's Andre Berger again, and that's steered away. Up onto his toes goes Cameron Green, guiding it down to third man. So Cameron Green dropped first ball by Vian Mulder. South Africa might have reduced Australia to 3 for 7. Instead of which they are 2 for 23. Which isn't the ideal start, but it's better than 3 for 7. And Andre Berger has 1 for 11, and he's into his 4th over.
And working up quite the head of steam. Pretty much every delivery has been over 140 kilometres an hour.
Here he is up to the crease again, bowls, and it's full and wide. It's drivable, and it is driven by Mitch Marsh, but not timed at all. And straight to extra cover. There's no run. Tristan Stubbs is there. Hayden Markram alongside him at mid-off. Tristan Stubbs absolutely refuses to contemplate the notion that he's a senior player. You know, he's still only 24, 25, and he's played a dozen ODIs. But you look at him and you think, because of his reputation in the IPL, that sort of thing, you know. Driven drop by Stubbs. Wow, that was a hard chance. Mitchell Marsh himself dropped one earlier, which was hit equally hard, possibly even harder, but it was at a slightly more catchable height. Stubbs there, who's usually so safe, has now dropped his 4th catch on this tour, 4th or 5th. Did carry, Jason Gillespie?
It did carry it about waist high. He had to move about a metre, maybe not quite a metre to his right. It's a tough chance, as you mentioned, Manners. But you'd expect a player of Stubbs' calibre to take that more often than not.
Oh, and that one is a beauty from Andre Berger. Just nipped away. Maybe it was just the angle again. It's the angle across the right-hander, and Marsh has had a little feel for it and is well beaten. Matter of fact, wasn't it Stubbs who Marsh dropped?
I think you're right.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, made a note of it. So, favour returned.
Favour returned. Berger, as I've said, is bowling with real pace here, just causing a couple of problems for the Australian batters.
There's Andre Berger once again to the crease now, bowls, and Marsh drives and hits the thick inside half of the bat this time, beaten thrice on the outside edge, and this time hits the inside edge, but enough of it to trickle away gently out on the onside. Do you think do you think Australia, maybe not a batsman light, but Carey 6, Hardy 7, and then I suppose Bartlett, Ellis, Samper, Hazelwood, does it feel like does that feel like well balanced to you? Here's Berger again, bowls, and it's driven past mid-off for 4. Nothing Markram could do about that at mid-off other than turn and trot gently back down to the boundary to pick it up and field. There's a South African 12th man running onto the field. I think that's Quinn Mapaka with a pair of shoes for somebody. We're already seeing Vian Mulder change his shoes when he was batting, and now somebody wants a new pair of Schooner while they're in the field, or maybe not.
No, I think he went to Berger, and I think he's given Berger something to just clean his spikes with, like a wire brush or something. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. He's got a wire brush.
Well, I'm out of here.
See you, Manners.
We'll take you through the next 7 overs.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
And Geedy continues, and Green leaves outside the off stump. What a gorgeous Friday night it is, albeit pressure's on the Australians, Jason Gillespie. 278 is a long way away at 2 for 27.
It could have been worse. Had a couple of chances being taken. Q and South Africans have given a couple of lives. One to Cameron Green, one to Mitchell Marsh.
They're trying to start the wave to our right. We're in the sort of broadcast / pavilion section. The seating's to our right as Ngidi bowls, and Green drives through square for 4. Don't know whether he intended to pierce point and cover point, but, well, maybe it looked like an extra cover drive that went flashing square of the wicket, but Cameron Green gets a boundary. 2 for 31.
It was a nice square drive from Cameron Green. Just got onto that front foot, big stride.
Yeah, it's not a big grandstand, but they're having fun out there.
But they are certainly. They're having a lot of fun, and it's a great atmosphere out there as well. It really is.
Finished the last part of my dinner just having a bit of fresh air and getting a sense in the crowd. And
yeah, nice.
People are having the time of their lives. Why not? 2 slips in for Ngidi bowling to Green. Turns on the onside. No run. So 277 South Africa, bowled out with the first ball of the 50th over. Adam Zampa picked up 3 for 63 for Australia. Bartlett 2 for 45. Ellis 2 for 46. He was excellent again. Labuschagne got a couple of cheapies. A few bad balls that were hit to fieldsmen. 2 for 19 for Marnus. 1 for 57 for Hazelwood. Goretzka top scoring with 88 for the Proteas. Stubbs making 74. A couple of decent partnerships after early trouble. There's a very familiar look about the first 7 or 8 overs of Australia's innings compared to what we saw earlier today, as the broad-shouldered Ngidi bowls to the tall Green. Drives on the up. That's a better shot. Oh, my word. Classic extra cover drive for 4. That is top draw.
Beautiful shot for Cameron Green. Getting on that front foot. Ngidi just giving him a bit of width. And yes, it's not overly full, but Cameron Green using all his reach, all his height, was able to just lean on that. Raced away to the boundary.
Of course, he's nowhere near as tall, but that's the kind of, when Michael Clarke was playing really well, that's the kind of shot that Clarke would play just a little bit away from his body. Not quite as classically as Michael Hussey in that regard, but a really good shot that replies right on the stumps and defended by Green on the offside.
It was actually a very similar delivery that got Marnus Labuschagne out But the ball, Marnus got out a few overs ago. Obviously, the ball was still shaping. It just looks like the ball's not quite swinging for Ngidi now into his 4th over. As we saw in the South African innings as well, things looked a little bit tricky the first 6 to 7 overs for the South African batters.
So here we are. Australia was 2 for 27 at the start of the over. South Africa was 2 for 29 at the start of their 7th. So very similar. Ngidi to Green, stand tall and defends on the onside. And that's the end of the over. So 8 down. Australia 2 for 35 with Green on 11. He's faced 13 balls. Marsh is 7 from 21. Head out for 6. Labuschagne out for 1. Wickets falling at 6 and 7. By the way, our listeners in Mackay tuning in this evening on Analog Radio, great to have you on board for a huge event in your city. I know regularly you'd be getting Friday night footy. It's a big Friday night of footy in the NRL. You can hear it on the green button on the Listen app. Penrith lead Canberra 16-10 midway through the second half in that game in Mudgee. Raiders have just scored a try. So conversion attempt to come. Penrith 16, Canberra 10. In the AFL tonight, Collingwood and Melbourne not too far away in that first game, and then a little bit later it's Port and Gold Coast. And of course the other NRL game this evening is Melbourne versus Canterbury Bankstown. So just a quick shout out to our local radio audience who regularly have the league on at this time. Great that you're with us at the cricket. League's available on the app. We'll keep you up to date. And spins coming in early here. 9th over. And it's the Cairns destroyer. Keshav Maharaj into the attack. What's he got for us tonight? Will the ball spin and bounce the way that it did up at Kazales? So Marsh is on strike. First delivery. Big man comes forward, bat next to pad to defend. I know you guys didn't sort of have the behind the arm commentary position at Cairns, but it was apparent early on as Maharaj delivers. That grips a little as Marsh stands tall back in the crease. Turns it through mid-wicket to the sweeper for a single, 2 for 36. But yeah, boy, didn't he get some torque.
He really got some purchase off that surface at Kazales. Not sure we'll quite see it here in Mackay.
More on Sunday, according to Pete Kazakov, the groundsman.
Groundsman, that's
so
right.
Same strips freshen up tomorrow and then used again on Sunday. Green on strike, forward. Turning off an inside edge to short fine leg, no run.
Still some oohs and ahs from the South Africans. Cameron Green looking to be positive and drive the ball, but squeezed it on the leg side through a big inside edge.
One slip behind, Green, forward and pushing down the onside of the pitch. Fielded by Mulder at mid-on.
I like this from Markram, bringing the spinner on inside the power play.
Green forward again, probing, taking a run just wide of Dazorzi at extra cover. So one of the sweepers is on the long off rope. That's, I think, one of the replacement fielders. Yeah, that's Corbin Bosch coming in. So he was at Brietska off the field with a slight hamstring injury. So long off, and where's the other one? Oh, there he is in the sort of hiding. Dare I say it, as Marsh defends the last ball of the over. Yeah, the second man in the deep, lost in the wash of the fans who have got the plastic chairs out the front of the sports club. So deep mid-wicket where the two there. That's the end of the over, 2 for 37. Just the 2 runs coming from Maharaj's opening over. Now, when are you changing with Stu? You've got a couple of overs.
You've got one over.
Oh, I've got something that I wanted to ask you. I better go now, since because
we've got time.
I must admit, on Tuesday night, I listened to you guys for the first half, and then we had dinner, and then I've got 2 TVs set up at home and trying to relax a bit. I had the second telly on mute, keeping across the cricket, and then we're like, okay, let's try and relax a bit. That's a movie. So, and I wanted something that was pretty light-hearted to make sure that I could sort of take it in while still watching the game in Cairns.
Yep.
And you know what movie I watched?
What movie did you watch?
This is a movie that's ingrained in your Test career. I watched Happy Gilmore 2. And I have to ask the man that made the happy dance famous when he reached 50 at the Gabba in November of 2004, whether or not he's seen the new instalment and whether you're trying to work on any new moves. Oh, just as we're about to start the 10th over, and Mulder's having a bowl, but slipped in his delivery stride.
I'll tell you what he's done. He's gone to his back foot landing, but he's actually landed kind of on the back, the right-hand side back, and just skidded. That's a nasty. That could be very nasty.
His plant foot, his back foot, just sort of got onto its side and didn't grip. He's up and he's okay.
It could be very nasty. You could do an ankle, do a knee. I remember seeing Andy Bickle do that a couple of times in his career. And you always feared for his safety.
So Mulder running into Green, drives on the up and doesn't beat cover point, but will get a single. Thinks of a second, no, just the one, as it's well fielded by De Zorzi. So there we go, Diz.
In answer to your question, yes, I have seen Happy Gilmore too.
You have?
I have indeed. I watched it. And,
for those that aren't aware, Jason he rode his bat like the happy place in Happy Gilmore.
That's right.
When you made 50 with Glenn McGrath, that test match against New Zealand.
That's right. Just for a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And enjoyed that.
And as soon as I thought that, I thought, I'm working with Jason. Excellent. Because he immortalised Happy Gilmore for cricketers. Mulder bowling to Marsh. He missed times a pull shot. It's gone straight up in the air to mid-on, and the captain's gone. Mulder takes the wicket of Mitchell Marsh, who rocks his head back in absolute disdain. A mistimed pull shot goes straight up and caught on the edge of the field restriction circle. Marsh is out for 18 and Australia in a huge hole. 3 for 38 in the 10th over.
Yeah, mistimed pull shot. Good catch there. I think it was Corbin Bosch, the sub-fielder. It's a poor execution. His head right back. Mitchell Marsh, all his weight was on his back foot. And yes, you do need weight on your back foot, but still you need to have that intent of hitting back into the ball. And when your weight's on your back foot and your head's back, there's only one place the ball can go, and that's straight up in the air. So a disappointing end for the Australian captain.
And indeed it was Corbin Bosch, the sub-fielder, getting underneath that. And Marsh departs. He is really unhappy with himself. He's made 18 from 25 balls. So 3 for 38 now, and Josh Inglis comes to the crease. I knew as soon as I thought I'll deviate from the game, something will happen in the game. and that's indeed what happened. So, yes, you've seen the new Happy
So I have, and what I will say, I don't want to spoil it for our listeners, but let's just say, because it's obviously been a few years since the original Happy Gilmore, his happy place is a slightly different thing.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that. I won't say any more. So but it's nothing bad or anything. It's just it's a good movie. It's very watchable.
Here's Inglis facing Mulder, defends back to the bowler. And the thing, is there anything in the movie that perhaps the cricketer of the modern generation might pick up if we see a moment and then, you know, we might say, oh, look, here's Xavier Bartlett doing the so-and-so from Happy Gilmore
I'm not sure. I'll have to have a think about it.
Yeah,
but...
you must have liked the first movie.
I enjoyed the first movie. It's an easy watch, isn't it? It's, you know, you can just sit back, relax, and, you know, you don't have to think too much. You can just sit there, have a few laughs, enjoy yourself.
There's a slip behind. Mulder bowling to Inglis, inside edge onto pad, and a stilted appeal. Now, did you have anything so what was the story again? So why did you do that on that Saturday, Sunday morning at the Gabba?
It was just a couple of my mates at my local club, Adelaide Cricket Club in South Australia, and I don't know how the subject came up, but they said there's no way that you'd do anything silly like ride your bat like Happy Gilmore's Happy Place, and I just said, well, yeah, why wouldn't I? And so that's how it started.
Inglis cuts off the back foot. He's off the mark with a single to wide deep third, and the Australians move to 3 for 39.
And so that's how it happened. Q.
your greatest moment until you scored a double century. You know?
Yeah, well.
Because the double century story gets told all the time. I just thought I'd go to somewhere different.
Yeah, I mean, see, you brought it up, not me, the double 100. So I always get criticised because I just somehow work it into the conversation. Stewie Clark's brought it up today. So that's 2 people brought it up and I haven't brought it up.
Green on strike, facing Mulder. Oh, that got on him quickly. Jams down in defence, and it sort of hustled Green there back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. Jason Gillespie's going to the back of the box to find a different happy place. The Australians aren't really happy at the moment at all at 3 for 39, having lost Head for 6, Labuschagne 1, and Marsh in that over for 18. Green 13 of 18 deliveries, and Inglis 1. He's faced 3 balls, 278 is the target. And as Stewie puts the cans on, we compare 3 for 39 after 10, Stuart, to South Africa's 2 for 56 after 10. So the Aussies well and truly behind the comparison after 10 overs.
Oh, yeah, I was a bit worried when I was talking pre the break. We were chatting before we listened to the Mayor. Just a little bit of quickness in the wicket, a bit of extra pace, a little bit of moisture, just quickening up the surface, and it looks like that's what's happened. The South Africans bowl really well. Picked up 3 very quick wickets.
Maharaj around the wicket. Inglis leaves his crease, drives along the ground or works it off his pads to deep mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Brevis in front of the sports club.
Don't think he's going to go back. Maharaj knocked him over with one that he played back to, and it went under his bat. I can't see him doing that again. Use his feet, get down the wicket, see if he can knock one in the gap the whole time.
So beyond the 10 now, there's a couple of extra boundary riders. Green defends Maharaj, so there's Brevis on the deep mid-wicket boundary, long on, long off, out, and they've only put the 3 out, so kept the slip in place. Green tries to turn on the onside. Sense of a hint of a misfield there, but Muthusami quickly cleans up his work. No run.
It's a big challenge now. It's a big challenge for the Australians. Change in field here, man's dropping out to deep point.
4th man goes out. As Green stands tall, comes forward to defend the spinner.
You can see Green taking a big stride at the ball, trying to get out there and negate any spin. Ball really hasn't turned like we saw in the Cairns match, where it was spinning off the straight quite viciously.
A lot of work for Cam Green to do here. He plays back this time and defends successfully, but straight to Dazorzi at mid-wicket. But immediately, with the new ball bowlers just getting a couple, it allows Maharaj to come in and do his thing and put pressure on. He tosses up here, and again Green's back and defending. Back to the bowler, gets through his work quickly. Just the 1 run off the over. Australia 3 for 40, needing 278 to win.
It's almost like they can't read the length sometimes with Maharaj because of his just guile. And it's not a vicious change in bowling action. It's very similar. And then one comes out a bit quicker, one comes out with that underspinner type motion, and we saw that up in Cairns. The Australians had no answer for it. They weren't quite sure what to do, and it was because the ball spun and they were worried about one spinning past the edge. If the ball's not spinning, they're probably in less danger. They won't run past and miss it. So that's a little bit in their favour, but geez, he bowls a good length.
Mulder right arm over the wicket, and Inglis defends. So this very handy cricketer, this all-rounder, not only middle order bat, but bowls his right arm seam. He didn't get a bowl in the game in Cairns. Not needed, probably.
Didn't need to. The spinners were, they were going through them. So Markham's keeping the slip in too. So he feels as though there's a chance, just an outside edge, who's standing at probably 1.5 slips.
Yeah, well, they were too close when there were 2 of them, and now that's a very wide first slip, isn't it?
Yeah, way too close, and that's a wide.
Mulder outside the off stump. Inglis again just shuffling to push defensively on the offside. Brevis comes in from backward point to do the fielding.
They're up and about, the Sri Lankans, picking up 3 wickets in the first 10 overs. Usually that is the case. You can just get the sense the Australians, they're trying to find a way. They're trying to eke out a run or knock one in the gap, but bowling's been good and tight. A lot on offer for either batter to flay their arms and try and get a bit of momentum.
Plenty of picnic rugs are out, and those that have claimed that spot on the grass might have got a bit hot in the afternoon, but boy, they've got a prime spot now. Glorious evening out there to watch the cricket. Mulder again full, and again the shuffle for Inglis across the crease to defend, and Brevis swoops in to keep the scoring from ticking over. It's 3 for 40.
He's been out of runs for a while, Inglis. He was obviously ill for the second T20 games and didn't get a chance to play in that match. Carey rushed up to Northern Queensland to fill in. But he'd certainly be looking for some runs. He's been a bit lean lately.
They've made 5 in that game in Cairns. First ball duck in the first of the T20s, and Darwin facing Mulder from around the wicket, just wide of the crease there, the right armour. And again, very similarly, Inglis just sort of playing from the crease, happy to just get that bat next to pad and not really back or forward, just shuffling to cover the line there of Mulder probing outside the off stump or thereabouts.
Yeah, that's his technique. He'll play from the crease. He won't take a big stride forward. He won't go back. He'll just shuffle about, use his hands, knock the ball into the gap. It can be very effective, but when you're in form, but it can also be a real problem when you're a bit short of the runs.
32nd 50-over international for Josh Inglis. Tries to punch off the back foot here, mistimed off a bottom edge, and Dezorzi picks up in the covers. So, yeah, overall, strikes it just a bit better than a run of ball, 105. His strike rate, averaging 27 in his 31 previous 50-over internationals.
Yeah, he certainly, he'll score quickly.
IPL man for Punjab these days. Most of the Australians have got a link with the IPL, not as many for South Africa, although Mulder, he did play 1 game for Sunrises Hyderabad this year. Again, probing away at that pretty tight line on the stumps. This time Inglis works it away off his pads, whips it down to deep square and takes the single. So that's the end. Is it? Yep, end of the over. Inglis will keep the strike. He is 3, Green 13. Australia 3 for 41, needing 278 to win. 12 overs bowled. Quentin Hull and Stuart Clark are with you at the idyllic Harrop Park in Mackay for this second one-day international that Australia needs to win to keep the series alive.
Yeah, they certainly do. It'd be interesting to see when Aiden Markram goes to the second spinner. If Asami's in the team, you'd imagine that given the success that Maharaj is having at the moment, it won't be too far away.
Another over from Maharaj, left arm around the wicket. Inglis deep in his crease to drive off the back foot along the ground and long on. Rotates the strike, picks up a single, 3 for 42.
Better use of his feet then. He's got a little bit deeper in the crease and punch the ball down the ground as opposed to just playing from the crease or backing away and trying to go through the offside. Markram's giving them that shot if they want to take it on.
Green comes forward to drive. Similar execution, but this time the other side of the V to long off.
You can see Q with the field. All the men are up inside, so there's no deep sweeper out at deep backward point or deep square on the offside. So it's basically trying to tempt Inglis into go back, give up your stumps.
It's a really interesting field. I'll go through it in a second. Maharaj, again, Inglis defending off the back foot. So they're allowed 4 out, but they've got the 2 sweepers on either side of the V, long on, long off, and then if there's a drag down, there's a deep mid wicket. But basically, yeah, all through cover and point. If you want to go back and try and hit me through the offside, do it at your peril. And this is full up. Inglis takes half a hop to meet it, make it a half volley, drive along the deck for a single to long on, 3 for 45.
It's good bowling and it's good captaincy because you've got to trust your bowler not to drop short and wide, which is, they don't want to, but they will make a mistake every now and then. But it's also that risk reward for the Australians.
And there's still a slip there as well, as Green does open up the offside a little, but drives on the bump straight to the skipper, Markram at short cover. And now that deep point goes out late in the over, so they don't want to concede a cheap one late.
Green's also batting on leg stump to try and take his pads out of the way.
Left arm around the wicket to him. Half a hop down the pitch. Drives on the bump, fielded well by the bowler in his follow through. Not clean, but knocked it down. Ensured there was no easy single to long on. And another quick over from Keshav Maharaj. Just the 3 runs from it. And Australia is 3 for 44 after 13. And you just compare that to South Africa. They were 2 for 75 after 13 overs.
And they were starting to build a nice partnership as well. So it's just there's little games going on with the little game within the big game here. And the Australians trying to find a way, and credit to these 2 at the crease at the moment. They're not doing anything expansive, just trying to get themselves in, knock the ball around. We know they can both score quickly if the time comes, and they've got to get on with it. But you got to give them a little bit of fight. That's what they're trying to do.
So another over for Mulder. Bowling to Inglis, who gets a half volley and he drives. It won't go all the way to the long on rope before on the full. It rolls over the rope now, having pitched about 5 metres shy. So there was the offer of the length, and Inglis hitting through the line, picks up a boundary. His first real sign of aggression. He moves to 9. Australia 3 for 48.
Yeah, good shot by Inglis. Pitched up full, hit through the line, get the bat nice and straight, get the face, didn't let it turn in his hands, and got a good piece of it straight down the ground.
Mid-off and mid-on, both up. Mulder outside the off stump and almost chopped on by Inglis. Tried to play a late cut and very lucky not to chop it onto his poles. He picks up a streaky 2 down to Ngidi at deep fine leg. His feet were nowhere there and he just pushed his hands at it, Stu.
Yeah, his feet were nowhere. He didn't try. He tried to run the ball to third man. Looks like the surface is just quickening up a little bit, which is probably a sign that there's a bit of moisture coming onto that surface.
It brings up the 50 for Australia in very unconvincing fashion. Nonetheless, Australia 3 for 50, 2 balls into the 14th over.
Very close to chopping on then. Very, very close.
Again, not forward or back, just pushed his hands at it. Mulder again, spearing in towards the stumps. This defended down the onside of the pitch. By the way, good finish coming up in the league in Mudgee. Are you in a footy tipping comp?
No, I'm not.
Neither am I. I would have probably tipped Penrith tonight, though.
Would you?
Yeah, they're just in front. 6 minutes to go. Panthers 16, Raiders 12, but there's a bunker pending on a potential.
That looks like a try to me, doesn't
game
it?
tying try for Canberra. Meanwhile, early stages, Collingwood and Melbourne, the Pies now just a point in front of Melbourne. Quarter time, they lead by a point, 19 to 18. Haven't got the full readout there, but Mulder now to Inglis. Short, and he's whacked that for 6. On the back foot, pulls it over mid-wicket. It clears the rope, it clears the fence by a couple of metres. And that went flying off into the night sky. It sounded beautiful out of the bat. So we've seen all parts of good, bad and indifferent from Josh Inglis in this over. That's the best of it.
Yeah, too short, just banged in. It was about belly button height. Josh Inglis, he eats those for breakfast. And it went miles, as you said then, Q. Well called. Dropped short, and it was good night. Crowd went flurrying over there. Everyone was trying to get a touch of the ball, weren't they?
The great thing about these regional venues without big stands, there's nothing but black. When the ball gets into the air, you're not trying to find it from a stand. You can see it sailing through the sky. Full from Mulder. The reply is respected by Inglis as he defends into the covers. Yeah, you're used to seeing it if we're at the SCG, the Gabba, wherever. You can see it sort of. There's a big grandstand in the background. We're looking into the dark of the airport field.
That's correct. We're looking into nothing. So
and you just see the ball.
You can see it clearly as day. They're changing the field here. The man from slip is popping out into mid-wicket, and the fielder is going out to deep forward square leg. By the looks of it, he'd need to stand about 50 metres behind where he's gone to if he was going to catch the last one.
I've got a job for you too. You need to keep our listeners who are on local radio in Mudgee, by the way.
Yeah.
End of the over from Mulder, and Inglis turns on the onside. So that's the end of the 14th over. Manners is about to come in. It's 3 for 56. Inglis is 17. Green is 14. I know Neil knows most things about most sports, but you're well versed in what's going to happen late in that game between Penrith and Canberra. So can you keep the scores coming as Neil's coming in?
I will. It's 16 all.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you very much indeed to the one and only Q, Quentin Hull. Here's Keshav Maharaj. Went in once again, turned away by Mitch Marsh towards mid-wicket, fielded by Tony DeZorzi. No run. 3 for 56. Target is not insubstantial, 278. South Africa were well on course for more than that. It's a good fight back from Australia, and that one is cut away, chopped away by Mitchell Marsh through the offside, and it races away. Mitchell Marsh, sorry, Cameron Green races away through cover point. Really, if you are beaten in the infield, you can save yourself a bit of energy and not chase it with full vigour to the boundary, because if it's got anything on it at all, this ball's just going to beat you.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's the shot he's giving out. I'm interested in the delivery. It'll be faster and flatter and the same sort of length, you would have thought.
Here's Maharaj again. Drives it away down towards long on. Fielded by Andre Berger. And they're through for a single. It was really interesting hearing Maharaj analyse his success on Tuesday night. And he said it was the drop. You were talking about underspin, and that is a big factor, but it was actually the overspin.
Right.
That he said it's particularly effective with the new ball. He said that's why batsmen weren't able to read his length. He was getting just significant drop, which is just that one. Next one is defended again, and there's no run. But it really, it's almost invisible to the naked eye, certainly from the commentary box, and you're not close to the action. This one is clipped away off his toes by Inglis to De Zorzi at mid-wicket, who, I guess they misfields it, knocks it on, takes the pace off it, and they have gone through for a single. And he said that it only lasts for the first 4 or 5 overs, and it's got to be with the new ball. He came in in the 8th over on Tuesday. That one is punched off the back foot again by Cameron Green out towards man sweeping on the cover boundary. So he came into the attack in the 8th over. Tonight, the 9th over, and he said it only lasts until the ball's about 16 overs old. So first 4 or 5 overs, remember 4.1 overs, he had 5 for 13, ended up with 5 for 33, and he said that once the lacquer goes off the ball, there's significantly less drop, and it becomes much easier for the batsman.
I was going to say, how long before you see spin into the attack? I think we're going to see it right now. Australia seem to have, well, they've got Maharaj sorted at the moment. They're playing him comfortably, but how much would they have seen him with Sami? I can't imagine a lot.
Well, you know, I mean, people have paid good money to go and fish for footage.
Yeah.
Footage fishing.
Yeah.
And so they'll have seen plenty of him at domestic level, but of course not at international level.
Seeing one thing, playing different.
Yeah, right.
Look at it all.
It is Senyaran Mutasamy, the second left-arm spinner in the South African lineup, and the first delivery is pushed away by Cameron Green to Aidan Markram at, well, I suppose extra cover. Man sweeping on the cover boundary. Mutasamy is in once more.
It's a nice
ball, pushed straight back to the bowler. The one thing about this new South African ODI kit is that it doubles as camouflage. When they run onto the boundary, they disappear, don't they?
Yeah, you can't see it.
You can't
Catch me!
That's driven down the ground by Green to mid-on. I mean, one of the reasons I make the point, it's not just because it makes life tricky in the commentary box. I do wonder about, you know, the batsmen. Because you have to look really hard to see the cover sweeper. He's just blended in.
We are a long way away, I might add. I'm hoping that Inglis has got better eyesight than I have these days.
He better have. Certainly better than mine.
It's sad indictment on the game if he doesn't.
Punched out towards long off for another single. And we are also peering out behind quite significantly tinted glass, which makes it a little bit trickier. But I know I'd be very grateful for it if I was commentating on a 3-day game with the sun belting down from 10:30 in the morning.
You're right, it'd be hard work. It was bright. It was quite warm this afternoon. Not so much now. It's cooled down a little bit.
Yeah, but it's a fabulous facility. The media suites here at this wonderful ground. Harrop Park, Great Barrier Reef Arena. Driven down the ground again for another single, and it looks like is this the scheduled drinks break, or is it just an impromptu one? No, it is the scheduled. It's the scheduled drinks break, and South Africa, well, they stumbled themselves for the second time in the final quarter of their innings, but they've put the runs on the board, 277 of them, And then had Australia 2 for 7, and they could have been 3 for 7. Cameron Green was dropped first delivery at second slip by Vian Mulder. Green has gone on to 22. Josh Inglis has 19 from 22 balls. Green's 22 come from 35. Australia, after 16 overs, 3 for 66. And I mean, it's a question of, I think people who haven't played cricket at the highest level or any sort of level perhaps don't fully appreciate how difficult it is to assess conditions. They hear players talking a lot about, well, we just need to assess conditions as we go along. But it is based on quite a lot of history, doesn't it? And also recent history, of which there is none here at international.
And that's and all you've got to go on is what you're actually living at the moment. And you know, is there going to be due? You know, you've heard us talk a lot about that. So things like that on this ground, no one quite knows what's going to. Yeah, they've sprayed it. Yeah, the wind's blowing. Well, there has been plenty of occasions they've done all that and the dews come in, right? So they're a little bit, what's going to happen? Is the wicket going to start turning? Is it going to start doing this? What is noticeable is the wicket's quickening up a bit. I don't know if you've been much attention, but it seems to be just skidding on a bit better than, and both Green and Inglis have now got themselves in and they're just hitting through the line, hitting through the line, hitting through the line. And that's a good sign for the Australians, and it's a way, and it's something the South Africans have got to be cognizant of, in the sense that once they get themselves in, they're hard to stop.
Scoring rate at the moment just over 4, and the requirement is just under 6.5. Again, you know, that can all change so quickly with a couple of expensive overs, or so it doesn't really make a significant difference to the game situation at the moment. It's about wickets, isn't it? I mean, people forget that 50 overs is quite a long time in modern cricket to bat against a white ball under lights, and they also forget that whereas you might not necessarily need a solid defensive technique in a 20-over game, if you come in and you can make 30 off 15 balls, well, that could be a match-changing contribution. But people forget that actually you need to be able to bat properly and defend and not get out in 50 overs.
That is the single biggest mistake I think teams sometimes make, is they try and defend for 50 overs. You've got to get guys out. It's still long enough in them. 2020 cricket, you can just go with defence to some extent, but still it helps if you knock over 2 or 3 of them early on. There's some stat, if you take 3 wickets in the first 6 overs in a T20 game, you win 93%, or it's something along those lines. One day cricket, got to get them out, because they will just go at the rate. And if they've got 5 wickets, 6 wickets in the end, and they need 70 off, 60 or 50, they'll get those. That's just the way the game has gone now. So it's a big challenge for bowling teams, that you've got to be effective with the ball.
Got to take wickets, yeah. I mean, you can't. There's always a place at some point, some aspect. There is a place for building pressure, as it were, and trying to bowl maidens and dot balls, put dot ball sequences together. Keshav Maharaj is in, continuing after the drinks break. First delivery is once again just punched down the ground. South Africa have got long on and long off deep. Other Penrith Eagles still drawing with the Cantabrians.
It's 16 all with a minute. Well, call the game. I'm watching the footy.
Big appeal for oohs and ahs as he was punched out towards extra cover. There's a minute to go, is there?
No, it's full time, so they're going to extra time now. Golden point, golden point, golden goal type stuff.
Oh, excellent. Here's Maharaj once again up to the crease now on the back foot, punched down the ground towards long on. They go through for a single. I think you better explain, actually, people are just tuning in now.
Canberra, the Raiders v the Panthers, Penrith Panthers, full-time 16 all, which now means they go to golden point, which is 5 minutes each way, first team to score a point.
Here is Maharaj once again, and down the wicket, clips it down towards long on, and they go through for another single. It's just singles now, 5 or 6 runs and over. Will do absolutely perfectly for Australia. A boundary really takes the pressure off the over, but four singles and over, and maybe a 2 or a boundary, even just 4 singles and over for the next 10 overs or so, just keep them in the game. And here is Maharaj once again. He tosses that one up, it drops again, dips with the overspin.
That's
what happens if nobody scores a point in 10 minutes?
It's a draw. The game just ends in a tie.
Oh.
So they played 10 minutes. It's the top of the table, like the best team for the last 4 years v the team that's coming first this year.
Maharaj again tosses it up, and it's driven down the ground. And
have you never seen a game of rugby league?
No, I have. I've never seen Golden Point.
Oh, okay.
I thought that the draw was a draw. The end of the over, and Australia are 3 for 69. So would one of the teams be happy with a draw? I mean, but surely the team with possession. How do they start? Who's got possession?
They toss, and then someone kicks off. The other team gets it. So you win the toss. You usually choose to
receive.
Well, no, they do it. They kick it to the other team and try and hold the other team down the other end.
Oh.
So they have to kick it back to them.
Penalty.
Well, yeah, they have to kick it back to them, and then I don't know. There's a whole heap of theories around this, so
okay.
It's it'd be too hard to explain.
Well, do keep our listeners
glass of wine. Maybe one night I'll explain to you about.
I may not understand, but you can try.
It's
a glass of wine.
The nuances of the Golden Point strategy.
Yeah, I'm very interested in it. Aidan Markram's coming into the attack now, and so effective was spin in that game two nights ago that Temba Bavuma invited Markram to come on for an over, and he ended up bowling 8 at a cost of 35 and bowled really well, really impressively. He is more than a part-timer. People make the mistake of describing Travis Head as a part-timer, as they do with Markram, but in the right conditions, at the right time, they can be very effective. Not that Markram's ever taken 4 for 50, as Travis Head did, but first delivery is punched down the ground.
He's a dot bowler. He bowls fast, and he spears them in. Tries to stop the team from scoring as opposed to doing them through the air with a bit of spin. Head's got more drift and spin than probably Markram will ever have.
Remember, yes, very much so. But Markram effective in a very different sort of way. Now reverse sweep, clever batting from Josh Inglis. Nobody out there at, well, what started off as deep backward point becomes deep backward square leg. And he knows that he backs himself. He's just got to, there's 2 backward points, both inside the circle. One quite finer and one at orthodox backward point. All he had to do was lift the ball over their heads, and the outfield would do the rest. So that's exactly what he did. And a change in the field implemented immediately by Aidan Markram. He's now just got the 1 backward point, and he's moved a man to sweeping on the cover boundary. Short, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket, doesn't carry. Straight to the fielder, but bounces 10 yards in front of him. It's Mulder who tidies up.
There was a part that, for a moment, I think he thought, oh no, I've hit it down his throat. Oh.
Yeah, you could see him hesitate and then pause.
Yeah, correct.
Froze momentarily. But then realised, fortunately, that he hadn't hit it as sweetly as he thought he might have done. Praise to the mishead. Here's Aidan Markram once again to the crease and clipped away through square leg. Go through for a single once again. It's that time of the game with Australia concentrating on consolidation, that some members of the crowd are beginning to realise that it might be a good time now, with the pizza queue having dissipated a little bit, maybe time to go and get another drink. Or that's down the leg side, spun down the leg side from Markram, actually.
Spun quite sharply.
Yes, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, it sort of.
That came as a surprise. And it was called a wide because it spun too much. Pitched in line with probably middle and leg, and then just fizzed down the leg side. Inglis left it alone. Markram in again, and Inglis backs away, gives himself some room, chops it to extra cover, fielded by Dazorzi. Once more, no run. Game still going on in,
yes,
where is that? In Penn?
No, they're playing in Mudgee, another regional town in Australia. Penrith.
Is that Victoria?
No, Sydney.
Sydney, sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, Dubbo, Bathurst-y type way up there.
Bathurst, cars, fast cars, noisy
There you
cars.
go, you do, you know, see, you know
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah.
About to kick a field goal, Penrith here. They're going to try. Here they go, and they've kicked it.
Oh, he's hit the post.
Oh, listen to us. Oh, listen, and he's away.
Well,
he's going to go.
You're not missing any action here.
He's going to go the distance. No.
Oh, that's amazing.
He's running a try.
Canberra have scored.
On a rebound off the post.
Yes, he has. Gone the length of the field, scored at the other end.
Absolutely extraordinary. What? And I don't really understand it, but it's very exciting. Wow.
I'll describe it. Nathan Cleary aimed at a field goal. He hit the left-hand post. The ball bounced down. It caught, I think Sebastian Crisp caught it, passed it out to Ethan Strange, who ran the length of the field and then passed it inside to Weeks, I believe.
Senyarin Mutasami, who's driven down the ground by Josh English down towards long off. Very nicely called, Stuart Clark. So basically, in American football, that'd be like the guy that receives it in the end zone and runs a full length of the field.
Sort of, yeah.
That's kind of what happened.
Yeah, he's the fullback. He's there to catch the bomb, but he got it, and there it is. We're just looking at a replay. Amazing piece of football.
Gee whiz, he's run literally most of the length of the ground before offloading to the guy who gets the glory right at the end. Who's the guy that makes most of the running?
Ethan Strange, his name is. He's a young. They're talking about him being a future superstar of the game.
And he offloaded it to.
Is it Weeks? I think it's Weeks. Yeah.
Here's Mutasami again on the back foot, punched away down towards long on, fielded by Nandre Berger. So it is important to have supplementary sources of information in a cricket commentary box, one of which happens to be an extra screen. We have the main one, of course, which is illustrating Senyarin Mutasami's left arm spin. But that was a very, very exciting moment in the other corner of the commentary box, driven down the ground by Josh Inglis, and the dreadlocked Tony DeZorzi dives to his left, can't prevent the single. Andre Berger comes in to tidy up, and Australia are just consolidating here and doing it really well. It's early days, but 27 apiece to Cam Green and Josh Inglis. With Australia having been in considerable trouble at 3 for 38.
I'll tell you, DeZorzi's a bit of a live wire in the field, isn't he? He's flying around there at mid-wicket, diving full length. He's missed, but can't blame his intent.
No way. Mutasami in once more. Left arm spin at the moment as that one is pushed out towards Vian Mulder, who's got the skateboarding elbow pads on. Doesn't mind preventing a grass burn, Vian Mulder. DeZorzi has been in and out of the team. I mean, he scored runs. He scored some really important runs. He made 170 in the World Test Championship in Bangladesh, in Chittagong, against Bangladesh, where South Africa were expected to struggle. But in and out of the one-day team, he's got a one-day 100. But every time he seems on the point of establishing himself, he has either a dip in form or some new young star burst onto the team. Inglis down the wicket to Mutasami, has driven him handsomely over extra cover to Markram, I beg your pardon. And that's 6 runs over extra cover. Beautiful use of the feet. Really quick hands, nice placement, good plan, good execution.
Yeah, good shot by that Inglis. He's just an innovative player. He got down the wicket, he opened the face, hit it into the esky that's sitting down there where the bowlers keep their drinks. I thought it went in the esky for 1 second.
I thought it had as well. It bounced on top, didn't it? Here is Markram again. That's a little bit too short, and it's pulled quickly. He's got such quick hands, Josh Inglis.
It's looking a bit ominous here for the South Africans. He's starting to look, he's been horribly out of nick, but all of a sudden, last couple of balls he's hit, come right out of the middle. He's getting to the pitch now, starting to pick up the length quickly.
I don't know whether Aidan Markram will keep himself on for another over after this, but he just wants to use up some of the 6th bowler allocation, just to give himself a couple of options so he doesn't have to stick to the 5. But I tell you, it's a very, very good recovery from Australia. They're scoring at 4.5 and over now. It's just a fraction under 4.5 and over. Into the 20th, and Australia 3 for 88. Green 27, Inglis now 35 with that 6. It's needing 278 for victory.
I wouldn't mind them bowling Berger for an over or 2 here. Just pick up a wicket that's dead. Otherwise, these two are going to get themselves in, and it's going to be hard-ass to get them out.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they are in, really, already, don't they? Markram's in once again. But it's one thing getting in against Senyarin Mutasami and Aidan Markram and Keshav Maharaj. But, yeah, just while they're still in the 20s, let's just see how you go against 145 kilometres.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you just get it something a bit different, all right. If you get through that, then we've got to go back to another plan. But
here's Markram again. It's chipped down the ground towards Cam Green. Long on.
We talked about this in the T20. It seems a bit regimented that we always save them up for the end. Well, yeah. The end won't matter.
Yeah.
If you don't get them out, like you bowl anyone you want, and they'll be in. They'll be both, 80, 90, 100, and they'll be hitting to whatever they feel it's necessary.
This Aidan Markram is in once again over the wicket. Little reverse paddle sweep from Josh Inglis, beautifully done. Really, really smart. And Slungi Ngidi, who has to chase after it, the big man, didn't have a chance really. That's just delightfully done. The gentlest of reverse lap sweeps from Josh Inglis, and the over comes to an end. No, yes, it does. The over comes to an end. You're off, Ishi?
I'm off. I'm having a rest now. I'm going to watch the football with Q.
Good on you. Very, very exciting finish. Who won again? Penrith. Canberra. Canberra beat Penrith. Yes? With the length of the field goal return. Very exciting to watch. Right, I get a new over from Senya and Mudasamy. Left arm spin to big Cameron Green. Clips it away off his pads out towards deep mid wicket. I think batsmen very, very often decide whether they're making the running or whether they're going to provide opportunities to another. I think that 6 over extra cover may have just prompted Cam Green to think that it might be Josh Inglis's moment for the time being, as he's playing himself back into form. He pushes this one out towards cover. Sliding stop attempted by Markram. Doesn't grasp it immediately, but it's only a single. 3 early wickets for South Africa. Could have been 3 very early wickets. Head and Labuschagne going for 6 and 1. Mitchell Marsh then for 18. This one driven straight back to Senya and Mudasamy, and the eagle-eyed amongst the crowd and maybe those watching, and I'll tell you about it, is that he fielded that in his left hand and threw it to the keeper right-handed. So he's working on his ambidexterity. At the moment, just short range. He can throw with both hands. This one driven again by Cameron Green down the ground towards Nondre Berger at long on. I wonder whether South Africa will return to Nondre Berger. It probably would be a good idea, Jason Gillespie.
Yeah, most certainly. And hello to all our listeners. I was listening to you and Stuart Clark talking before, and I couldn't agree more. I think the game's set for that.
Off the back foot now, Inglis punches it down towards long off. Lots and lots of easy singles are on offer and have been taken to long on.
Most certainly, and it just looks really comfortable for the Australians here. Just milking the bowling here.
Mudasamy in once more, and that's good delivery. A little bit of turn, hits the outside half of the bat, deflects out towards cover, fielded by Vian Mulder, and there's no run. 3 for 98, and that is the end of the over.
And the customary 12th men coming out to give the batsmen. We just had drinks.
They sprint on so quickly. It's almost like they're trying to give the impression that if they get on quickly enough, the umpires won't be able to stop
I'll
them.
tell you why they do that, because they wear the GPSs in the back of their shirts and they want to see how fast they're running, and they get their running up. Is that to do a certain amount of high-speed running.
You love the insights of a coach every now and then, don't you? It's absolutely brilliant. Anyway, Quentin Hull's going to take over from me. Hang on.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
So you've obviously had to do that data or have someone present that to you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Just to explain it further, so players will get a certain amount of high-speed running in each week.
Mulder from the airport end. Dropped is Inglis at cover. I fancy, or is that what, a half volley?
I think it was a drop.
Well, Dazorzi went to his left, and there's not great exasperation, and now, well, a couple of the South Africans stay on their haunches. It was just on the awkward side for us to see. No, that wasn't a half volley. Dazorzi had a chance to put Inglis back in the pavilion there. It was high to his left, but not a chance that was at the higher level of difficulty, and that's just a straight drop with Inglis on 42, just an uppish cover drive.
Should have been taken.
Oh dear. just the lack of reaction. I was guessing myself for a moment there as Mulder has Inglis turning on the onside. So, yeah, Green was dropped earlier on naught. Well, he's still making them pay. He's 31 not out. That was a tough chance from Stubbs at second slip. Marsh was dropped by Stubbs at cover when he was 13. He only went on to make 18. But then DeZorzi there, it seemed rather innocuous.
It did. Look, no catches are easy, but at international level, the catches that have gone down would probably be expected to be taken.
So a pretty important moment as well at 3 for 99. Now Inglis drives Mulder to mid-off and takes a single. And Inglis, counting his lucky stars, moves on to 43. He scored those runs from 41 deliveries. And the applause is for Australia reaching 100 for the loss of 3 wickets halfway through the 22nd over. And just as a comparison, so as we went into this over, it was 3 for 98 after 21. South Africa was 3 for 110 after 21. So the Aussies starting to get a bit more parity with those comparisons that we've been using throughout the game. So now it's Green, who's the more conservative of the two on 31. Pokes the ball to backward point, but doesn't beat Brevis. No run. So earlier today, South Africa won the toss, elected to bat, bowled out off the first ball of the final over for 277. 1 for 2 and 2 for 23, 3 for 90, but then a couple of good partnerships. Bretska and Stubbs scoring good runs in the middle order. Bretska top scored with 88. Stubbs made 74. Maharaj made 22 not late on. 26 from Mulder. So differing contributions throughout as Green pulls with good timing to backward square. It's well stopped a couple of metres from the rope. Nice piece of work in the deep from Maharaj to keep the scoring to 2. Green moves on to 33, 3 for 102.
It was an excellent piece of work down on the boundary on Maharaj.
Had to really scurry to his right.
Certainly did.
3 for 60, 3 for Adam Zampa. That was the best of the bowling wickets-wise for Australia. 2 for Bartlett, 2 for Ellis, 2 for Labuschagne. And in the chase, Australia losing Head for 6, Labuschagne 1 and Marsh 18. Green waiting for Mulder. Drives on the up and immediately sees, yes, takes a quick single to mid-off. Throw doesn't hit the stumps. And I think big Green stride ensured that had Markram hip, he would have been home anyway. So a nice single.
It was. I think Cameron Green caught Aidan Markram on his heels there.
Keeps the strike at the end of the over. 3 for 103. So, yeah, 22 in South Africa, 3 for 118. So not much in that comparison.
It's very tight. Could go down to the wire this match here. First match at Harrop Park here in Mackay.
Around about 5,000 in.
It's a great crowd. It's a great atmosphere.
So Muthusamy with his left arm around the wicket. Green gives himself room, drives square to the sweeper on the point boundary for a single. And another run for the Aussies, 3 for 104. The left armer, he's got boundary riders at deep point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Around the wicket, full, and Inglis digs it out, takes a single to long on. So the 4 men out from the 10 over mark to the 41 over mark, and then they can add the extra one out for the last 10 overs.
Done that very well, Green and Inglis, is just accessing the long boundaries straight, playing with nice straight bats. All they need to do is get it past the spinner, get it past the mid-wicket and cover. They're easy singles there.
Muthusamy around the wicket.
That's it. Yeah!
And a caught and bowled. Green has hit it straight back to the bowler. He took a skip and a hop to make it a half volley, did the Australian, but has chipped it back. And Muthusamy takes an important wicket. That one does stay in the buckets. There's been a few drops for South Africa, but the spinner's hands are true at an important moment. And Cam Green goes to a sharp return chance taken low at ankle height. Green gone for 35, caught and bowled by Muthusamy, and Australia 4 for 105.
What's really interesting about that dismissal cue was Aiden Markram, the ball before, has actually moved himself a lot straighter at cover, almost to wide mid off inside the ring, and he's brought his long off a little bit straighter. So Cameron Green, as I was talking about, him and Inglis were both trying to hit the ball back down the ground. He's had to go straighter, and the ball's just held up a little bit, and he's hit the return catch. So I think Aiden Markram needs to take a lot of credit for that dismissal, just with that key fielding change, just maybe getting in Cameron Green's head there.
It's a good point you make, and they're never easy, those return chances, but so important for spinners to have that as a part of their craft, to be good catching off your own bowling, because you do get so many opportunities. That was only millimetres from pitch level, going low to his right, near his right ankle. That was a really good catch.
It was a ripping catch and, you know, well executed. Cameron Green would be disappointed with that. You could see his body language. He was a bit despondent as he was walking off. Brings Alex Carey to the wicket.
And yet again, be it, well, particularly test format or one-day format, Alex Carey coming to the crease at a time of need. It's been quite the story of what's been a fruitful time for him with the bat. Facing the left armour around the wicket, Carey back in his crease and just punches defensively to Markram at mid-wicket. So this is his 82nd one-day international and just the 8th playing as a batsman alone, not as keeper. Around the wicket comes Muthusamy, and Carey punches to mid-off, but no run.
It's interesting, he got out first ball to Maharaj, to a very full ball he tried to sweep. First two balls he's faced here have both been back of the length into the pitch.
Carey tapping away. Fall from Muthusamy, turned on the onside, but Markram knocks it down and ensures there's no run on that defensive turn to mid-wicket. So a successful over for the left armour, Senyaran Muthusamy, claiming the wicket of Cameron Green, caught and bowled for 35. Green's innings lasting 54 deliveries. So wickets falling at 6, 7, 38 and 105. 4 for 105 after 23. 278's the magic number. And that's, yeah, just what South Africa needed, really.
Oh, exactly. That partnership was threatening to take the game away from the South Africans. The key wicket. Good leadership from Aiden Markram and well bowled by Muthusamy and well caught.
Fifth over for Vian Mulder. Short top edge from Inglis, trying to pull. It'll fall safe of short of third man. Ngidi coming off the rope, and it's short of him, but not a controlled shot. And a single as Inglis moves to 45, 4 for 106.
All of a sudden, it's all happening, Q. Got a wicket, we've just had a top edge that nearly went to hand. The Australians were flying, were doing it quite easily. They were rotating the strike well. They were hitting the bad balls for the boundaries.
Maybe they were, you know, they've just got excited hearing Stewie and Manners trying to talk through the close of that amazing rugby league game in Mudgee. That's a moment I'll never forget. But we're focusing on the cricket, obviously, as Mulder bowling to Carey, defends back to him on the bump.
I mean, just on that, I mean, how good is that for the people of the Central West to have a game like that? Two top teams, two teams that have played wonderful rugby league this year, and to go to the wire like that, what an advertisement for the game.
And Manners sort of saying, oh, I've seen plenty of AFL on my 17 trips to Australia, but I get confused by it more often now that every time I come back. I'll give those scores in a moment. But yeah, our listeners in Mackay listening to the cricket, they regularly get the league at this time. Mulder bowling to Carey, who pulls with control forward of square. That is a ridiculous shot for a man early in his innings. That is such a good cricket shot from Alex Carey. No danger of going to the fielder. One bounce over the rope, and you know you're on when you can hit the pull shot, Dizzy, that far forward of square.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. It landed about a foot or a metre inside the rope. Very controlled by Alex Carey.
He was on that like a flash.
It was back of a length by Mulder. Wasn't much above the bail height, really.
There's a man at deep mid-wicket, but Carey gave him no chance. So Mulder tries again, spearing into the leg stump. Carey defends to Dzorzy at mid-wicket.
Oh, it was wonderful execution by Alex Carey.
It's one of those sort of, I don't know, Dizzy, you'd know when you were at the top of your mark and you're bowling at someone who's in hot form and you see a particular shot and you think, I'm in for a hard day today. This guy's in a decent...
Yeah, that happened quite a few times in my career. Yeah, some wonderful players out there, just the batsmanship.
Mulder right arm over the wicket. Carey walks at him and drives lustily over cover. That's a chip shot to the safety of deep extra cover. It falls just short of the rope. They come back for 3. Throw to the non-strikers. Carey was scurrying. It was a good throw, but he gets in and very aggressive to move out of his crease. Chip to the safety of that region in the deep and 3 runs.
And I think that 3rd run was a little bit closer than he would have liked as well. It was a good throw in from the outfield. Just had to scurry. It was Stubbs out there.
Well, only faced the 1 ball, Carey, in Cairns. He got knocked over, first pill. Inglis on strike. Back in his crease. Cuts brilliantly. Down to backward point for 4. Not the classic flashing vertical blade, but rocking back on his back foot and slashing hard. Fine of the man at deep backward, of backward point in the circle. So, gee, things are starting to happen. Inglis moves to 49. Carey is 7. End of the 24th over. Australia 4 for 117. That's the most prolific over for a while. 12 runs off it for Australia there.
Yep, it was good calculated risks for the Australians. Well, one calculated risk really. It was Alex Carey coming down the wicket to Mulder to hit him over cover for 3 runs. Others were just good execution of cricket shots.
And Muthusamy with another over. Left arm around the wicket from the Reef end. And Carey gives himself room. Cuts square. Saved on the rope. Just a metre or 2 from the boundary. Brevis going quickly to his left. Diving and tapping it back in with his left hand. Picks himself up. Gathers the pill. Throws in and another 2 runs. So Alex Carey has come out there with an aggressive mindset.
Oh, hasn't he?
9 runs from 8 deliveries. And looking to get after these spinners.
Real intent.
Muthusamy around the wicket. Carey shows respect and defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, he gave himself room the previous ball. His other option would be to go over mid-wicket. Front foot slog sweep.
Muthusamy tries again. Carey just nurdles a single to square leg. Turns it around the corner. There's a fielder at short third. And that's Maharaj to keep it to 1. 4 for 120. Carey to 10.
Carey will more likely sweep and give himself room and pull against the spin slog sweep, whereas Inglis will probably more inclined to use his feet and get down the wicket.
Full pushes Inglis back and, well fielded by the bowler and his follow through. He moving quickly to his right. He ran through Carey's arm, which was holding his bat. And Carey sort of dropped his bat. They're all okay. It's a dot. And Carey's just dusting a bit of the Harrop Park dust off his blade. Now he's ready at the non-strikers. Muthusamy around the wicket to Inglis, leaves his crease, drives along the ground too long off where the sub fielder Bosch does the work to keep it to 1, and that's 50 for Josh Inglis. 46 balls for Josh Inglis to reach his half century. It's the 5th time in one-day international cricket that he's gone to 50 or beyond. On one of those 4 previous occasions, he made 100. That was against England at Lahore in the Champions Trophy. But well done to Josh Inglis. He's at the non-strikers. Carey gives himself room and tries to slog. And then he sort of picks the ball up after having mistimed it basically to his feet. Interesting. End of the over. Australia 4 for 121. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport with Quentin Hull and Jason Gillespie.
See the change So Mulder had a couple of overs there. Stuart Clark was talking about this when he was last on comms, and Berger to come into the attack. I think this is a good move from Aidan Markram.
So halfway, just for reference, South Africa was 3 for 138 and Australia is 4 for 121. So 17 further runs, 1 less wicket for South Africa after 25 overs. Just repeating, the South Africans were 3 for 138 after 25. Australia at halfway is 4 for 121. And indeed, Berger coming back into the attack from the airport end.
And he's going to start around the wicket to Josh Inglis.
He started up from the northern end, this time from the southern end. Short and pulled by Inglis, swivels 1-2, bounces over the rope for 4 at deep backward square. Fine leg was out and deep square was quite square. Inglis times that beautifully with that left arm angle into his hip.
It's just a lovely shot from Josh Inglis. It's not that short, maybe just hip height.
So the big left armour who claimed the wicket of Travis Head in the third over. Head making just 6 earlier tonight. Tries again. Again spearing into the pads from left arm around the wicket to the right hander. Inglis scurries the first, won't come back for the second as Maharaj does the fielding midway between the field restriction circle and the boundary rope. Just the one.
Yeah, it was good intent from Inglis. He was actually thinking about coming back for a second. Maharaj matched him and got to the ball quickly.
Inglis 55 from 48. 4 for 126. Yeah, Head first man out for 6. Labuschagne made just 1. Marsh 18 and Green 35. The 4 batsmen dismissed so far for Australia on this gorgeous Friday night at Harrop Park in Mackay. Australia needing to get to 278 to keep this series alive. Extraordinary to think that, you know, it's been more than 10 years since the Aussies have won a bilateral 50-over series against South Africa. Left armers over the wicket to the left-hander. Wide of the off stump. Carey flashes and misses. It was a wide. It's a run anyway.
Yeah, that's a surprising stat, Q.
So, I mean, obviously there's been, you know, most notably World Cup semi-final, Champions Trophy, you know, all of those types of one-off matches. But, yeah, 2014-15, in November, Australia beat South Africa 4-1 in a 5-game series. There have been 4 series since then, and South Africa's won them all. As Carey's beaten outside the off stump. Berger with that left arm over the wicket, just probing outside. Yeah, so there was, you know, two World Cup games where South Africa won the pool game, but Australia won the semi-final en route to beating India in the final. But yeah, there hasn't been much success for the Aussies in that regard against a team which you generally think, because of the way that we as Australians have beaten them in the big games, that we've generally got their number in this format. Yeah. It's been the other way around.
But Australia's form in 50-over cricket over the last little while has not been as strong as other formats. Like, obviously their T20 form has been superb, but they've struggled in the 50-over format. I don't know if it's because they rest a number of players or rotate.
Berger to Carey, who charges him, tries to swat, gets a bottom edge through to the keeper. And interestingly, Aidan Markram's put himself in at slip. Carey, he tried to basically play the charge cut there. Hit the toe of the bat. Boy, hasn't the game changed since he's come to the crease.
It certainly has.
It was nudge and nurdle from the likes of Green and
that was needed, though, wasn't it? At the time, I think they played it very well, Green and Inglis.
Aggressive tapping from Carey, bat raised. Berger delivers around his ribs. It's defended to Brevis in the gully.
Alex Carey, all his teammates, whether it's been at South Australia, the Adelaide Strikers, or the Australian team, they can always tell when his heart's racing, his adrenaline is going, because he taps that bat harder and harder. And you heard it, we could see it. Sometimes he just needs to manage that excitement and that make sure he's making good decisions and being really clear with his game plan.
Bat raised now, about 4 taps that time. Berger left arm over. Carey beautifully times the ball on the up through the covers. Just a punch which goes like an absolute rocket along the ground to deep cover. Just a single, but that's a forearm jab that Mike Tyson would be proud of.
Be very proud of that. He's hit it like a tracer bullet, to be fair.
End of the over. Carey moves to 11. He'll keep the strike. He's faced 15 balls. Inglis is 55 from 48. And Australia through 26 overs, 4 for 128. And it looks like we'll get more of the left arm spin of Muthusamy from the broadcast end.
I just feel something's going to happen here with Alex Carey facing the spin of Muthusamy. Just wonder, is it going to be a big slog sweep? Is it a reverse sweep?
And Markram's got his boundary riders deep point. Long on, deep mid-wicket, and where's the fourth one?
Deep backward square.
Deep backward square, yep. Carey drives on the bump back to the bowler. I'm with Manners. Certainly at these venues, that he's calling them camouflage. Yep. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and deep point. Muthusamy around the wicket. Carey gives himself room. Tries to slog. It's an ungainly bottom edge which goes to Dezorzi at cover.
He was looking to go over the offside in front of square. There's a big gap.
Certainly game on him. Muthusamy tries again, spins it into the pads of Carey, who just turns it wide of Markram at mid-wicket to take an easy infield single.
Nice little game of cat and mouse here at the moment between Carey and Muthusamy. Muthusamy's holding his length nicely. Going into the surface.
It's been a series of spin to win.
Certainly has.
Australian spinners taking 5 wickets earlier today. Muthusamy around the wicket to the right-hander. Inglis defends with no foot movement. That was the groan from Rickleton. Turns it on the onside and takes a single. Had it hit the pads, he was stone motherless caught on the crease. But
wicket keepers, they always add a bit of mayonnaise to it. They make out it's closer than it actually is. He's hit it with most of them. He's hit it with all the bat there.
4 for 130. Couple of balls left in the over. Carey drives conservatively along the deck to long on for an easy single. And just hear the bubble in the Friday night crowd. Great to see, you know, the mayor here earlier on.
Absolutely.
You know, have a chat to him. All bluster about the potential of this hosting cricket during the Olympics in Brisbane 2032. Inglis on strike, gives himself room, opens up the drive through cover point out to the sweeper for the single. Pretty controlled shot with the spin. And that's the end of the over, so Inglis will keep the strike. He moves to 56. Carey's 13. And it's 4 for 132. 27 overs down. Game seems to be moving at a pretty good rate at the moment. Spinners. By the way, I'll give you some other footy scores. Half-time in the AFL.
Oh, nice.
Collingwood 6-10-46, lead Melbourne 5-3-33.
Yep.
Getting close to quarter time at Footy Park. Gold Coast 1-5-11 to Port Adelaide's 1-2-8. So those calls.
Where's
available.
that at?
That's at oh, sorry, I said Footy Park, didn't I?
You said Footy Park. That's, I haven't played there for
at Adelaide Oval
for a long time.
Jonesy also, he's in the studio and he tagged me in the air. Footy Park. I can't believe I said that. At Footy Park. Gold Coast Suns have never played at Football Park and they've never won at the Adelaide Oval. There you go. They've never won at Football Park either.
Wow. That's an amazing stat.
Yeah. Inglis defends on the offside, the start of a new over from the left-hander, Berger. Yeah, basically the Suns' first ever win actually was at Footy Park when they beat Port.
Right.
Yeah. So
that's good knowledge.
I've got that wrong twice.
Yeah.
Now I remember. Yeah. So I think it was their 7th or 8th game. 16 years ago. They're in their 16th season.
Ooh.
The Suns, if they win tonight, they've locked away a spot in the finals.
First ever?
First ever. Yeah.
It's a big game for them.
Berger bowling to Inglis around the wicket. Inglis defends with an open blade to run the ball to deep third for a single. And so, look, I'm loving cricket at this time of year, but it's tricky when you've got a lot of things to concentrate on and trying to do the right thing by our listeners who want to sort of just roll along and listen to one thing while being kept updated with everything else because they, might be in their cars and obviously can't get their phones and all that stuff.
Australians. They love all their sport. All our listeners will be absolutely loving this, getting their rugby league fix, they're getting their AFL fix, they're getting their cricket fix.
Storm lead Canterbury 10-0, by the way, 26 minutes first half after that ridiculous extra time finish at Mudgee, where Nathan Cleary's field goal attempt hit the post. Penrith would have won had he kicked that in Golden Point time, and the Raiders went the length of the field to score the try. Carey is caught at backward point. Brevis leaps into light, throws the ball into the sky, and Alex Carey is gone, trying to force the issue through the offside, and the paceman returning to the attack does as desired for his captain. The dangerous Carey goes for 13, and Australia now in real trouble at 5 for 133.
Just felt something was happening with Alex Carey. He was looking to be really aggressive, and he's played that shot a couple of times, sort of an aggressive square of the wicket shot. He's managed to pick out the fielder, Duval Brevis.
It's a pretty good catch, Low.
It's a good catch, yeah, very good catch.
Brings Aaron Hardy to the crease, so the two West Aussies will have to try and save the day here. Inglis and Hardy for the Australians.
Yeah, you'd have to say at the moment advantage to the South Africans. Important wicket. It was a good decision by Aiden Markram to bring his big quick back. Now he has figures of 2 for 23 halfway through his 6th over. And he's got 3 balls potentially at the new batsman Aaron Hardy, bowling 140 plus k an hour, with Australia still needing 145 runs off 135 balls.
So Hardy, a part of Maharaj's bag back on Tuesday night, lost his poles to the tweaker. Hardy making just 4 from 10 deliveries, and as we spoke about earlier on, one of the few cricketers that hasn't played a lot of recent months. Aaron Hardy's a tall figure, right-handed, facing the left-handed Berger, and is just struck on the thigh pad trying to defend on the onside. Great opportunity for him. Just a part of what up until last season was the indestructible force of West Australian domestic cricket. Sackers took care of that by winning the Shield and the one-day comp last year, but
mighty South Australia.
Outside of that, it's been WA dominant the last 5 years or so in men's domestic cricket.
Yeah, they've been very good.
And Hardy and Inglis have been a big part of that. Hardy forward defending Berger into the offside. No run there, and immediately again Markram bringing in the slip to the new fielder, so the captain standing there. There's point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Happy enough to apply just a little bit of pressure. Hardy is dancing on his toes.
Yeah, I like it. He's been very proactive, Aiden Markram, skipper, stand-in skipper.
Berger, left arm over the wicket. Tickled fine for 4. Classic leg glance from Aaron Hardy. A tall man. He actually didn't get any bat on it, according to the umpire. Nonetheless, he's not off the mark, but it's 4 valuable runs for Australia. 5 for 137. Yeah. So Hardy remains yet to score. Inglis 58 off 52.
Very valuable runs for the Australians.
So
looks like we're going to see a change as well, Q.
Maharaj coming back in.
Yeah.
So
this could be a really key moment of the game. One senses.
Well, Maharaj did, as I mentioned, take the wicket of Hardy in that first game on Tuesday night. Maharaj has bowled 5 overs for 16. Starts his new spell. Inglis defends on the offside.
Come on, Soxy. Why not?
Just trying to work out whether I've taken one of Neil's overs, but no, he's coming in after this over. Inglis lofts Maharaj out to deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce over the rope for 4. The 2 men on the boundary out there were at deep square and long on, so yeah, that bovine corner was not protected, and he's found it mooing, one bounce and over.
There's a good shot by Josh Inglis, using his feet, which has been a bit of a feature of his innings tonight.
5 for 141. Maharaj tosses up. Inglis turns him off his pads. Going to run the first one hard, wants two to the deep, and he'll get two. No chance there for Big Burger to prevent the second. So Inglis now 64 from 55 balls. Australia 5 for 143, needing 278 to keep the series alive. Maharaj left arm around the wicket, and Inglis defends on the offside. No run. Pretty attentive crowd among the hum. Plovers near sound effects microphones as well. Maharaj around the wicket. Inglis sweeps hard for 4. Beats short, fine leg, and no chance deep square was getting anywhere near that. A really good shot. Josh Inglis might be just single-handedly keeping Australia in this series at the moment. He's up to 68 from 57 balls.
The intent he's shown with the threat of Maharaj coming in. This intent, this over has been excellent.
What's the wily tweaker do? Tosses up and invites again, but Inglis decides to just take his single, turning the ball off his pads to the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. And that ends the over from Maharaj. A good cricket from Inglis. A couple of boundaries. Gets the single to keep the strike as well. He's 69, harder yet to score. Australia 5 for 148 after 29 overs. Neil Manthorp coming in to join Jason Gillespie.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you very much indeed to Quentin Hull with another potentially close finish. Not looming, but certainly setting itself up there. There will need to be a big partnership here. I think Aaron Hardy's got to dig in and dig in by giving the strike, taking singles as much as possible. Lungi Ngidi. Oh, and a little ramp scoop down towards the fine leg boundary, and it trickles over the boundary now. That's beautifully played from Josh Inglis. He's decided it's going to be his night, or maybe the night has decided that it will belong to Josh Inglis. It's handsomely played.
It's basically since Alex Carey's departure, it's like Josh Inglis has just said, I'm taking this down. I'm going to see this through. And he's been very proactive. I mean, the first ball of each of Maharaj's last over, he came down the wicket, very positive, hit a boundary. First ball of Ngidi's spell, probably knew he was going to bowl a length ball, so he had a rough idea what it was going to be. Got himself into a position to play that ramp, knowing that there was a big gap down at fine leg.
Here is Ngidi from the airport end, and it goes full and straight. No problem with Jude tonight, as there was in the T20 series. That one is defended by Inglis out towards cover point and fielded by Devalt Brevis. South Africa are, I think, not being quite so proactive as Mitchell Marsh was for Australia. I think he engineered a really good fight back, Mitch Marsh. He's obviously down to his bowlers to execute the plans, and they all did that, but lots of changes, frequent changes. 7 bowlers used, as there were on Tuesday, and just 44 runs scored in the final 10 overs, or 9.1 overs. Here's Ngidi again, driven by Inglis up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, Andre Berger.
I think we'll see more changes of pace from Ngidi this spell. We saw his first spell game. He was getting some nice swing away from the right-handers.
126 required off 123 balls, so as near as makes no difference, a run a ball for Australia. Boundaries are good, they'll help, they'll put them ahead of the game, but they're not strictly necessary, as Inglis takes half a pace down the pitch now and drives this, and Ngidi deflects it to mid-on, fielded there by Berger once again. One more to the double. That was a slower ball, Jason Gillespie, as you said, as you picked it. A little pace off cutter, just Not quite an off spinner's action, but rolling his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball. Ball comes out, same arm speed. Ball comes out 10, 15, 20 sometimes kilometres slower as Ngidi is in again, and this time it's defended by Aaron Hardy up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Excellent crowd, and you know that there's potentially a close finish brewing because they're all very engaged. There's A, less movement in the crowd, and B, less noise. There's more of a hum of expectation. Still plenty of work being done down by the concession stalls behind the main grandstand where we're commentating from, as Ngidi is in again, turned away by Hardy, up in the air for a while, quite a while actually. But Keshav Maharaj, Senior and Mudasamy unable to prevent the single from being taken. Very, very tense. It means a great deal to these two teams. They're all acutely aware of the history that Quentin was referring to between these two countries. Long chat now between the two batsmen. Dizzy, just before, are you about to be relieved?
I'm about to be relieved. What question did you want to ask me?
I just wondered what the batsmen are talking about. It seemed quite animated. Josh Inglis walked up to Aaron Hardy and seemed like he had something to say.
Not sure. I'll let Stuart Clark might be able to give you an answer to that.
Okay. I'll just get him to make something up. So just from his experience of many overs at the crease with bat in hand. Oh, there's a slip in now as Keshav Maharaj continues. So that's pushed away by Hardy. It is the new batsman, so it does make a great deal of sense. And it's the captain himself, Aidan Markram, has popped himself in at slip. Ryan Rickleton, the keeper, has the helmet on, standing up very close to the stumps as Maharaj is in once again, pushes that one through a little bit quicker. There's no more overspin or drop that Maharaj was talking about, that was such an ally to him in that game on Tuesday. Reverse sweep, hit it beautifully. Nicely done, Aaron Hardy. Not quite so easy for tall men to play those wristy shots, although sometimes it might be easy, but it looks less gainly than when the shorter men play it. But he's hit that really hard.
Evening, Thorpe. Evening, everybody. It is a lovely looking reverse sweep then. He doesn't look overly comfortable. I dare say that was what the conversation was about. Do not go back to one that's a full ball. You know, that type thing. Watch the ball hard.
Right, exactly. As they could have done with a few of those conversations on Tuesday. It's driven down towards Vian Mulder at wideish long off, and again they go through for a single.
And that's the kind. Josh Inglis is the senior partner who's been out there for a while. Probably knows that Hardy's a fraction nervous facing Maharaj and trying to, give him a little pep talk.
Inglis is now 74 not out. It's been a very, very fine innings as Maharaj is into him, and if his advice was don't play back, he's done exactly that himself on the back foot, punching it to extra cover, no run.
The only difference is he's 74 off 62, so he's probably seeing them a little bit better than...
Maharaj in, down the wicket, lovely use of the feet, super strike, straight back over the bowler's head. Top stuff from Josh Inglis. That was excellent. I mean, it was an element of premeditation, predetermination about that, but he used his feet, step and a half, got to the pitch of it. That's the thing about Maharaj, that his length is actually pretty repeatable. So if you are going to play that shot, you are taking an inherent risk, but if you back yourself and hit it right, then there's nobody behind the bowler.
Yeah, as long as he gets it in the gap, he's as safe as houses, and he got that time. An interesting part of the game here, because the South Africans are actually not that far away from winning, but neither of the Australians, if you think about this partnership growing a little bit, and they put on another 20 or 30.
Here's Lungi Ngidi, and that's forced away square of the wicket on the offside to the cover fielder, Tony DeZorzi. I'm certainly not in any way attempting to hype the close finish. I really do think that this is heading for a close finish. I mean, they could be 2 or 3 wickets quickly will change things, but so could 25 runs in the
Well,
next 3 overs.
they had 115, 114 of 113 balls, 5 wickets in hand. But the key isn't facing now is Inglis. Like if he's in, he's hitting a boundary every over here.
Exactly. He's winning the game while he's at the crease. That one is steered away by Inglis. Nicely done down towards Vian Mulder's down on the 3rd boundary.
And the interest, if Hardy gets out and Inglis remains in, the interesting question will become how much does he trust the lower order? So Bartlett, I think he'll trust. And then Ellis, he'll trust to some extent. And then you get Zampa and Inglis that we might see what Maxwell did and just say, no, I leave this with me, which is the way that, you know, the modern day game is starting to come about. But at the moment, Hardy's a well-accomplished batsman in domestic cricket, so there's no reason why he won't, you know, let him face and score. And as we saw from the reverse sweep last over, he's got plenty of ability.
Here's Ngidi once more, and it's driven by Hardy up towards mid-on, sliding, tumbling, slightly awkward stop from Nandre Berger, but they do go through for a single. So I thought Bartlett was an all-rounder, albeit a bowling all-rounder.
He's a bowling all-rounder. He's handy with the bat,
Right.
but he's not, you know, he'll...
Same level as Dorcius?
Yeah, similar as Dorcius, yeah, I'd say.
Ellis has hit 3 or 4 sixes in this series, in this tour, in both of the 2 series. So I like the look of him as a bat. Thick outside edge, unintentional. It's running down towards 3rd, and it beats Vian Mulder. Well, genuine false shot, but I don't know. I sometimes wonder about the people who sit in judgment on whether a false shot, they give you a false shot percentage. But he's running that down to 3rd man, isn't he? He's playing that shot. Yes, he's edged it, but he's playing the shot.
Well, he's playing nice and late, trying to get the ball in that area. And
so is it a false shot or not? It was an edge, but it's gone where he wanted it. So is it a false shot?
Well,
not to my mind.
No, it's a calculated risk.
There's no slip in place. Here is Ngidi once again. Swing and a miss. Inglis almost swings himself off his feet. He ends up on his knees, but probably because he was reaching for it and trying to hit it a little bit too hard. Well,
living dangerously bowling out there, isn't he? Because that's Inglis's bread and butter. He loves that backward point area.
Is there a man sweeping on the cover boundary? Because I can't find him.
Yes.
Oh, yes, there he is. Okay.
He's in front of the security guard. Usually you can tell where the security guards are because they're usually near them. Haven't you ever realised that? The security guard stands behind them.
No, I always look out for the Alsatians. The security guards have Alsatians in South Africa. Here's Ngidi again. Oh, he's full and wide once more. Drive that, he says. Inglis says, I will, but he misses. Again, try to swing it, just swing at it a little bit too hard. And there's no run. He's played and missed. Through it goes. Did you enjoy the police dogs, the Alsatians snarling behind the boundary rope when you were playing in South Africa?
Yes, I can remember them, and yeah, they were. Well, they didn't come any near us, so that was a good thing. But I didn't want them to come anywhere near us while I was at it. But I do remember that sort of stuff.
Where's your favourite ground in South Africa?
Cape Town. Only because I made my test debut there. So. But Joburg, you know, the Bullring was an interesting place to play. Durban was a good player. You know, I played some one days in Port Elizabeth, and well, it's not called that anymore.
Here's Keshav Maharaj, and that's driven down the ground. Just pushed, actually, by Aaron Hardy. Funny you mentioned that. Keshav Maharaj is constantly apologetic about his inability to say Tabecha. And
not even going to bother.
He keeps saying PE. Sorry, I apologise. PE. Sorry.
Yes, baby.
Pushed away off the back foot now by Inglis, and Maharaj does the fielding himself. There's no run. The 2 men at long off and long on are Vian Mulder and Devolt Brevis. Brevis bowls useful leg spin at domestic level. He's not been trusted with an over at international level just yet. But he's a wicket taker. It gives it a real rip as well. He wants it to be taken seriously, and I think it possibly will be. There's another single down to Brevis at long on.
Well, if you're going to give him a bowl, you've got to do it now. There's no point waiting till they need 15 and then wheel him out. Oh, can you get us 3 for?
I wasn't thinking now.
Oh, okay.
But just in the future.
Down.
Just thinking about other bowling options. Australia got 7 without Mitch Marsh. That one is driven straight back to Maharaj along the ground.
So
no run.
5, 6 with a Markram, is that right? 6 bowling options.
With with Markram, yeah. This one flicked away by Aaron Hardy. You wonder as well, with Aaron Hardy being an all-rounder, the fact that South Africa's batting top 6 has targeted him, deliberately targeted him. 2 overs for 20 on Tuesday, and again, tried to take him down, targeted him today, 4 overs for 35. So sometimes you, as a an all-rounder, if one discipline struggles, then sometimes it puts extra pressure on the other. This one is punched off the back foot by Inglis to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Runs coming at more than a steady trickle. It's
4-5 and over, 4-5 and over. Hit a boundary, 4-5 and over, 7 and over. You know, so they're certainly keeping up with the run rate. South Africa need to find a wicket here, and arguably, or likely, if they want to really put their head nose in front of the game, they've got to get rid of Josh Inglis, because otherwise he's just going to guide and hold this innings together. Hardy's doing a really good job at the moment, and doesn't seem as free-flowing though as Inglis.
5 for 174, Inglis 85 off 71. Gee, it's every time he seems to have added a couple of runs, it's actually 10. Really scoring magnificently well. Lungi Ngidi is about to start his 7th over and has 1 for 33.
In that last over, Ngidi bowled a lot of cross-seam deliveries, just maybe trying to get the ball to kiss off the surface, off the shiny side.
Here is Ngidi from the airport end. It's a bit of width on offer, and Inglis tries to force it off the back foot, doesn't time it. It's a bit splicey, and there's a single up towards mid-off, that's all.
Just watching the umpires getting frustrated because the South Africans are bouncing the ball in, and they don't mind. They can live with one bounce, the umpires, but it's the 2 bounces that they really start to get urged. You know, that one is from mid-off, he's thrown it to the wicketkeeper, it's bounced twice, and you can see umpire Kosh you can just see him gesturing to the captain. Come on. They get very touchy about that, like they do running on the wicket. That's their other big go-to.
Fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. Quite right, too. As Ngidi is in to Aaron Hardy, pushes it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. What do you think about this is a conversation perhaps for tomorrow on the beach. We'll talk about it at length. But, you know, there are some people who say, well, the umpire, there needs to be a change to the playing conditions or even the laws of the game that say that, you know what, you are expected to not run on the wicket, you are expected to be able to do this, you know, and there are penalties in play. If you bounce the ball in twice in order to try and unnaturally affect its condition, then you know, penalty runs could apply. Here's Ngidi, and that's pushed straight back to the bowler, and he's gone. It's a return catch. Ngidi's slower ball, not for the first time, has outfoxed the batsman. Aaron Hardy's played too early. It's just time and time again. It's Ngidi's most effective weapon is his slower ball. Once again, the arm speed doesn't change. Nothing about the delivery action changes apart from the way it comes out of the fingers. And Aaron Hardy just didn't pick it. He's forward, and good catch from Ngidi. But, you know, when you're a big man like that, as you would know, Stuart Clark, you know, it's difficult to know as well what pace the ball's coming back to you off the bat. But he had to lunge forward, tumbled, took a good catch, but it was the delivery that earned the wicket.
Yeah, it's the slower ball again, Thorpe, in the sense that he doesn't bowl with any, when it comes out of his hand, nothing comes behind it. So he's got no fingers behind the ball, so his arm speed can stay the same, and it floats out of his hand, almost like a slow off break. There's not a big vicious amount of side spin on it. There's just enough to take it out of his hand a bit slower. And you're right, as you called it, Hardy was just early on the shot and pushed at it, and it floated back. Again, he took a bit of a sidestep to his left, dived away, took a good catch in front of the non-striker. And the big wicket, well, one of the big wickets, and Aaron Hardy's been dismissed. And again, he's picked up a wicket. He's picked up his 2nd wicket now, and now, I don't know, Inglis is the big man, but that's a big breakthrough for the South Africans, as they've got themselves now another wicket, and they're pushing on.
Xavier Bartlett is the new batsman. I mean, there's no problem at all with the asking rate. It's just a fraction over 6. They're scoring at have been scoring at 5.5 throughout the course of the innings now. The South Africans have got together in a huddle. It's not a schedule. Is it a scheduled drinks break?
It is.
Yes, it is.
That's the proper
Sorry,
drinks break.
it's the proper drinks break. We have lots and lots of unscheduled ones, but South Africans just trying to see whether anybody in particular was giving a rousing team talk. It's not Aiden Markram's style. It's not Temba Bavuma's style to beat the chest.
Does anyone do those anymore? Remember the old, we're going to tackle them and we're going to bowl fast and we're going to...
I want you to put your bodies on the line. Every run counts.
And make sure that you die for everything. And do anyone do that anymore?
Some do. Some, every now and then. But you know what Markram and Bavuma do? They hand it over to someone else to do that.
Well, they sit back and go...
There are still characters in the South African team that can do that. You know, popular. Maharaj has done it once or twice. Bavuma, by the way, is on the field once again. He was got the orange bib on, and he was out there delivering drinks. But it's always nice when sort of one of the quieter, more respected, humbler members of the team does the chest beating and the rousing Churchillian speech.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone goes, "Oh,
yeah,
what's wrong?"
Yeah, that's right.
You okay?
Well, if Cash is getting worked up, there must be something to.
Or it's usually a sign that sometimes blokes are really nervous, and that's how they express themselves to deal with their nerves. They start yelling at everyone, "Come on, tackle, run fast."
All right, Xavier Bartlett is the new batsman. South Africa haven't changed a great deal. Similar sort of field, 3 saving 1 on the offside, no slip in or anything like that. Bartlett drives at his first delivery, and that wasn't a great shot from Xavier Bartlett. It was full and wide, and sure, I guess it was there for the drive, but get into position, get a little bit closer to the ball.
I used to say we used to do fielding drills, and I wasn't the greatest fielder, let's be honest. I was pretty average, to be fair. And, you know, we'd be doing fieldings, and some of the better fielders in our team would be yelling, "Come on, you got to try harder, and you're not doing it this." And, you know, and I said to one of them one day, I said, "Listen, I'll tell you what, at the end of this, we'll go inside, I'll write down a whole heap of maths questions, right? And you answer them." And they went, "Right, and I'm going to stand over you, and I'm going to yell you, 'What are you, dumb, and you can't even add up?' And does that make you go any better?"
Here's Ngidi again. Bartlett beaten for the second delivery outside the off, a little bit closer to off stump this time. Bartlett once again tries to drive, and yeah, that's not going to help.
It's not going to help.
Not going to help.
What, you mean you can't add 4 and 4 is not 8? What, you can't work that out? No,
it's like I've asked many cricketers and many keepers, like when a spinner's bowling on a turning track and you get 4 men round the bat and the ball pops up and 3 of them go, "Catch it, catch it." That doesn't help. No, it's. I've asked them why they do it, and they say can't help it. Instinct. Here's Ngidi again, slower ball to Bartlett, turns it away on the onside, and they trot through for an easy single. As
you know what, the worst one, that is an end of the over, is it? Yeah, it's the end of the over. 6 for 176. Yeah, the catch it ones, but it's, you know, when they go and the eyeballs go up and people yell out, "Yours!" Bad, don't yell out yours. Just say nothing. That's how you have collisions, and that's how balls just run and both people stop, because say nothing. And don't run and stand. So you're trying to catch it. I run and stand next to you and watch you get. That doesn't help.
No, exactly. If you know it's not yours, stop running.
Just don't run, because you
don't run. You're in the peripheral vision. Just stand still and make it clear that it's not yours.
And you can sense people around you. Right? You're standing there, and I'm going to get cleaned up by someone here.
Exactly. Right. It's Senyaran Mutasamy, the junior left-arm spinner, who's coming in back into the attack, and it's all getting deliciously tense. We've had 34 overs. Oh, and that's a good one from Mutasamy, and it beats Bartlett outside the off stump. Inglis needs to get on strike here. Just Bartlett needs to do some standing and running at the non-strikers end for Australia. Inglis is, and also he might go off the boil. We've had he didn't face. He faced 2 balls in the last 2 overs. Then we've had a drinks break. Now he's at the non-strikers end. South Africa have got Australia where they want them with the new batsman on strike. Inglis mustn't go cold, metaphorically. He's got to stay simmering, and he needs to get back on strike. Well done, Bartlett. Next one pushed down the ground to Mulder for a single.
You worry with Inglis with not striking and Australia not finding the boundary for a period of time. You may feel the need to want to take the wrong ball and take it over middle wicket and hit it to mid-on or something like that, just because there's no flow in the game at the moment.
That's right. Well, I think South Africa have slowed it down, haven't they? They've managed just to sort of metaphorically slow it down. The slog sweep from Josh Inglis. He loves to play that shot, does play it so well. And it may or may not be indicative of the fact that he hasn't been on strike for a little while, but he's mistimed it, didn't hit it sweetly at all, and he has struck the last dozen or so. Those sweep shots, a variety of sweep shots, really nicely out the middle of the bat, but just a single the result. Bartlett now drives this one straight back to the bowler. Mutasamy does his own fielding.
Yeah, you can just feel it building, the pressure building a little bit. Inglis hasn't been able to find the boundary, hasn't had the opportunity to find the boundary.
Here is Mutasamy up to the crease. Oh, it's a drag down. It's short, it's pulled out towards mid-wicket. And he's got a gift there as Xavier Bartlett, and he has ripped the ribbon off it and taken the wrapping paper off and hit it for 6. Oh, that was a poor delivery from Mutasamy. He might have been trying something different, but he's dragged down 6.
That was a 6. That was just a rubbish ball. Landed halfway down the wicket, slow. Bartlett, most batters in the world, whether you batted 1 or 11, you can hit that for 6, you would have thought.
Mutasamy's got a big white towel tucked into the back of his flannels, and he's taken it out and he's trying to dry the ball on his hands. So making it clear that we all know why that was pitched halfway down the pitch. The next one's a dot ball.
Yeah, but if it's the end of the over again, 6 for 184, I would say that if your hand was slippery, wouldn't it go fuller rather than if your hand's sticky, it would go.
Yes.
So there's no point rubbing your hand going, oh, geez, no, it didn't.
It's like just picture putting a wet bar of soap in your hands and then saying, oh, it came out. It came out short.
Absolutely. You know, the one I really get, we're sort of saying, we're getting into dangerous territory about the mannerisms of cricket here. But, you know, when a bowler bowls a no ball, and I've probably been guilty of this in the you go back and
kick the crease.
Oh, and you put your foot where, well, why? What is that going to tell you? And you ask him, how far are you over? And he goes, enough. Inch, 2 inches? Oh, yeah, an inch. Okay. Right. Or you scratch it up a bit.
Yeah, there is that. You go and put your foot there and stare down at it. Yeah. That's going to change the result. Ngidi in once again. Edged! Taken behind by Rickleton. Well, he's been given out. He was standing because his bat hit the crease. This is Josh Inglis we're talking about. This is a massive, massive moment in the game. There were 2 noises because the bat jammed into the crease and the ball hit the outside edge as well. A fraction of a second later, Inglis, uncertain initially, stood his ground, and then Richard Illingworth raised the finger, and Inglis is on his way. I think he did know. I mean, if he was genuinely didn't think that he had hit it, then he would not be walking off. But my goodness me, that is a massive, massive moment in the game. Josh Inglis is on his way. Now it's a run a ball, and Australia are 7 down as Nathan Ellis makes his way to the crease to join Xavier Bartlett.
Well, it did. It was a nick. It was late. He jammed down on it, but he did nick it, and there was a deviation caught by the wicket keeper. And Inglis, he knew he'd got bat on that. Just disappointment. He stood there. He waited for the umpire to give him not out. And I think it's just that is a product of not facing enough balls and not hitting a boundary every now and then. He just got frustrated and felt as though I need to try and keep dominating the game. When he was in with Hardy earlier and even Carey, he was finding the boundary every over. And that slog sweep, you called it, man, he sort of mishit it. It went quickly, but you could see it was all trying to just muscle the ball around, whereas he was starting to get frustrated, and unfortunately it's brought about his demise.
Inglis gone for 87. And this one is chopped away. First delivery from Nathan Ellis out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's an Andre Berger out there. So, Josh Inglis gone for 87 at a better than a runner ball, but it's suddenly going to be very hard now, you would think, for Australia with 2 bowling all-rounders at the crease. And not a huge amount to come. These two are going to have to score most of the 93 runs needed off 88 balls, you would think, to avoid Australia going 2-0 down in this series. South Africa do now have a slip in. It's the captain himself, Aiden Markram, and Ngidi is into Bartlett, who clips it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Can you see Bartlett making 60 here?
To be really honest, no. Be good if he does. It'd be good innings. Really, I think it'll cement his spot in this Australian team if he does, because he's then becomes a viable option, obviously with the ball, but also on the bat.
And do they try and nudge and grind their way there, or do they try?
Well, they've got to score runs. They've got to pick up 4 or 5 and over, just in singles at the moment if they can.
Here's Ngidi again. Short, pulled straight up into the air. Man circling underneath it. Should take the catch. Does take the catch. Bartlett has gone. Devolt Brevis takes the catch at mid-on. In fact, it's Corbin Bosch, his substitute fielder, takes the catch at mid-on. And, well, credit to Lungi Ngidi. You know, it's another pace-off delivery, yet another one, and it results in yet another false shot. And Xavier Bartlett has gone for 8, and it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped for Australia. South Africa hung in there while Josh English was going well. But whether it was just a twist of fate or the natural vicissitudes of the game, that English was off strike, but he faced 2 balls in 2 overs. There was a drinks break, and he just went off the boil. And I did worry that would be the case, and I think it's turned out to be the case.
We were starting to worry about that, weren't we, when we saw the fact that he hadn't faced a lot of balls and was just looking a bit uncomfortable and a bit unsure of himself. Bartlett, he's been dismissed. 8 off 10 balls. Ngidi picks up his 4th wicket, I'm sorry. He's going through the Australians now with Zampa making his way to the middle. It's a good variation between the off-speed and the on-speed deliveries, and he seems to have found a nice little pattern at the moment where the Australians are really struggling to pick him up.
So Xavier Bartlett gone for 8. It was Corbin Bosch, the substitute, who took the catch. 93 now needed off 86, and Aiden Markram showing off a little bit now. He's got 2 slips in. Here's Ngidi bowls, and is that Adam Zampa?
Adam Zampa.
It is Adam Zampa who's come to the crease, and that's a very, very nice shot to get off the mark. Gosh, just a firm, sweetly timed extra cover push drive, and he's come back for 2, and it was almost 4.
Lovely looking shot by Zampa. Ngidi went searching for a wicket, then he thought, oh, you know what, I'll float one up here. Why? And you just see second slips in. He's at the top of his mark. We've all done it. Just get it up there, and I'll just swing the 35 over white ball. That'll just, swing still. He'll nick it, and a good diving catch, and come on.
Here's Ngidi once again from the airport end. Oh, swing and a miss from Zampa. That was a rare pace on delivery from Ngidi, and it's bounced and flown past the top half of the outside edge, and the over comes to an end. There have been 36 in this Australian innings. It's following a similar pattern to what happened on Tuesday. 8 for 187. Adam Zampa on 2, Nathan Ellis on 1. It's going to be a tough game to win. 91 needed off 85 balls to take you through the next little period of play. You'll be with Quentin Hull.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This is happening quickly now, Stuart.
Stuart, is happening very quickly. The Australians have fallen in a heap, I think it's the short answer.
So Muthusamy around the wicket, he creates a groan from Stuart Clark as...
don't play back.
Exactly.
And I get he's a good bowler.
They've got Inglis on the big screen there as batting, but of course he's not batting at all. That's Ellis deep in the crease. He scored 1. Muthusamy bowls to Ellis, who charges him and hits him straight down the ground. Brevis fields well, diving to his left, and then he chucks the ball to the man coming in from mid-off, Vian Mulder, and he throws back. So Brevis did the hard work of chasing, stopping, and then he sort of threw it 10 metres to his left to his opposite boundary rider to throw it back.
Yeah, good piece of fielding by Brevis down there. Good field by this Markham too. He's got like a short, straight cover, so forcing Ellis to go onside rather than to mid-off. And a bit of a movement in the field. The fielder down at deep mid-off is dreaming, for want of a better term.
So 89 away, only 2 wickets in hand for Australia. Ellis digs that one out, back to Muthusamy. So Head 6, Labuschagne 1, Marsh 18, Green 35, Carey 13, Hardy 10, Inglis 87, and Bartlett 8. No run there for Ellis. Trying to poke on the offside.
So I was talking about that fielder. He's about 3 pitches to the on the offside across, and he's in close. So Ellis can't punch the ball down the ground.
With the Sammy around the wicket, Ellis almost chops on, almost loses his off stump, and now Rickleton saying how's that and tapping his leg as if there might have been an LBW chance in that as well.
Fraction high it would have been, you would have thought. Is he going to refer it? No. Markham's not bothering.
No. Just getting through their work quickly here. Ellis facing with the Sami, charges him and is stumped. That's 9 down for Australia, and Nathan Ellis is gone, and that's one of the shorter commentary stints in history, because I said to Neil Manthorp, I'm going to have to get down on the ground to get ready for the post-game interview, so I'll get you to come in when the last wicket is ready to fall, and that's now. Ellis swung and missed. Rickleton breaks the stumps, and South Africa's headed for another comprehensive victory here. They won by 98 runs in Cairns, and Australia's still, 80-odd away here, depending on what the last stand does. Your fresh manners, quick turnaround. Neil Manthorp coming back in.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you very much indeed to Quentin Hull.
Did you get a rest or what? You got down the back there, you sat down and then back in.
Yeah, it was as Q says, it wasn't his longest time behind the mic, but my word, what do Australia do now? They're going to lose a series. They're 5th in a row against South Africa. As long as they keep winning the big ones, the ones that matter, the World Cup semi-finals.
That's exactly right. You win the big tournaments and you play around in the middle, have a bit of fun. It's look, that said, I don't think they'll be overly happy with the way they played, and I think we were chatting off air out the back that outside of these guys, who else is there in Australia? And that question will start getting asked shortly if Australia don't start winning.
Well,
who's next?
Stark and Cummins, but it's the top 7 that's the concern. Here's Ngidi, and that one is carved away down towards third boundary, and Nandre Berger runs around to do the fielding momentarily. It was in the air, and Adam Zampas decided that if it's going to be an early night, then let's make it a proper early night.
Let's get on the bus early. We're either going to win this, or I'm taking in the bus, one or the other. So
exactly right.
Well, Hazelwood's now on strike. He's not noted for his batting, but he's out there. He likes to hang about.
You know, I commentated on let's not forget, Australia might have lost the World Test Championship, but on the 4th morning, Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazelwood batted through a whole session.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this pitch that was a bowler's dream, a batter's nightmare for 2 days, suddenly was the flattest thing in North London, turned away defensively by Josh Hazelwood up towards mid-on.
I was watching at home, and when they batted for that period of time, I started to worry that we've got nowhere near enough with the wicket flattening out. In hindsight, that's what happened. But one of the things from my memories of playing at Middlesex and at Lords is that when the atmospheric conditions change, i.e. the sun comes out and it's not overcast or cloudy, batting does become a lot easier. It's a lot like Brisbane in Australia, that for some reason the clouds and the lights make a massive difference as opposed to what's on the surface.
So, we can't see whether there are any clouds at the moment, but it's been a beautiful, beautiful winter's day in North Queensland.
To be honest, I haven't seen a cloud since I've been to far north Queensland, so it's really, I'm going to guess and say not.
Yeah, me too. Here's Ngidi around the wicket to Hazlewood, and he backs away, gives himself a bit of room, and he's clubbed this down the ground. It's a good hit from Josh Hazlewood. There's some dramatic fielding. Chase, ferocious chase from Devolt Brevis down towards the long-on boundary, and he has managed to overhaul it, but they've run 3 in the meantime. Nandre Berger is limbering up down on the 3rd boundary, so he evidently fancies his chances of a recall. Very, very similar pattern this innings has unfolded as we saw on Tuesday. On that occasion, South Africa won by 98 runs, with Australia having fought back from seemingly impossible position, and this time less of an impossible position, and they'll lose by less of a severe margin, but still severe nonetheless. Short pulled out towards mid-on. Another catch for the substitute fielder, Corbin Bosch, at mid-on, and Adam Zampa has gone. And the last Australian wicket falls with the total on 193 in reply to South Africa's 277. So Australia have lost by 84 runs. South Africa clinched the series with a game to go. And I must say, it's all ended with a bit of a whimper. Sadly, when Josh Inglis was deprived of the strike. Was he deprived of the strike deliberately, or was it just in the natural course of events? We may never know. But that's when it all seemed to go cold, and when Inglis was dismissed for a very, very fine 87. South Africa jumped into the gap created by his void, and they've had a very, very successful day. Once again, not at their best with the bat. They'll be disappointed in a sense that a couple of 80s and a couple of 70s haven't turned into bigger scores. I think in both games they were heading for totals well in excess of 300, failed to get there on both occasions. Australia fought back extremely well in the last 10 overs of both games. But Stuart Clark, the batting, has middle order, and top order actually, to be fair, apart from Mitchell Marsh, has been somewhat disappointing for the home side.
Well, the batting just hasn't been good enough, has it? I think they'll, if you went and asked the Australians, they'd probably say the same thing. I don't think that you can deny that they haven't been able to chase totals. They haven't been able to score enough runs when the pressure's been on. And the South Africans, I think you give them some credit with the ball too. The both spinners, again, were excellent. Ngini's picked up 5, so he'll be happy with his night out as well. But from that point of view, it's a concern for the Australian cricket team, because as we talked about, the guys that are here are the guys that will be moving with this team forward.
8.4 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 42 for Lungi Ngidi. Because of there was a little bit of dew, not in excess of it, not like we had in Darwin. That was incredible. It was like the ground had been hosed down, and he wasn't able to bowl his slower balls. His slower balls have come good today. 4 of his 5 wickets taken with slower balls, and it looks like the Matthew Brietzke, who top scored with a very fine 88, is being led over to do some media. So you suspect that he might well be the man of the match. In fact, he's going to be talking to Jason Gillespie and Quentin Hull. Quentin Hull with Matthew Brietzke.
Thank you, Neil. That's another excellent performance from the South Africans, set up with that first innings total, of which this man played a big hand. Matthew, congratulations. Another series win for South Africa over Australia in one-day cricket.
Yeah, that's pretty special coming here and beating the Aussies in their backyard. I don't think that's something we'll take lightly. So, yeah, but we've got another game on Sunday, so hopefully we can get it 3-0.
So you're out there and got first use of conditions that you weren't familiar with. How did you find them, and what was the key to you being able to put together a pretty handy innings?
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty decent wicket. The bounce was pretty true. I thought it was a little bit slow at the start, and it looked like it speeded up in the evening. But yeah, I just try to watch the ball and be nice and attacking.
Matt, is your plan to advance down the wicket to the fast bowlers to access down the ground? Is that to just put them off and make them bowl shorter at you?
I don't want to give away too much. But yes, that's definitely the plan. Obviously, I like it short and width and stuff. So when I'm advancing down, I look to try hit them over the top and change the length, definitely.
And we know that the team's got some developing players in it. So from that respect, to come and play such good cricket, I mean, how warming is it for the group to come here and perform against a country which is the World Cup champions?
Yeah, it's pretty special. I think it's pretty much, I think we've taken a lot of confidence from that World Test Championship final win and what we've got in our stock as South African cricketers. So yeah, I think it's just the mindset of, you know, not letting ourselves down in the way we look at it ourselves, and really just believing in ourselves.
Got some help from Tristan Stubbs as well. That was a pretty handy partnership.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to battle Stubber. Obviously, we're good mates, and to get in a good partnership there, it was really good.
You had a bit of time in Northampton with a good friend of ours at ABC, Darren Lehman. How did you enjoy playing over there?
He's an absolute legend and loves a beer just like I do. So we got along really well, and yeah, I look forward to going back there.
And just the strength of the group. I mean, a pretty tough couple of days with your young man again having his action question. Temba was always going to be rested from this game, but you've got a change of captain and a bit of tough news through the week. So who gets the group together and keeps you composed and ready to play some good cricket again?
Yeah, it was pretty bleak news for Subs. Obviously, things like that happen, and hopefully can bounce back from that. But obviously, Aiden's come in and stepped up. He's our T20 captain, so it wasn't too much of a transition. And yeah, we got the win, so happy days.
Lungi Ngedi's ended up getting the 5 wickets as well. So as much as we see players coming through, you've got some pretty experienced heads there as well, and he stepped up tonight.
Yeah, he did massively. I think, again, Keshav in the first innings, Fafa, Lungi in the second innings, second game, Fafa, that wins you games in one-day cricket, so very happy for him.
And now a day off, and you get to do it again on Sunday.
Yeah, day off, probably just chill, take it easy, and then hopefully we come back on Sunday and make it 3-0.
Thanks for your time, Matthew, and well batted.
Cool, thank you. Thanks, guys. Nice
so that's Matthew Bretzka. Neil, we'll stay close at hand and get some more reaction with the post-game presentation about to take place, and hopefully hear from one of the Australians shortly.
Thank you very much indeed, Quentin. You heard Matthew there say that he was close friends with Tristan Stubbs. Of course, they both come from the Eastern Cape, from the Gqeberha, formerly Port Elizabeth area, and both play for the Warriors. So really impressive stuff. Amazing that thing. He's played 4 one-dayers, and his scores are 150 on debut, 87. Sorry, 82, 58, and now 88 today, Stuart Clark. Absolutely remarkable.
Unbelievable. He's a quality player. I can't believe.
I think Stuart's having a microphone issue. Are you on?
I'm looking.
There you are there.
I am there. Sorry. One of the interesting parts for that is he wasn't even in the team. You told me this story. I find that amazing because he's a world-class player from what I've just seen. This guy should be playing all the time.
Yeah, he wasn't in the team because the guys like Heinrich Klaassen and David Miller were still around. David Miller has not retired. He's playing in the 100 because he was given permission to do that before this tour was confirmed. And decided to honour his contract. He is a man of honour, as David Miller, but he's also 36, and there's question marks about whether he'll be able to carry on and reach the home World Cup, hosted by South Africa, Namibia and Zimbabwe in 2 years' time. He'll be 38, but he's in good nick. I mean, as Bretzka just mentioned, he's talking about the stocks, the depth of South African batting, and there's a few very good fast bowlers as well who haven't made it on this tour. Question marks about the Australian depth and top order batsmen.
There is some question marks now. They've really struggled in this series. We've seen them get knocked over by spin in the first game, and in this game they're Ngeni's picked up 5. So there's question marks, and as we talked about, who's next if it's not these guys?
Who is next?
Well, that's we're racking our brains out the back. So you got to think of who's getting runs in domestic cricket, and we'll only find that out probably in the next couple of weeks as domestic summer starts here in Australia, and that's the big opportunity for all the batters in Australian cricket at the moment, and it is even in the Test team that we don't know who the opening batsman is. Constance done it, but we're not sure that that's going to be it. You know, Dizzy's been talking about Jake Weatherall. We've tried McSweeney. There's a lot of different questions that are going around at the moment, and you know, South Australia, they've got Jason Sanger's name's been thrown into dispatches around whether he'll get selected or not after leaving New South Wales and having a stellar season for South Australia. There are options there, but they're not tried and tested options. They're young guys that have never played international cricket.
Reminder: South Africa made 277 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Top score of 88 from Matthew Brietzke. We've heard from him. Tristan Stubbs made 74, and Australia owed their total of 193 largely to 87 from Josh Inglis, who played absolutely beautifully, having kept wicket. 35 from Cameron Green. But Lungi Ngidi, 5 for 42. And I don't know whether we're going to hear from him. Jason Gillespie just congratulating him. We hope to hear from an Australian very, very quickly. But while we wait, can I just ask you a question? Why is it that Lungi Ngidi's slow ball continues to be so effective 6 years after he played his first game on the international stage? Many cricketers have been, fast bowlers have been able to bowl good slower balls, but, you know, it just seems that by year 2 or 3, a little bit of analysis, there's a clear a giveaway here, a little thing to look out for there, and the slower balls are eventually read. Ngidi seems to be getting away with it year after year after year, if getting away with it is the right term.
I think there's probably a couple of bits to it, and he bowls, his arm speed's the same, so you can't quite pick it up. Even though you know it, he bowls it, the arm speed looks the same, and you can see he bowls it with it, like it's almost like his hands are facing across the pitch as opposed to down. So that's the big, and he bowls the right length. So that's the challenge, and that's why he's so successful.
Right, Quentin Hull, has Australian captain Mitch Marsh?
Yes, here's the skipper, and we go to Sunday, but the series is gone, Mitch. What's the first assessment on the way the team played today?
Yeah, disappointing to lose, especially a chance to level the series going into the side of it. I thought we bowled really well today. I thought we pegged them back beautifully. We executed some really clear plans throughout the middle to try and continue to take wickets. But unfortunately, with the bat, we let ourselves down tonight.
So what do you look at it with the batting? Because it was not so much the same nature of how things went wrong in Cairns, but yet again, you're chasing runs and you're sort of 90-odd runs short. They're two pretty comprehensive scorelines.
Yeah, they are, especially at home. It's always disappointing. I think when you're chasing a total like that, you just need a couple of partnerships, and we weren't able to do that. Josh Inglis batted superbly, but unfortunately had no one to go with him.
Were conditions what you expected in the chase? Because I know you indicated that you were going to probably look to have a bat first. So when you presented with these conditions, was it different to what you guys anticipated?
No, I thought the wicket was an absolute belter. I probably thought 320, even 330 was par. Certainly the way they sort of got going in the middle there. So coming off needing 280, thought we were well and truly in the game. But as a collective batting unit, we just weren't good enough tonight.
Yeah, and I think the fan understands the collective challenge of new people with a couple of key retirements, and then you're trying to get together and you're captaining a different group that aren't as used to playing together. So how much respect do we give to that? At the same time, look at the performance and criticise areas that need to be criticised.
Oh yeah, I think any time you lose, there's always lessons that come with that, and criticism from outside. We're our own harshest critics when we fail, so it's never great to lose a series at home, but there'll be lots of lessons to be taken from this.
And what messaging will you take into Sunday's game? Because obviously the series is gone, but there's certainly some learnings and some improvements to be made.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, it's another opportunity to play cricket for Australia, and we want to come out here and win. We're first time playing here in Mackay for a lot of us, so and the crowd tonight was fantastic. So 2-1 certainly sounds better than 3-0.
And is it just a matter of the batting group doing its job to a better extent? Because as you said, you're happy enough with the bowlers?
Yeah, I think it's just execution, really. We know that we've got some really good batting in our group, but like I said, there'll be lots of lessons taken from tonight, and hopefully we can put that into play on Sunday.
Well, Mitch, thanks for your time and hard luck.
Thank you.
So that's Mitchell Marsh, the Australian captain, Quentin Hull and Jason Gillespie at ground level, just wrapping things up here. Thanks to Neil Manthorp and to Stuart Clark upstairs, and Also to Robert Apolloni on the faders and Adam Jones back in the studio. So South Africa continuing its excellent record against Australia in bilateral one-day series. It's now 5 wins in a row for them. They're 2 up with 1 to play. South Africa today making 277, bowled out from the first ball of the 50th over, and 84 runs is the winning margin for the Proteas after Australia was all out for 193. 4 balls into the 38th over. A reminder, we'll be here for Game 3 of the series, which you can catch either on local radio here in Mackay or on the ABC Listen app. That's all coming your way from 2:05 on Sunday, so day off tomorrow, and then Game 3 to be played on Sunday. But the early finish here means we can get you to the back end of Friday night football after a incredibly dramatic win for Canberra over Penrith with a Golden Point try to Kyo Weeks after a Nathan Cleary field goal attempt ricocheted off the upright. So Canberra won that in Mudgee and Golden Point, 20 points to 16. We're about an hour into the game in Melbourne, where the Storm lead the Bulldogs. It's Melbourne 18 leading Canterbury Bankstown 10. About 20 minutes to go. Brett Sprigg and Ryan Hoffman.